The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Elite chess is on display at the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland in Warsaw. Day one frontrunners were able to build on their successes as slow starters regained their footing with crucial wins. 2025 champ Alireza Firouzja had a much better start to his day, defeating co-second place, eventually landing in a tie for first. His strongest competition has been GCT newcomer Vladimir Fedoseev, who quietly continued his impressive performance, adding another win to remain at the top of the standings. The two co-leaders are the only remaining undefeated. Who will be the first to take them down a peg? Day 3 of Rapid Chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Day 3 of the Grand Chess Tour Rapid Blitz here in Warsaw, Poland. Well, there are plenty of points up for grabs, not just the 6 points available on this last day of the Rapid, but also the 13 points for the Grand Chess Tour in general. And the tour participants are struggling because these wildcards seem not just to be tourists happy to be here after all. Last year it was Magnus Carlsen who headlined as a wildcard and won the whole event, and now we see Fedoseev and Chithambaram making their move to try to dominate the event and upset all the tour participants. Well, we'll see if they can continue their magical run as we jump to the studio with Yasser, Nazi, and Peter.
We have reached Day 3 of our GCT coverage from Warsaw, Poland. The best in chess are finishing the rapid portion of the competition. Live coverage of the 10th year of the Grand Chess Tour starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with two amazing grandmasters, Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
From amazing, legendary.
Nice to be here.
Nice to be with you, Nazi. Peter, it's always a great honor and a pleasure to be with you both. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10th edition of the Grand Chess Tour. We are in the third and final day of the Rapid, and our defending champion, Alireza, he's doing very well, tied for first. Can he keep up his good results? Nasi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after 6 rounds of Rapids.
Let's have a look. We have two co-leaders, Alireza Firouzja and Vladimir Fedoseev, leading the event with 8 points. There's only one player who is just a point behind, that's Aravindh Chithambaram. And then 3 players are sharing 4th.
And the format for this Rapid and Blitz event?
Time control in Rapid is 25 minutes with 10-second increment. In Blitz, it's going to be 5+2. There are no draw offers allowed. In the single round-robin event, the scoring system is 2 for a win, 1 for a draw, 0 for a loss. In Blitz, players are going to have double round-robin, and it's going to be 1 for a win, half for a draw, 0 for a loss.
18 games of Blitz coming up. First, the schedule.
Today is the last day of Rapid. Tomorrow starts Blitz, and then on Wednesday will be the last day of Blitz and maybe playoffs if necessary.
Thank you, Nasi. And Peter, a lot of decisive games. How do things stand compared to
Let's take a look at everybody's favorite type of lies, statistics. And we'll begin by with the historic data of decisiveness of rapid play in the Grand Chess Tour. There you have it. Grand Chess Tour began in 2016 with a very, very decisive year, almost 59%, and then 61.5 in 2017. But then it's been gradually on the decline and is settling now at around the 50% mark, sometimes higher, sometimes lower. And let's take a look at what's happening this year. We had a very promising first day, with 10 out of the 15 games being decisive for 66% decisiveness. But yesterday was a bit quieter. And as you can see, we're currently at 16 out of 30, which is 53.3%. Decisive games, and this is almost bang on average all time, meaning that statistics sometimes appear not to lie, which is news to me. And for more news, we bring over our friends in the Warsaw studio, Grandmasters Maurice Ashley and Anastasiya Karlovich.
Thanks, Peter. Well, we hope that the trend we just saw doesn't continue and that we have exciting games today. And you might say, well, with statistics, ratings matter as well. And you have the tour participants who are among the top-rated players in the event. And yet somehow those pesky wildcards seem to love Poland. I mean, what is it about this place that brings out the best in the ones who are visitors? Well, last year we see these three players you see were actually all wild cards. Well, Magnus Carlsen might be the biggest wild card you've ever met in your life. He did win the event after a vicious comeback against Wei Yi, barely beating him out at the very end. You see third place score there by Duda, how far behind he was from those two. But Duda himself, the Polish fighter playing in Warsaw, in his home country, was a wild card. He and these two dominated the event. Well, this year, let's take a look because it looks like the theme seems to be reoccurring. At the top, yes, Grand Chess Tour champion Alireza Firouzja at the moment, but right there tied with him is one Vladimir Fedoseev, who hasn't dropped a single game, and also the surprise newcomer Aravindh Chithambaram, who many people may not know, but he is certainly on the rise. He's now number 11 or 12 in the world, depending on which rating list you look at, and they are showing their stuff as well. Really very surprising to see this reoccurrence of the wild cards, Anastasia.
Absolutely, and Aravindh actually is a player I'm really keep my eyes on. He plays really creative and interesting chess so far in this tournament. As you said, he's on the third position right now. And, you know, he became very famous for the international chess public and caught attention after winning really great tournaments. Grandmasters Chennai in 2024. Then in 2025 March, he won Prague Festival. And look at this, he climbed all the way to number 11 in the world rating list, which is like really impressive result for 25 years old player whom we knew, of course, we knew his name, but he was not that famous, considering also that he is older than Pragg and Gukesh. He's from a different generation. But, you know, he caught the attention of the public quite early because, okay, his life wasn't always easy. He lost his father at the age of 3. He learned how to play chess at the age of 7. But then, you know, at the age of 13, he showed absolutely great result, winning Chennai Open tournament, which took place at the same time at the World Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Vishanand. So some players, some grandmasters were suggesting to run to this open tournament and take photos of him because he was a rising star at this time. So he was also Indian champion 2 times. So this name was known of course, for the Indian fans. But now he became really a rising star on the top level of chess. And of course, we will definitely check what's going on in the next rounds. And I'm also curious how he will do in the Blitz portion.
Just an incredible story there. Thanks for all those details. We see that there are some hungry players here. You may not know their storylines, but they get a chance now to be on the Grand Chess Tour and show the entire world what they can do. Guys, back to you.
Biggest stage in the world, chess world, that is. Tell us about the pairings coming up for round 7, Nasi.
Let's have a look. We have 2 Romanian players facing each other, Deac against Gavrilescu. We also have 2 French players facing each other, MVL and Firouzja. Pragg will be playing another co-leader, Vladimir Fedoseev, Aravindh against Duda, and Levon playing Topalov.
That's a huge matchup for me. When I look at Levon and Veselin, I think of 2 really great legends of chess, if I can call them that. And I'm sure they've crossed their swords so many times. Very curious to see that game. As the players are fighting very hard.
They're fighting for a lot of money and Grand Chess Tour points.
Yes.
The total prize fund for this event is $175,000. First place winner gets $40,000, second place $30,000, third $25,000. Nice prizes for everybody all the way down to tens.
And you see on the right side of that screen the points, the Grand Chess Tour points. Finish in the top 3 at the end of the tour, and the first place finisher gets $100,000 bonus. So get those Grand Chess Tour points. As Pragg is really adjusting, making sure each and every pawn and piece are in the center of the square.
Well, he's starting today playing against the tournament co-leader, It's an important match.
Absolutely. And just as so much was made of Aravindh, just think about the game that he had with Prague. That was a 4-point swing because he was winning the game. He could have gotten 2 points. He lost. Prague defeated him, and that was Aravindh's only loss of the tournament as far as he's up against Duda. I'm going to start with MVL and Alireza. Alireza, again, our defending champion, coming in tied for first, as we have
these two have played each other many times, on screen and off screen. I know they play training games together as well.
Exactly. Now, Peter, should he play castles?
Yes.
Yes.
But he doesn't. That's also fine, and I'm very happy about the resurgence of some of the more classical rule.
Right, it's nice to see them.
We've already had one Zaitsev in this tournament. Let's see what Alireza comes with. Yeah, the Breyer is the other one of the kind of the slow cooking Spanish lines, which are not as fashionable anymore, but are quite healthy, and I think it's mainly a matter of taste.
There was a time when the Breyer variation was the rigor. I mean, everybody had it, it seemed like, in their repertoires. And the players are very quickly blitzing through to
this is the absolute main line of the opening
position.
Up to here, knight g3, g6. White generally plays a4, although other moves are, of course, available. But a4 would be the absolute main line.
Yeah, a4 is one of those moves that you kind of want to make this pawn a little bit weaker. Essentially, a4 is designed to kind of discourage c5. I've seen a4, knight b6, a5, and the knight goes back.
That also exists, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Although the absolute main line would be a4, c5, d5, c4. This is what most of the discussion generally focuses on, but we'll see. MVL, if he hasn't played a4 yet, he might opt for something else. Bishop g5 is a very playable move here, of course. There's a bunch of other things you can do.
Actually, now that you mention it, I think...
How long does the theory go here? Is 30 moves?
In some lines, I'm sure in some lines, yes.
And they have started with a4. I think in the return match of 1992...
Very interesting.
Oh, bishop g7.
Yeah, that is
a little.
It's a very natural move, but it's statistically, I think, much less popular, and I'm curious to see how MVL reacts to it. One thing it doesn't do, it doesn't really stop White from playing bishop d3, or as MVL reacted, and this is also a very natural reaction. It would seem weird to wait for bishop. Not weird, actually. It's completely logical to wait for the bishop to occupy the long diagonal and then close the center.
Right.
But additionally, the pawn on d6 is now hanging,
precisely,
which it wasn't on the previous move.
Right.
And queen b8 is an attempt to address all of these issues, kind of re-establishing the idea of playing c7, c6. One way to address it from White would be to play b3 and c4. This is a very typical structure you get a lot in these types of slow Breyers. Mm-hmm. It's difficult to play. I think people struggle to navigate it properly. I remember there was a game which Alireza lost with the white pieces to Magnus, where he got this structure, and Magnus showed him exactly how to play it from the black side. Alireza was much younger than he is today, and he was thoroughly outclassed in that game. But he has improved dramatically since then. And also, I think that game may have given him the idea of maybe including these types of variations in his repertoire as black, because when somebody shows you something completely new and beats you in such a fashion, it sometimes results in you thinking, maybe it's better from the other side. Yeah, maybe I should do it myself.
It's funny that you should put this particular position, because MVL has a very big reputation for playing the black side of the Najdorf. And if you played a bad move, knight h2, if you don't mind, and c7, c6, and it kind of becomes a Najdorf-like structure.
Najdorf adjacent, at least.
Yeah. And then he's on the white side.
And he's already had a very bad experience with it in this tournament
against Topalov.
He lost to Veselin. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Kind of funny.
b4. That's an interesting option.
b3.
Yeah, I'm assuming the intention is to maybe even play. Yeah, e5, maybe d5 already is playable. So we want the bishop on b3. I guess we take on b5. And no matter how you recapture, I mean, normally you would recapture this way, then you have to take the bishop, because once again, d6 is still hanging. And we go bishop b3. And there's going to be a very, pitched battle, over whether black can play d6, d5 or not. Because white wants to play something like queen d3. You have to watch out for knight g5 jumps. Bishop g5 takes f6 sometimes is useful. These types of ideas, removing the amount of knights which can control the square on d5 is sometimes useful. This actually resembles some of the Zaitsev positions I've played all my life with, I think, both colors. There are variations of the Zaitsev which result in this particular structure quite a bit. Interesting option by MVL. c6, dc6, and all of this has already been played. So,
Alireza, by the way, has 27 minutes.
And he recaptured with the bishop.
Yeah.
He's very well prepped for this.
I guess the point is, if you play bishop b3, which I expect to happen,
Knight b6.
rook c8, maybe with the intention of trading that bishop away immediately, because it is a very, very important piece for white here, this bishop creating all kinds of ideas along this a2, g8 diagonal. Very sharp position. I'm really enjoying this. This is sort of my home. This and the Grunfeld are the two things I enjoy sort of playing and watching the most, I think.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter. We'll take a walk around the tournament hall. Tell us where we should go.
Prague against Fedoseev, since he's the co-leader of the event.
And
they've made very few moves so far.
Whereas we just went through a 20-move tabia of the Breyer, suddenly we got stuck in a...
Yeah, and this is, it brings back somewhat unpleasant memories for me because Hikaru did this to Prague in the candidates.
Yes.
And it was at the stage in the candidates where draws were doing absolutely nothing for the young man.
Right.
So he kind of overpressed and ended up even losing this position. From the start, losing this with white is not that easy.
Right.
Because you are going to have a little bit of pressure with almost zero risk.
Right.
But if you feel you absolutely must win the game, at some point you start making perhaps decisions which are not as objective as you would like.
Right.
And that is what happened in that game.
Right.
How we got here is d4, d5, and now the question is whether you want to play c4 or you want to play knight f3. Both things allow different things in reply. But knight f3, these days in particular, because people have sort of cottoned on to the fact that c5, cd4, c4, cd4, cd5, and knight f6 gets you this line, which really isn't that bad at all for black. It used to be considered to be a kind of a strange sideline which can never equalize because you're kind of breaking some principles.
Right.
But these days people, I think, have realized it's quite safe. So, but obviously Prague has been surprised by it once. He's not going to be surprised by it again. If he's allowing it, he has some idea somewhere.
Exactly.
All right, let's go to Levon's game against Veselin Topalov. That's a pretty exciting position already with the black pawn on g4.
Exactly, early. 2 knights defense, h7, h6. These days it seems like people can play everything. They've been playing bishop c5 for centuries, but also bishop e7 has recently caught on. h6. Peter, jump in.
Yeah, this is very topical. A lot of very strong players have been doing this. And
why?
When it first appeared, I think a lot of people treated it as a kind of a joke.
Right. And
thought, okay, you can maybe do it in an open tournament with black against somebody who absolutely must beat, but it can never be playable versus stronger position. But in fact, I think it is. I don't think there is a refutation to this idea of playing h6, d6, and g5.
Yeah.
And it's been played very seriously by strong players in strong tournaments. And Topalov continues an important storyline here. Veselin so far played 6 games, no draws.
No draws.
And he continues absolutely going for it in every single game in the tournament. So that's sort of very exciting to watch, with mixed results, frankly. And the first and the second game of the day are danger times for him so far, if we can, talking about statistics.
Right.
But it's impressive to see just how kind of undaunted he is by any of this.
Right.
And here castles d6, a4, g5, and a plan by Levon I have not seen before, this immediate knight c3, knight e2. Maybe because I generally try to play these positions. If you know it's coming, and h6 is a very kind of telegraphed way to tell you it's coming, you can do something like knight bd2, let's say d6, a4, g5, and then you can consider playing h4.
Oh.
With the rook still on h1 and the king in the center, there are lines where you can do this. Trying perhaps for knight f1, g3, or maybe even f3 in some positions. It gets very, very sharp and very tricky. But after you've castled, you are not going to be playing h4 anymore. It feels a bit counterproductive. So Levon is doing something else. Levon is trying to get the king, the knight, I guess, over to g3. Black reacts in a very direct fashion with g4 and d6, d5, e d5, knight d5, and now a very typical move in these types of positions. Just we need the f file open for white. So Levon is doing this. But even this, the king is going to castle queenside. We don't worry about our structure being broken up on the king side. It's never going there. We're playing queen d7 and castles long eventually.
Exactly.
You take white, I assume, but it's a fight.
Absolutely.
Which is what Veselin wants in every single game in this tournament so far, and it's very nice to see.
If you don't mind me asking, where was the novelty, or are we in still normal territory?
I'm not even sure. Knight c3 is already... No, knight c3 is quite... No. Ah, okay, knight... hang on. Knight e2, 0 games.
0 games.
At least in the database.
Peter, while we have you, there's a lot of excitement going on in Duda's game. If you can pull that up, please.
Yeah. I saw that and I thought, I have no idea what's going on. So it began, Duda kind of said Berlin.
Yes.
And Aravindh said, no Berlin for you. At least no classical Berlin. This is quite topical these days. People do it. E4, I think normally they start with knight e5, but I don't know if there's much of a difference if you start with rook e1 or knight e5. b5, bishop b3, knight a5. And you normally play knight c3, win this pawn back, but Aravindh clearly knows something that we don't, because the move he made here, he made it pretty much instantly. He is still on 24, 25 on the clock. He hasn't really been spending any time on any of these decisions. As you can see, my screen colors it in red and says it's a huge mistake. But I think it's one of those huge mistakes which are a bit of a semi-bluff. I'm pretty sure this doesn't lose for white. Maybe it leads you to need to make only moves if black plays like 5 best moves in a row here. Maybe you're in a touch of trouble, possibly. Or possibly if you let the engine run long enough, you're just completely fine. But to begin with, we are a full piece down. For now, yeah. Not even a pawn for it. We will win the pawn on e4, but for the time being, we're a full piece down and it's black to move. So it's not really a shocker that the machine disagrees. And you do have to wonder how big your compensation is after something like queen e8. I assume we play queen takes b5, the knight, let's say, drops back to b7. We take, the queen comes out. We don't have that many attackers. But also, as you can see, the evaluation has dropped from -1 to -0.5.
Okay.
Which is, as I say, the longer you look at these positions, the more you realize you just have decent positional compensation, and also your opponent might not know. And if your opponent doesn't know,
it's easy to go wrong.
Yeah.
Was bishop f7 a novelty? If you can
Let me
hit
check.
the openings, yes.
No, it has been played once.
Just once. Yeah, in rapid phase in this.
Yeah, very, very. I mean, in blitz it's just deadly, I think. Yeah. And if you don't know it, if you have to figure this out in 3 minutes or even on 5 minutes, we have a kind of a slower type of blitz in the GCT. But even on 5 minutes, you're not going to be enjoying this very much. Even in rapid, it's not a comfortable situation to suddenly find yourself in.
Wow.
I just heard that apparently Arjun has played this with white.
Okay.
With Wei Yi against Wei Yi with white. Wow.
That actually, one point, that makes it slightly more surprising than Duda is thinking here, because that game, you would think, attracts some attention.
Exactly, 2 huge names. In that game of Topalov versus Levon, there's a moment yesterday that really caught our attention when we were interviewing Levon. He said he never wished for his competitors to lose. Take a listen to yesterday's interview with Levon.
I got one last question for you. It seems like there's a little bit of a theme. I had asked Aravindh and then MVL, do you ever root for other players to lose when you're on the side and maybe they're a little ahead of you? Are you sitting there thinking, I hope you fall on your face?
Never happened to me. I never rooted for anybody to lose, actually.
And why is that?
I think, I believe that you shouldn't be wishing bad for anybody, and I follow that principle in my life. I'm never envious of anybody, and it's a real blessing. I mean, it's a real luck to be like that. So I have it imprinted in my mind, and I never have a doubt.
He is a saint.
Yes.
I have to confess.
A saint among men.
Yeah, team competitions.
among men.
I really wanted the people in first to lose so our team could win. What do you have for us, Peter?
Well, one final game of the day, which we haven't spoken of yet. This is a game between the two Romanian players, with Bogdan-Daniel playing the same line of the Catalan we saw in the game between Duda and Alireza in one of the earlier rounds. And there was also, I was checking through the final 3 rounds of the Bundesliga were played on this weekend, and there was a game in one of the matches there where Nikita Vichugov played this with white, and that actually followed one of the lines we discussed yesterday, the one with Queen D4. And it also didn't entirely equalize for black, and white ended up winning, although black eventually were okay and then not okay again. I think our game between Duda and Alireza went Rook D1 first. No, Bishop G5, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And here, Alireza opted for Bishop B7, and I was kind of making a soft argument for Queen D4. And I think against Vichugov, his opponent did play Queen D4. Let's see what Gavrilescu decides to do, because as we discussed when we were watching that game between Duda and Alireza, that rook ending, which is very likely if you play Bishop B7 here, it actually, I think, is supposed to be best play for both. Yeah, there we have it.
Queen D4.
This might this promises to be less of a passive defense. Not that it's not to everybody's taste to do what Alireza successfully did in that game against Duda, because he basically sat on his hands for 70 moves, making 0 mistakes and just waiting, and did make a reasonably comfortable draw, but not everybody likes that type of defense. And Gavrilescu goes for the other one, which is this move.
Queen D4. Of course, I'm drawn back to the game of Aravindh and Duda, because since the peace sacrifice initiated by Aravindh, Duda's clogged.
He's been thinking a lot. He's down to 13 minutes.
He's definitely been surprised by this sacrifice. It has been played once before.
There's a possibility Duda doesn't know about the Arjun's game, or he knows and he thought this was not dangerous, but didn't really look deeper than that.
Exactly.
And now he has to figure it out at the board with not that much time on the clock.
Peter's instinctive reaction was to play Queen E8, Queen takes B5.
Well, I read the screen.
I'm sorry. Knight to V7 and bring the knight back into play vis-a-vis D6. I was thinking, okay, how big a threat? Well, if white could make a lot of moves, I'm assuming white would like to play rook takes E4 and, rook.
If I play after rook E4, I also have D5. Your knight doesn't have a
C6 rook takes E4 +3.
+3. That's what I was thinking, that because I just want to play rook F4 check, and it's not pleasant. So that was why Queen E8, more or less forcing Queen B5.
Yeah, I think Queen E8 does probably force Queen takes B5. There are other moves. It's just specifically, I think, Knight C6, which is so unfortunate, because Knight C4 appears to be playable. I'm not entirely sure what the difference. I guess the Knight on D6 is just very useful in defense. If you go rook takes E4 there, we can, and also Bishop B7. The availability of the move Bishop B7, rook F4, Bishop F6, and we covered the D5 square for the knight. That would be a massive difference between the knight on C4 and knight on C6.
Exactly.
And this works out perfectly for black. This is actually very good for black. But let's see what Maurice has for us from Warsaw for now.
Well, that game is a ton of fun. Absolutely. I have my eye on it as well. And part of it is the strategy of rapid. When you play rapid, it's not just about good moves. It's also about playing the sort of moves that your opponent may become uncomfortable with, may not know, and suddenly you have to tank for a lot of time. We saw in that game, or we're seeing in that game, that Duda is spending so much time. When you only have 25 minutes to start, and then you spend 10, 12 minutes on one move, you put yourself in a giant, uncomfortable hole. And you see him there. He's sitting up in his chair already. Physically, he's not happy with what's going on. He doesn't want to make a single mistake here, knowing his opponent, who looks about as cool as the other side of the pillow, as the late, great Stuart Scott used to say. Aravindh is like, yeah, I'm down a piece. Who cares? Whatever. This could just ratchet up the tension on Duda to not make any mistakes, even if natural moves are good for him. So a great strategy. Well, we'll see how it works out in the long run, but it is definitely a strategy that players use because they know a lead on the clock matters so much more in rapid than it does in classical chess. And Duda just simply can't sit still. He's looking around for maybe some forcing sequence, something his opponent hasn't looked at, and he's already down to 10 minutes after blitzing out his opening moves, now down to 10 minutes and change on the clock. Look at Aravindh's clock time. Just absolutely massive advantage there, even if objectively he's worse on the board. We'll see whether or not Duda moves anytime soon. I'd like to take your attention to another game, this one with Aronian and Topalov. Similar thing happened there. The idea of a move that maybe you hadn't looked at or your opponent plays with aggression. And if you take a look at this position, just going back to this moment when F4 landed on the board, that was an aggressive move played by Aronian, and his opponent went into some thought. Now, again, as Peter pointed out, a natural take on F3 and then play Bishop E6. But did the guy prepare very well for that line? What do you do when you feel like you're walking into somebody's deep preparation? Well, Topalov, after some thought, decided, I don't want to go there. He probably has something deep prepared, and he instead played the move Queen D6, which is not ideal, and we see a couple of moves played already as he's trying to keep up on the clock now as the moves are getting blitzed out. You don't want to go behind on the clock because you just know these guys are gangsters. They love having a nice little lead on the clock, and they know when you get down to just about 5 minutes left, you're likely to start being under so much pressure that you may blunder. Will that happen here? Well, we'll see as the games continue. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I don't like one bit what Veselin has done. He just suddenly, this pawn on G4 is actually not a very, very good pawn. And this last move shows that Veselin was worried that he didn't know how he's going to react to knight H5.
It's still coming, though, yeah.
It feels like...
his pieces are all over the board.
Yeah, they're not in harmony. And what was that G2? What?
Well, I didn't think it would be that bad. I knew it wasn't good, but yeah, now after D4, because if the knight departs, queen e2 check starts becoming very, very awkward. I think what he missed is this idea specifically of giving up the bishop on C4, because it feels like it's one of the better pieces White has.
Right.
So you're maybe not originally that worried about Fe5, knight E5, because you think, okay, I'm attacking the bishop.
Right.
But it just gets traded, and then after knight F4, you have to worry about knight H5, and also all of your pieces start getting kicked. But still, you play something like queen C6, D4, knight G6, you're still in the game. You're not going to be liking it very much, but you're still sort of in the game. After queen A5, I think B4 is also very strong, but simply D3, D4, which is what Levon chose. Just to give you an indication what the machine thinks about this, it goes castles here, it just leaves it on praise.
Wow.
It just says it's actually kind of stronger than anything else, because if you play knight G6 now, I will
check.
I will keep your king in the center, and then rook F7 comes in. And this, I don't need to explain why this is bad. I mean, it's kind of self-evident.
Right.
This is not going to work out for black. No. So it's a bit of an opening disaster in a line where
Veselin was,
yeah, he kind of made all the early running. His choice to go H6, G6, G5 was his own. But Levon came prepared, and starting from not taking en passant, it kind of derailed for Veselin. He played knight C6, but now once again, after queen E2 check, let's say king D8, the engine goes queen C4. Just looks ugly. Knight comes into D3 to C5, B4, B5. The king is going to be on D8 forever. There's not a scratch of counterplay. It's just bad.
Right.
Zero compensation for.
I remember in the old days, the arbiters would come by and they'd have their score sheets, and they'd go to each game and they'd look at the clocks to make sure that the clocks are properly in sync. But sometimes they got caught into the position, so an arbiter could come to this position.
Yeah.
Like, why is your king on D8?
Yeah, queen C4 is strong, but even if you make normal moves, like even if you play something like bishop E3, rook E8, knight D3, it's not really a huge improvement either, because your problems are kind of unresolvable.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to Warsaw and Maurice.
So a bad reaction there by Veselin to a move he had not suspected, and a bad reaction, not surprisingly, from Duda to that move, that sacrifice. But guess what? Aravindh hiccuped as well. When you look at this position here, you see he spent quite some time, did Duda, before finally playing what looks like a true howler, bishop to b7, just discombobulating his pieces. And very simply, Aravindh could have played queen takes on b5, hitting both pieces at once and virtually forcing some kind of pawn move. Maybe he was afraid of the move c5 instead of c6, kind of cutting off his queen from the king side. But a move like d5 would have just frozen black's pieces on that side of the board, and white has fantastic compensation. It's actually better despite being down a piece in this position. Just look at the offside knight, the bishop on b7 going nowhere. Instead, Aravindh very quickly decided to ignore all of that and give Duda a chance by just playing knight takes immediately on e4. He could have thought for some time, but it looks again like his strategy is take that lead on the clock, don't blink, don't think, just keep going. But this move actually was not that great and allowed this move queen to e8. And guess who is now frozen on this position? And this is an incredible turn of events. You get exactly what you wanted by bluffing, essentially, with this sacrifice. The guy makes a move that you didn't really prepare for because the engine would not have suggested it because it's just a bad move. And then immediately you play a bad move yourself, and suddenly you find yourself in an even worse off situation than if the guy had played one of the normal moves in the position. Crazy turn of events here in this game.
Don't blink, don't think. Thank you, Maurice. Peter, you had
just
a
to
thought?
slightly expand on what Maurice was talking about. I think I know what happened there. Apart from Maurice, I think being absolutely correct about Aravindh wanting to play as fast as possible to continue to preserve the advantage.
The pressure.
Yeah, I think what he missed, and this is now on the board. You think queen e8 is kind of unplayable because of queen takes b5, and if bishop takes e4 is forced, we will take, and then rook f4 check are coming, and the knight is seemingly unprotectable. I'm pretty sure this is what he missed.
Oh.
And suddenly your attack is gone. Yes, you can take on a5, and you should take on a5. This is your best option, and I guess you take on c7, and now you have 3 for the piece. But your position is not good. Or queen c6 or queen c8. Your position is not good.
Yeah.
Because there's not going to be any attack without. I mean, the king will be very safe on g8. The rook will eventually come out. This is a very important pawn, quite well protected, which stops you from any rook lifts or any attacks along the e-file. Mm-hmm. This is just better for black.
King doesn't even have to be safe. White doesn't have pieces left to attack.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I think. And another thing that often happens in these types of positions, bishop b7 is probably like move number 7 in terms of objective quality when you analyze it with the engine. So you might not spend any time at all actually checking what to do against it.
Yeah, it's not on your list of
and then maybe you misremember something and you think, okay, I'm supposed to just do this in like every single position, and you just autopilot something. Right. But yeah, he's paying dearly for it now. We are here with queen c8, queen c8 on the board, and yeah, Duda is now going to be a very happy camper.
Well, very good. Thank you, Peter. Nazi, who's going to win?
Well, we have a pie chart to tell us.
Statistics, damnable lies. Here we go. Pre-tournament.
Pre-tournament, as we already discussed, it was Firouzja who was a huge leader at 50%. Then Levon was in second with 17, Duda at 16, and then kind of a drop, MVL at 12, Pragg at 3, and so on.
Right.
Let's see what happened after day 1.
Well, Aravindh started with almost no chances whatsoever, and he didn't really improve that much, did he?
Yeah, but Firouzja did 70%. And even though Fedoseev was doing really well, as you can see, he's still only at 5%, and Duda is at 12%.
After the second day, where do we now stand? What, 85%?
This is shocking because Firouzja and Fedoseev are sharing first at the moment.
Exactly.
Fedoseev is not even in second.
Not even in third.
A distant fourth place. Zero.
This takes in account the blitz that's coming up for the next 2 days.
Apologies, because I thought Aravindh had some chances. Could I just see the graph again after the second day? Aravindh has only...
Zero.
He's a clear third. Come on, guys.
No, that's Aronian at clear third.
He's in clear third in the tournament. I mean.
Aravindh.
Yeah, but I'm saying, Aravindh should. He doesn't even have a 1% chance of winning the event.
Yeah.
Wow.
And yeah, there's all kinds of strange things about this because he has exactly the same percentage chance of winning the entire tournament as Prague, who he is currently outscoring by about 3 points. So I don't know.
That's a confusing model, but we do have a lot of moves. Catches up on the Levon versus
Yeah, this is what I
Veselin
wanted to
Topalov
take
game.
a look at. We left it somewhere here as expected.
Oh,
Black
sorry.
played.
This is the MVL game.
Yeah,
No, it's okay.
Sorry. Yeah,
Please, go.
It is an important game for the standings as well, with
course.
Alireza obviously leading the tournament right now. And I don't quite like how MVL approached this. I'm not quite sure what H3, H4 is all about, for instance. And if we quickly go through what happened in the game, knight c5 with the idea of getting it over to e6 and f4. And now we have this very pleasant square for the knight on g4, which wouldn't have been there if we didn't spend a tempo on h3, h4 earlier. White is not in trouble as such. It's a reasonably stable position. You just have to make sure you don't blunder the c3 pawn somewhere. But it's comfortable for black. I liked queen b6. I liked queen b5. Alireza chose a slightly more subdued move with rook a7. White went knight h2, h5. I'm still picking black.
Yeah, I like the bishop on g7. I think black's king is perfect.
I guess Alireza just wants to pile on the c3 pawn as quickly as possible.
Exactly.
So this is why rook a7 was preferred to both queen b6 and queen b5. But yeah, this is not fun for white. You should be able to bail out somehow. Maybe you actually just start trading. You take on a6, you allow rook takes c3, you take on d6, and you hope this works out.
But you can see Alireza was trying to.
Oh,
wow,
whoa!
he's going for
MVL did
G3.
something. MVL did
It was a
something very
trade.
unexpected. Yeah, I guess he kind of believed that takes knight h2. Black will play g3. You kind of know g3 is coming, but I'm pretty sure he figured that this is fine, and maybe it is. But I think MVL himself.
will take Vlad.
Yeah, once again, just call this a Najdorf and ask for his opinion, right?
Yes.
Just.
That has very good dynamic.
Yeah.
Vlad.
What do you think about this Najdorf, Maxime? I think he would say I'm better here with black.
And these two top French players, Nazi, how did they match up? Because I'm sure it's...
Wow, they're very evenly matched. In Rapid, they have 20 draws and 11 wins for both.
They're evenly matched. Wow.
So maybe we'll get +1 after this game for one of them.
Somebody, it sure looks like in the current position after G3, how does the engine evaluate it?
Black is a bit better. It's not a lot. It's objectively white should be fine. You have G3, bishop b5, as I pointed out. You also have this. You have this idea of giving this check on b6 and coming in with queen f2.
That was the one that
which does immediately win back some material. But if you take on g3 and give white this stabilizing knight on g3, it looks a very threatening queen, but actually doesn't generate too many threats.
Really? I mean, you see a queen on g3 like that, and if you're not scared, you got ice water.
Knight on f3 is very.
Yeah, it's a very
defender.
strong knight, and also black is kind of lacking the correct pieces to continue the attack.
Rook h4.
In some ways, this pawn on f4 is kind of stopping the bishop from joining in the fun.
Yeah.
It's fine for black. You play rook c7, white goes queen takes d6, you can take on c3, you can play rook c6, you can do all kinds of things.
Yeah, I was going to say once black rook joins in the attack, then it should be close
But
to
also,
mate.
like,
Right?
the thing is, I have some counterplay on the other side as well. Like now the king is somewhat bereft of defenders, and I can do
Some knight g5
because
checks,
you can never quite like calmly go king h7 in response to checks, because knight g5 will be a problem. Yeah. Very sharp position, very enjoyable game so far. And Alireza correctly, I think, has plenty of time because of how quickly they played the very opening stages. They're both on 15 and 12 minutes, even though this is 33 moves in. They are far ahead of everybody else in this round so far in terms of speed of play. So he can really delve in and try to figure out what to do here. He's doing okay. I'm not sure if it's...
If you don't mind, Peter,
Sure.
queen check,
Yes.
king h1, queen f2, knight
f1.
f3, rook f1,
Rook f1
queen
first.
g3, knight f3,
Yes?
bishop e5.
You want king g7, rook h8?
Yes.
Yeah, the engine is just like entirely unimpressed.
Yes.
Weirdly, it just goes c4, c5, and says rook h8. I will just It's amazing just how unimpressed it is with this. Goes c takes d6, doesn't
takes
care,
the pawn.
doesn't care at all. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Just king g1.
Yeah, just king G. Knight h4 is playable, but king g1 is just winning. Rook g4, rook a2, just as, safe as houses. Safe as houses.
My brain just exploded. Maurice, over to you. A view from Warsaw.
Well, my brain's exploding watching this game between Aravindh and Duda. As you know, Duda got surprised in the opening, but then Aravindh definitely tripped and allowed his opponent back in the game with advantage. And then he got bold, did Duda, and decided, you know what? You are totally bluffing. I'm just going to ignore your moves and act boldly myself. And look at this position. You would think that black would be calm. He knows his king is slightly exposed, but he figured there's no attacking pieces over there. I'm just going to go do a Yasser and snack on a pawn on c2. I mean, hey, it's a pawn after all. We know you have 3 pawns for the piece. Why not just reduce the material advantage or compensation that you have? The problem with taking this pawn, which was just calmly sitting there waiting for you to remove it, is that you open the c file to the pieces that would really like to be on that file, and that is the white rooks. And so bishop to g5 was played, which, by the way, turns out to be a mistake. He should have kept the piece on the board and played bishop to f4, at least according to the engine. And then Duda continued with what was a forced trade, and instead of hightailing it back to cover himself with queen back to c7, he decided to play the move queen to c4. And now, of course, here comes rook c1. Aravindh is thinking, but the engine absolutely hated what Duda just did, because now you could just play rook c1 and look to bring your rook down to c7. That king where we said, oh, nobody has any access to it. Why do we have to worry about the attack? Suddenly, a rook shows up on c7, and you're going to worry about this attack big time. Of course, you could play queen to d5, but the queen simply retreats back to g3. Everything is covered in white's position, and black's king is still the thing in this position. Even if you try to trade off rooks, you still face this problem of a queen landing on c7, and just a surprising position where even if you try to trade, this very interesting variation can get played out to here, and suddenly white's the one. He's going to be picking up the pawn on a7. The bishop could go to a6, but then d5 on e6, excuse me, d5 lands on the board. You can't capture because of your rook still sitting on the h8 square. Just incredible compensation. This is just one line to show that snacking on that c-pawn was not the thing to do. Yasser, I think the old Pawn Grubbers Club, you might have to tell him, not when your king is about to come under heavy attack.
Exactly, and they have played your moves, Maurice. Queen d5, queen g3 on the board, and suddenly white's compensation's very clear. Rook c7. And Duda's clock, I know he was...
Yeah, he's down to 3 minutes now.
Yeah, because the opening surprise really stopped him.
Against Aravindh, 17 minutes, so
17.
He's under a lot of pressure right now.
Okay, Peter.
Stump the commentators. Before Stump the Commentators appears on our screen, I switched off the engine even so that he couldn't cheat.
Yeah,
I would never find it, I don't think. Queen f7 was losing for one specific reason only. If not that, you're completely fine. It actually would have been stronger than queen d5, if not for one specific thing.
One specific thing.
Queen a5.
We are not worthy. We are not worthy.
You want to play rook c7, I get
Yeah.
that, but I thought you were
That's
going to do it
also
in a
good.
different... Wow. What?
Everything else black is completely fine. Queen a5 just wins on the spot. And
Wins.
ends the game.
Wins. Wow. Okay, dinner's on you tonight.
Yeah. So queen d5, queen g3 is on the board now, and yeah, on 2 minutes,
Wow.
the sudden change in circumstances here is going to be very difficult to adjust to.
And
rook
Duda-
c8, kind of borderline the only thing that doesn't lose. You can play h6, rook c7, rook h7,
Seven.
but I don't know if people actually play like this, and it's also not very enjoyable after rook e1. You're still worse.
More as a...
Yeah.
Yes, and Duda's time is ticking. It's 1 minute and 35 seconds.
Well, because he allowed such counterplay with queen takes c2. Was,
in particular on low time.
yeah.
Make sure your king is safe. I mean,
Definitely.
I can sort of understand because, like, if this pawn survives, endgames are not that clear. If you imagine white, let's say, playing b3 and c4 and d5. So you want to make sure every single endgame is winning.
Right.
Which is why I think he took. He wanted to kind of really nail down that if I don't get mated, I will now win.
Right.
But in particular on low time, it was a very, very risky decision. And he's still thinking after queen g3. He's down to a minute now.
Wow. Where would you like to take us?
Should we stay with this?
Oh, I wanted to just check out MBL Alireza.
I think he just blundered after
he played h5, and the machine now says he's completely lost.
Yeah.
Rook c5 plus 4, basically. Rook c7 is good, but rook c5 just wins.
Wow.
Rook c5, and there's just no good square for the queen. I wonder what the difference is between h6 and h5. Why wasn't it winning there? Here you can play queen takes d4. I guess the difference being... I think I figured it out. If you do the same here, there will be rook takes h5 in the end. Or queen f7 is... Yeah, queen f7. With the pawn on h6, this would have been nothing. But here
we saw that earlier too, right? MVL's game.
Yeah. Provoking h5. Here it wasn't even provoked. He just did it to himself. Yeah. Rook c7, white is better, but the game continues. If Aravindh finds rook c5 here, which are the...
And that's very
those are the two moves you will think of first.
Right.
So it's very, very probable he does find it.
Exactly.
This is going to be a massive result.
Rush now, because he's been playing really fast to put pressure on Duda. But now it's a critical moment. Take a few minutes, find rook c5 and end
Absolutely,
the game.
yeah.
I wanted to go to the game of MBL and Alireza. Alireza did not play queen b6 check and queen f2. Rather, he captured on g3, queen g3, rook c7, takes on a6.
Looking very good for Alireza.
Well,
it's a very pleasant position after bishop b5.
D6 pawn still remains. In some lines that Peter was showing us, white was taking the d6 pawn, and
exactly.
Well, that looked better than here.
From white's point of view, he's just dreaming that he'll get to play knight g4 and maybe
queen f3, knight g4, and then maybe you don't feel so horrible about your position.
Exactly, but at this moment, Alireza has a good move, a strong move, bishop b5.
Bishop b5, and I think specifically there is a very cute solution to queen f3.
Okay.
I very much like it. You play queen b7.
Queen b7.
Which frees up the c7 rook to play rook c3. Because f3 is by far the best square for this queen. So
Definitely.
we want it away from it.
Yeah, you want to play rook
And in
c3.
order to be able to play the rook anywhere, you need the f7 pawn to be protected.
Exactly. We'll toss it over to you, Maurice.
Well, I just wanted to point out that Aravindh did find that monster move, rook to c5, in the game after h5, and we are seeing the beatdown after rook c5 hitting the queen, and queen takes d4, rook f5 check is indeed on the board, and he realized he couldn't go down that line Peter talked about, going to g8, so his king has now returned to a square kings usually don't like to be on if their piece is still on the board, and is the e8 square, king to e8 played, and then the move queen, among many, queen to c7, and that poor black king is caught in a crossfire of major pieces. Bishop d5 now on the board. He's hoping against hope to survive. The poor black rooks have not moved at all in this game, and the king actually has made more moves than the rooks combined. So this is a big problem. An easy win that somehow the bluff has paid off in his favor for white with all the time in the world, his opponent down to 46 seconds on the clock.
Wow. Thank you, Maurice. I'm looking at the game between Prague and Vladimir, too.
Before we move on, Aravindh, if he wins this game, and he is very likely to do so,
right,
he's going to be in clear first until Alireza and Fedoseev finish their games, but it looks like he might join the leaders.
Indeed, and I was about to say that it looked like Prague was in trouble and very unusual, well, not that uncommon. Two minor pieces versus the rook. Yeah, this looks very, very strong for Aravindh.
Yeah.
I wanted to say here in the game of Prague, Vladimir tied for first. he's got this really, really powerful rook.
This is one of the rare cases where rook's actually better than the two bishops.
The minor pieces, yeah. Fortunately, it's not the two bishops, but this knight in particular is not going places.
No.
We can shut that down with b6, but I'm thinking f6, b6. And by the way, there's
rook h1.
Rook h1,
Yeah, rook
an
h1.
extra pawn, another, that would be a second pawn for black. For Vladimir, a victory, he comes in tied for first in this game. And how is
Very close race because Alireza is also trying to win.
Exactly, and how is that game between Alireza and MVL going?
That seems to have equalized somewhat because bishop e5 was not played, and now the correct way to approach it is to deny it instantly. You play knight f3, you make sure both d4 and e5 are taken away, and then you want to take on d6, you want to play h4, h5. You have your own play now, suddenly. I think it was important to begin with bishop e5. Knight f3 not played yet. You can still go wrong. Pretty much everything else is weaker, although queen takes d6 is playable, which would be the very clear second choice here. So this is still touch and go, but
we should go to Duda's game because he's really running out of time, and he's also getting checkmated.
This king is in
queen
the center of the
d6.
roll.
What's the solution to rook d8? I've been trying to calculate. Just rook e5, rook e7,
Rook
queen
e5.
takes d8.
Yeah. So we were just,
Rook
Peter
on
was
the board
saying
and-
rook d8.
Yeah, Duda knows. Duda, I mean, he
Yeah,
has
I
no
think
other
it's-
moves, but he knows, yeah.
Just game over, right? Rook e7 and
Okay. Decides to play it out, but he is now down in exchange and also getting kind of mated, so...
When you give up a rook, you're expecting to get something going, but there goes the rook.
I guess he wants to attack the pawn on f2 next move and then resign. After queen c7, queen takes a7 maybe. Just to drive the point home.
Yes.
Yasser will enjoy the
complicate
collection
things
of
with
another pawn
rook
along the
e4.
way.
Yeah, just looking at it.
that's nice. We can show that rook e4 works because if queen e4, you have another in between move. Queen takes.
No, that
Well, I
doesn't-
don't, which
No, you
is
don't.
actually very funny because I wanted to end up a rook ahead. I ended up a piece behind. It's like, wait a minute.
let's go queen. Rook e8.
Rook e8.
Making sure that f7 cannot be attacked at all. Actually, quite a nice solution. Yeah, I think this is where the game ends.
Yeah. No rook
rid of that
f8, as you were about to say, Peter, that Duda was planning on resigning after he got in one threat. He won't even get in the threat. He's an exchange down and...
And a pawn? Yeah. Exchange and a pawn, right?
I
Wow.
think perhaps slightly influenced by the fact that he's playing in front of the home crowd, so he doesn't really want to resign while there's still pieces on the board, but this is not a particularly
I mean, also
difficult...
he's not getting checkmated anymore, so he can keep playing for a bit.
Well, for a bit, yeah. h3, rook e3, and once the rook gets to g3, you are getting checkmated again, so maybe...
Yes, h3, making lift so that we can make a rook lift, and then rook to g3. And as Peter is saying, you're going to get checkmated again once the rook lands on g3. Yeah. But move order is very important. You don't start with rook e3.
No, you don't start with rook e3. No.
You definitely don't.
Yeah, and Aravindh still has 12 minutes on the clock, so he
Yeah.
can take his time now.
Exactly. All right. We are definitely sure that Jan is just, like you say, making some moves, but losing this game.
Do you want to go to Levon's game? Because
Please, yes, let's
his
do that.
position's also absolutely winning, and Veselin is down to 2 minutes on the clock.
Well, when we left it, poor Topalov's
For
king.
black, it looks like freestyle chess.
Right. Just put the pieces.
And castles will not be available.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can actually castle
the
long
other
in this
side.
position, but not in this particular case, no.
And yeah, I was always afraid of this knight h5. It kind of took its time getting there. What's the cleanest?
Rook fe1 currently is very strong, re-establishing the threat of knight f6.
We're not doing capturing. We're not capturing.
Rook f7 is not in the top 3, although I'm sure it wins as well. I don't think it throws anything
Maybe
away.
there's
but-
queen g6.
But rook fe1 with the idea.
Yeah, queen g6, we put the knight back on f4, and then we...
Sorry, we do have
rook
rook,
f7, that would be queen g6. No?
He's gone rook c1, yeah.
rook ce1.
Also completely winning, yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's just very difficult to spoil this position. You just have sort of, despite you, I think, currently being a pawn down officially, you just have so many more pieces in play than your opponent that
Well, just a second. Maybe there was a reason that the rook on c1.
I mean, we can go knight f6. Knight takes c4, queen c3, and...
Yes, sorry, that is
Yeah, we're just going to collect everything now.
That is convincing.
Yeah,
And you were
Levon is
saying
right.
that Veselin was down on time?
Yeah, 2 minutes against 9 minutes.
Wow, bad position and low on the clock. Normally you need some compensation.
Yeah. I think Prague actually is somewhat out of trouble, which is good news for him.
Let's go to that game
Should
again. Our
we-
tournament leader, Prague. Sorry.
Should we jump back to Dudas because he's down to 10 seconds and we might see
Okay.
resignation?
Yeah, let's
do that.
watch the handshake there.
Yeah.
We did get an h3 sighting here. Takes queen b5 first. Now
Decided not to
h3.
part with any pawns at all.
I see. I see. Well, you can't blame the man for that. G5.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Okay,
Rook
so
C1.
A3.
No, that allows E3 maybe.
A3, queen b4, just consolidating
Yeah.
everything on the
I feel
back
like we
squares.
really should not be discussing the moves in this position.
No.
As long as we don't blunder a rook here, it's very
Yeah.
difficult to
Not
find,
imagining.
find things to discuss. Yeah.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
if white were to play Rook C1, which is a pretty looking move,
Mm-hmm.
allowing E3, then maybe black has something.
Queen a6 check though. You are kind of
King
guessing.
King H5, we have Queen E2.
Queen e2 check, yeah. That's a strong move.
This game ended in a draw between the two Romanian players.
Our
And I want
apologies
to issue a correction that everybody has been waiting for with bated breath. I mixed up the move orders in the Nikita Vichugov Bundesliga game. I'm sure our viewers are absolutely up in arms
Yeah.
about my mistake.
Furious.
Yes.
Yeah. Phones are ringing off the hook.
Aravindh's
Queen
playing-
e2.
Safely dropped the queen back to
Yeah.
E2.
Bishop
Now
takes a2. Just play queen takes e4 here.
That's the simplest. Go after the king.
win in the endgame.
Yes.
Since we opted not to give mate earlier, we might as well just like go full technical here and just play queen takes e4.
Agreed. Wow, when I reflect on this game and the sacrifice on f7, I mean, I think of the practical aspects of the sacrifice.
No, it really worked
It's a real
very well.
shock. You stay ahead on the clock.
And Duda did respond quite well, and he was better. But then still, at some point, he made a mistake, and
Queen takes e2.
sacrifice really paid off.
Indeed, and this final position, very easy technical win. I think he's waiting for rook d1 and resigns, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the choice here is. Like,
Yeah,
Really-
it's so good.
yeah, I
The-
think
the
he's just
options-
enjoying. I think he's just enjoying having such a fantastic position against such a strong player.
And we're going to take a look at the game between Levon and Veselin Topalov.
He might finish the game sooner than soon.
Exactly. When we left it, we just saw this position: rook c1 to e1, knight d6, knight f6, knight takes c4, queen c3, and it looks like Levon
I would
is
argue
putting-
this is the best position Veselin has had since maybe move 15, and it's still completely busted.
That's terrible.
But he actually, like, he destroyed something in the white camp, right? It no longer looks pristine. We had these b4, c4, d4 pawns, and-
Right.
which has now been somewhat defoliated. So at least aesthetically, I think this is by far the best position Veselin has enjoyed for much of the game.
With the knight on f6, I was wondering if Levon would flick in the move d4, d5, because it seemed like we were
Was the
getting
best
that
move.
with
I
the
was thinking
tempo.
that too.
Was the best move in the
Was the
position. You're
tempo.
absolutely correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah, was useful to include d5.
Okay. Clock times, if you don't mind, Nasi?
It's 30 seconds for Topalov, and
30 seconds. Ooh.
Levon has plenty of time, 8 minutes.
But you can sort of start seeing the outlines of how black might be okay. If you imagine, let's say we go b takes a5 here, and black gets to play queen d5 and
This
bishop
game
c6.
is over. Aravindh has defeated Duda.
Yeah, I don't know how many moves were played after we left that game.
One.
One.
He played queen e3,
And that was
actually,
enough.
and that was enough. Yeah,
That was enough.
He offered a queen trade, and the game ended on the spot.
You were about to say that there are outlines of Veselin, how
Like,
Veselin could
imagine
save
like
the
getting
game.
to play queen d5 and rook bishop c6. He's
Yes.
still going to be worse, but It's a sort of playable. Yeah, we have a b file for the rook, some counterplay along the long diagonal.
Right.
This maybe hasn't been the cleanest conversion. I think Levon was kind of impacted by just how winning
good
he
his
was.
position
How
was.
winning he was by move 20. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he maybe slightly relaxed. He's still winning. It's not. I'm not going to suggest he is not. He
What's
takes
the
a5.
easiest way to play here for white?
B8, queen d5, it goes bishop f4, rook f2. It says you can have your bishop on c6. It doesn't actually do very much. But
it's
yeah, I'd be a bit
really
unhappy
don't
with
want
white.
to let that happen.
Right.
And I think the reason he hasn't played BA yet is he's realized this is coming and he is not as happy anymore. And he's trying to find something cleaner, but there may not be anything cleaner than this.
Well, one thing you don't want to see is a5 takes b4,
that
and then
we are not allowed.
suddenly we've got some passers, and there's a knight on c4 as well. Then things start to go wrong in a hurry.
And Pragg and
He
Fedoseev game,
saved.
yeah,
that,
ended in a draw.
because I thought that Vladimir was the one pushing.
He was
Yeah.
pressing, but Pragg defended.
He had a significant advantage at some point, I think.
Wow. And for a wild card, Vladimir really is impressing. He's tied for first now with Aravindh. And
arguably, even leaving some money on the table there, he was completely winning against Alireza, had a chance here.
Right?
So,
Okay.
We have 2 games left. It's this
Finally, b4 takes a5, reconciling himself to...
And another game is MVL against Firouzja. I'll just
Exactly.
give you an update.
which is
that,
fairly level now.
yeah, it looks pretty even. But I think Alireza is still trying to create some tricks.
He is.
For a
yeah.
man with 30 seconds, Veselin is not moving like...
Oh, he's down to 10.
Okay.
He just played queen d5.
And he played it so carefully, too. It was like queen d5 and
And now I'm very curious because there seems to be a
bishop f4, as suggested. Bishop c6.
rook b2 now. Rook b2, rook e8, king d7 is playable. This is the reason. I was trying to figure out why there was a massive reason between... Yeah, he hasn't found it. It's very difficult to find on 10 seconds. But the engine was screaming that rook f2 was much cleaner than bishop f4.
Aha.
And that was because bishop f4 was allowing rook b2, rook takes e8, king d7, and we are winning some material back after that.
He didn't
6
do it.
seconds
But
for
he didn't do it, yeah.
Veselin.
It's very difficult to do.
He
on-
missed bishop c6. He played bishop c6, pardon me. There was a mate threat, rook f2 by Levon.
Rook b5.
Rook b5.
And now a5, a6, and you actually still don't have very much in terms of real counterplay, and white eventually might prepare and play rook e7, although that's difficult to do right now because rook b1 check would drive it back immediately. But yeah, a6 and white is still much, much better.
a6, h5, you know, rush.
I mean, black pieces look very pretty. The queen and the minor pieces
Checkers.
look great.
Yeah, the threats are rook
E6.
c2 and rook c1. Yeah, basically what you want to do is you want to attack the knight on c4, and then suddenly it turns out it has to go back. It cannot be protected by
4,
pieces.
3, 2 seconds.
Veselin, make a move.
He's
Oh.
going to lose on time.
Oh, he flagged.
He lost on
He
time.
did.
Yeah.
He did. Difficult position, but losing on time.
Not
like
the
that.
first one in this event. We've had
No.
more than a few.
No,
The only game left is the
all French.
all-French game, MVL.
Yeah, very, very level now.
Yeah, with the knight on f3,
Yeah,
it looks pretty safe.
exactly. Once you restricted the black bishop to the g7 square, it's not going to be all that horrible, and looks like MVL will survive. I think is a strong word to use. He was never really in desperate trouble, but he was the one.
On
He
the
was
back
the one
foot.
looking for equality for most of the game after the opening.
Exactly. Queen g5.
Well, if this game is drawn, then we'll have 3 leaders.
Three-way tie with 2 games of rapid remaining.
2 wildcards and the GCT champion.
Check. Capturing that bishop must come as a real relief.
Yeah,
A feeling of
black has
absolute...
a beautiful structure, but you can immediately. I guess you go rook a8.
Rook a8 for me.
Yeah.
Definitely want to trade, make a single rook ending.
Yeah, and then you immediately kind of attack the
Although
pawn on
he's
e4.
rook a5.
Or rook a5 and then rook a8. Yeah,
Exactly. Rook
that's maybe even
a5.
cleaner. Yeah.
Provoke rook e8.
Or rook c5, and then we give a check and play rook e8 ourselves.
Exactly. So
Yeah, this game is not long for this world.
Yeah, rook c5, rook c5, rook c5. And just as Peter is saying, you then play check and rook e8, and you make an easy draw.
Yeah.
From,
although, in all fairness, even if I just go king g3, king f3, I'm not going to be in any trouble. We don't need to be fancy.
True. But I like the precision of rook e8 nonetheless, just saying, look, I'm not going to give you any chances.
Yeah, black has a very passive king, and the rook is defending e5, so...
Exactly.
I think they're going to find a through-move repetition very quickly.
King g3,
no, he's going king g3, yeah, because rook e8, f6 was... f5, not f6. f6, rook e7 check would be a problem.
Yes, with f5.
Yeah, but f5, yeah. Yeah, and they're gonna find the repetition now.
For their absolute equal score is maintained. 11 wins apiece.
I think they had 20 draws. Now 21.
Now 21. The audience, very appreciative audience. I can get their applause there. Quick thoughts about this round 7, Peter?
Well, the game of the round clearly is the Aravindh Duda game, which was very spectacular opening idea, and also a lot of swings.
Yes.
Since that idea was introduced, and well, a triumvirate now up top with 2 wildcards, sharing first with Alireza, and a lot to play for in the remaining 2 rounds of Rapid.
I've got to say, people have been asking for 25 years, please give me something to beat the Berlin with.
There you have it. If you don't mind
it took us 25 years to find the piece.
If you don't mind being a piece down by move 12 and the machine screaming at you that what you're doing is incorrect,
right?
This is the ticket. Yeah, this is absolutely the ticket.
And Nazi, please tell us standings after
round 7.
Round 7. There it is.
We have 3-way tie for the first place. It's Firouzja, Aravindh, and Fedoseev with 9 points. Now in clear 4th is Levon, and he's only just a point behind those players.
Right. Big swings can happen when you got 2 points.
Only one person on 50%.
Yeah.
Deac on 50%, and then half the field in the minors.
Wow. Wonderful. We reach that point in the show. We get ready for our first break of the day, which means we get to check in on our friends at Q Boutique. And let's find out what they have for us. Well, commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop and multiple smaller compartments for all your work needs. Available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs.
I think we have another question coming for us.
A quiz for the announcers. What is it? We've seen realized mate.
Usually 4 or less, 19 times during the Poland Rapid and Blitz. One player was involved in 6 of those games. Who was it?
Well,
Shevchenko
cannot really be Shevchenko. He hasn't played enough.
And right.
So it's
MVL or Duda. I think
this is kind of a very bad sign, because they've now lost faith in our cognitive abilities to such an extent that they're giving us a two option quizzes.
Well, we'll think about that. And what are the viewers going to receive during the break?
Well, a player that the crowd in Warsaw is watching, Grandmaster Jan-Krzysztof Duda, had a chance to catch up with Anastasiya. So let's take a look.
Janek, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. And how do you feel being here in Poland once again with so much crowd, media, attention? Do you feel more like a rock star or a chess player?
Yeah, it's very nice to be back here. Actually, I'm not very fond of this media stuff, because in general I'm not very fond of it. Yeah, at the moment maybe I'm a little bit like a rock star, as you put it. Yeah, in general I'm happy that it's, like we're playing in the very same venue. We have the same hotel, it's like as if I was, a year ago. So being younger, like feeling younger is a good thing,
Absolutely. How many autographs have you signed already? How many selfies have you taken? And how many interviews you've given already? Can you count even?
Yeah, I didn't, to be honest. But yeah, some interviews, some are, still will be done. Yeah, in general, it's not as much as I would expect, but that's a good thing. So
still more days to come. I'm sure it's going to be tough.
Of course, there will be a lot of people.
You played all these GCT events in Poland, of course, and had so many wild games. I remember some last rounds of these events. Which game you still kind of think about, or which game you would recall and talk about if asked, which one you can say was something special for you?
Yeah, well, the first that comes to my mind was a game against Shevchenko. It was an important game because it was the last round, and I needed to win to avoid, tiebreak for the first place. And it wasn't a good game in any sense of the word, but it was just about, withstanding this pressure because I didn't have a great position, and my opponent was very familiar with his opening, and he was playing quickly, and it was unpleasant. At first, actually, I didn't realize how unpleasant it was, and it was about not collapsing, and at some point I blundered some tactics, bishop takes h6, but in general I was rock solid. So yeah, that was quite a memorable game for me.
Absolutely, and that this year GCT has changed its structure a little bit, and you are a full tour player this time. So what do you think about the final in Brazil? Are you extra motivated because of that?
Yeah, I didn't really think about it, to be honest. It's nice, of course, and I was in Brazil once, but it was very, very long time ago on some junior competition. I like the place, and it would be nice actually to be there again. But in general, when I think about such things, then it usually goes south for me. So I just try, to take one day at a time, play my best chess, and hopefully reach Brazil one day.
What do you think about this year event? The field, and what do you think are your chances? You said that every year you play worse and worse, so what is your approach this time?
On paper, it's easier to win it because Magnus is not playing, and as said, he was having this enormous, streaks of wins. It was very difficult to deal with, but of course, it's never easy. There are a lot of strong players, young players, but I'm actually quite happy that Veselin Topalov is playing because he's the player who was and still is, but very strong, and the one I haven't played before. So he's one of the very few, people in the chess world from the top that I haven't played against. It's quite nice, actually.
Yeah. Did you follow his chess career? Actually, he also said that he's looking forward to play against you. Just revealing your secret.
Yeah. No, of course I saw a lot of his games. I can say that I strictly followed him, but yeah, of course. There was also this book about him. I think Edward wrote it. He's from his second, and actually I like it. It was quite nice.
Yeah, so I would like to ask you something. In the past interviews, you talked openly about the challenges of being a professional chess player, and how would you describe your mindset these days?
Yeah, I've taken a little break from this over-the-board chess. I hope I restart anew, so to speak, and yeah. But in general, I said I don't really plan anything. There is this saying in Poland, that the man plans, God laughs. I don't know if it's in English something like this, but it's it has never really worked for me. So yeah, just play chess, and I'm not sure about my mindset. Okay, we'll see, but in general, I think it's gonna be alright, especially here in Warsaw.
Yeah, and have you ever daydream about doing something completely different than chess? Ever crossed your mind?
Yeah, not really. The issue is that I'm only good in chess. It was very nice, yeah, because I had some, let's say, talented colleagues, that in school, for instance, that they were good from many subjects, and they couldn't, choose on their own path, and also the same with chess players, you know. And that's at some point they get older and have to, start thinking if, if they should focus on chess or start studying or, working and etc. And for me it was always easy because I was talented only in chess, but I'm not sure actually. Yeah, because many things are interesting, but but they haven't decided yet. What I would do, normally. Given I don't play chess, but it's not that I would never play chess again or something like this. It's just that maybe I will play far less and be more, chilled about it, and don't have expectations, that I have to, prove myself, reach for candidates and winning, them and so on. So maybe it would be helpful actually, but okay, let's see what happens this year.
I think you already proved to everyone that you are a really, really strong player, and I really wish you all the best of luck in the Superbet Rapid and Blitz, which starts tomorrow. Thank you so much.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections. Open, which is FIDE rated, and under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and they were promoting that. And so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame, check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
Welcome back, everyone. It's the last day of Rapid, and before the players start playing their second game of the day, let's have an answer to our question.
I thought we were all of one mind. I was going with MVL.
I'm going with C.
No.
I'm going with MVL. You're going with Duda?
I'm pretty much always taking the middle one. I'm the fence sitter in this studio.
I thought we were finally all... No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
It's because the question is tricky. The question is who was involved in all those 6 games, not who checkmated, right? I did get a help
I'm stunned.
from the crew here.
Okay.
I want my money back.
That punctured my balloon.
That was terrible.
Yeah, that
Standings after 7 rounds of Rapid, Nazi.
So we have a
moving along.
three-way tie. It's Alireza, Aravindh, and Vladimir sharing first. And in clear fourth, it's Levon, and only one player at 50%, and that's Daniel Deac.
We've got a big pairing coming up in round 8. Tell us about the pairings.
Right, we have MPL against Aravindh, Fedoseev against Levon. It's a very important match.
That was the one I thought was a big pairing on board 2. Please
Gavrilescu against Prague, Alireza playing Topalov.
Yeah, 1 playing 10 is a chance for Alireza perhaps to do something for himself.
Definitely.
And for Duda and Bogdan, that's going to be an important game.
Now it's Deac who has more points.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, that lost for Duda. And when we talk about the Grand Chess Tour, tell us about all the stops. that we're going to
Right,
be making.
Poland is just the first stop. Right after that, we'll have the classic event in Bucharest, Romania. After that, a bit of a break, and then in July, Super United Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. And then the tour comes back to St. Louis.
Now, what's not on there is the top 4 finishers are going to be playing in the finals in Sao Paulo, Brazil, later in the year. So we're adding another leg to the tour, but we're all looking forward to the players coming to St. Louis. It's always a great deal of fun. Yeah. It's like we asked Rex, what's his favorite time of the year? He goes, with the Single
Cup, yeah.
Yeah, well. What did you think of that quiz and Stump the Masters?
I was so confident this cannot be the answer. Yeah, it's disappointing, but well played to Nazi, who completely destroyed us in that segment. As for the round, it was an exciting round, as pretty much every single round so far. But yeah, Veselin continues struggling. My board only gives me the first 8 rounds. I was trying to figure out who Veselin will beat in round 9.
Right, because that's his.
Yeah, that's the
style. He's playing Vladimir.
So we're in for a big shake-up at the top. Yeah, he's
10
playing
versus 1.
He's playing Alireza in round 8, and we only semi-joking. He's been a slow starter every day so far. He's lost all 3 of the first games of the day.
Right.
So far, 2 out of 2 losses in second games of the day, and 100% in the last rounds. And considering he's black against Alireza in round 8, there's a somewhat of a chance, of the trend continuing. And Alireza will, of course, feel kind of quietly confident, or maybe even not that quietly. He is a confident young man about this one.
Yeah. When I think we do not have a brilliancy game or best played game. When I think about the game that Aravindh just won, the peace sacrifice, and like you say, the engine is going to say, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this.
I think even Aravindh himself would say this does not really win the brilliancy prize because of the amount of inaccuracies that he himself as well committed in that game. But it does win the hearts and minds. You like to see games like this, and I don't mind mistakes at all. It's just that I think the general standard for brilliancy prizes tends to be that at least one of the 2 players has to have played a pretty flawless game. But it was very, very fun to watch. And the mistake which I think eventually derailed the game for Duda, this idea of picking up on C2, I think it's an interesting point because he knew it was risky. Of course he understands that he is spending a tempo on something which allows white to bring pieces into the game faster. But these guys are just playing for maximum. He's saying, I will weather the storm, but in terms of me securing the win for the future. This is the way I win for sure if it works. So I am not, despite him being maybe on 2 minutes at this point against 20, despite all that, he is still going for what he feels gives him the absolute biggest chance of winning the game. It backfired badly in this particular case, but it's still interesting to see how these guys are so uncompromising whenever they have such choices.
And let's check in with Warsaw and Maurice.
Well, he did take a chance there taking on C2, did Duda in the game, and it did backfire. Anastasiya caught up with Aravindh after the game and asked him about this way of playing. And he admitted he had seen this game with Arjun, that he had not really looked at it very deeply. It looked like maybe a suspicious sacrifice. And he only wanted to play quickly to pretend after Bishop B7 was on the board that he was still in his analysis. A bit of a bluff. He didn't bother to go deep. He just said, let me just make a move. He kept up the pace. He admits he bluffed, which who knew chess players are poker players as well. And it ended up working out in his favor. He did think that he was worse in the game, and he thought that the queen could come back and defend, but Duda was unable to do so and ended up going down, particularly because of the time, which Aravindh also made a point about. He said the clock became an issue, and he was happy to have that be the case. He is now tied for first, and although he has a pairing now against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, next round, folks, he has the Grand Chess Tour champion Alireza Firouzja, that would be a massive game. Of course, they both have to get through this round, but we have some treat to look forward to in the last round of the last day of Rapid.
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely. As we're getting ready for the players to start. Did we start early?
I think players are just having a nice break.
They're getting just an extra 5 minutes, taking it easy. Because we've been talking about it, and it appears that we do have a little bit of time, for those of you who are joining us late, we have been discussing the peace sacrifice here. And I'm just going to bring it up because it comes from one of the openings, the Berlin defense, that has been, so fashionable for 25 years, and nobody's gotten any kind of advantages against the Berlin. And the Berlin ending, of course, made famous in the 2000 match between Kasparov and Vladimir Kramnik. No, a different approach. Bishop a4, e4, rook e1, bishop e7, knight e5, b5, bishop e3, and then knight a5. So black's a pawn up, saying, what are you going to do? I'm about to take your light squared bishop, and by the way, I'm going to play bishop b7, defending my pawn on e4.
Not giving that pawn back?
I'm not going to give the pawn back. I'm going to be castled. What do you got? I've got a peace sacrifice. Arvind, and I like the risk
It's a sacrifice that engine does not support.
At all, at all. And after knight e4, apparently the best move was queen e8. But then white was getting more compensation as the engine was looking closer and closer, Peter. That didn't happen. Bishop b7 was a terrible move. There was even knight c4.
Knight c4 appears to be playable, yeah.
As well. But bishop b7 was really a bad move. Was it queen takes?
Queen takes b5 simply.
b5.
And after c6 is the best move. Maurice was showing the line starting with c5 and d5. c6 is still playable. White goes queen f5, check. You play king g8, white goes knight takes e4. And white is now doing quite well, but it's probably still within the drawing margins. But yeah, optically you can see why bishop b7 wasn't great, because white picks up 2 pawns for pretty much nothing. The problem of the knight on a5 is still unsolved. You kind of sealed off your own bishop on b7 for no particular reason.
Right.
This is not great.
And you've lost the b5 and e4 pawn in quick succession.
Yeah.
What else you got?
But this didn't happen, and actually Aravindh was the one who missed that d5 idea.
Yeah, and then there was this very nice moment of a d5 with suddenly this double attack. And then the whole point is black is suddenly he's much better from the perspective his king is actually a great deal, a lot safer. And now you do something like a normal person.
h5, I think.
h5.
With ideas h4, h3, or rook h5, yeah.
Even h5 and queen g4. Instead, he was looking for the pawn grubbers club. He took the pawn on c2, and as Maurice said, the moment you take this pawn on c2, well, the c file's open. And you instantly see bishop moves, rook c1, rook c7.
Well, I cannot stop white rook from going to c7, and then white has full compensation.
This move, actually, a little bit imprecise.
Bishop f4 was more precise, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop f4, and again, the rook, once it lands on c7, is going to be tickling both bishops. And there is a bishop e5 sighting as well. Bishop g5, the last chance.
Queen c7 instead of queen c4 actually still gives black the advantage somehow. I'm assuming with the idea of meeting rook ac1 with queen d8.
Queen c7.
That's also very hard to find. Let's not forget Duda was already in time trouble.
He was down to a minute.
Moment,
yeah, at this point it was like...
Queen d8 and then queen f6 against any checks, and maybe black stabilizes. I didn't really check this properly, but I assume it's queen d8. I was trying to solve this on my own. Because we know queen f7, queen a5 is bad. We know it from a different...
Queen a5.
From a different spot in the game. We know queen f7 doesn't work at all, so...
Yeah, actually, we got to give Nazi fair kudos for finding queen a... You want to play rook c7, but you don't go all the way across the board. Queen a5 to find rook c7. Nicely done. As the players are taking their seat.
Are arriving.
And this is where it was already too late. King E8, Queen C7.
Yeah, like Maurice mentioned, that this round and next round will be absolutely decisive because a lot of the players who are on the top are going to play each other.
Yes.
And as we know, whoever wins the rapid portion usually wins the blitz.
Exactly.
So it matters a lot who finishes on the top today.
Again, a three-way tie for first. Our defending Grand Chess Tour champion, Alireza, he's in great shape because we know he's a fabulous blitz player. And so, you know, what you just said, he who wins the rapid wins the tournament.
But Aravindh, no one expected him to perform this well on his first Grand Chess Tour event.
And I have a feeling that nobody actually knows how good he is at blitz. I think that the very stark graphic where his win percentage probability for the entire tournament is at 0.4% is based basically on Alireza being a very known quality in the world of blitz. He is currently, I believe, world number 2, behind Magnus only. But Aravindh, I suspect, played like maybe 2 rated blitz events in his entire life. So honestly, I would not rule out him being just exceptionally good at blitz. And if he is within striking distance and particularly has a good day 1 of blitz,
be careful.
Yeah, be very, very careful. And we do know Fedoseev is a good blitz player. Perhaps not as good as Alireza because very few people are. But
there you see MVL and Aravindh getting ready to do battle. I actually have the game between Alireza Firouzja and Veselin Topalov on my board. Can the former world champion Veselin Topalov upset our tournament leader?
Yeah, Alireza says, you want to try this h6, d6, h5?
Yeah, I'm very enthusiastic.
And the answer is yes. I like the spirit. I don't particularly like the results. As a Yasser and I, in this particular studio, I can't really lay claim to be the representative of the veterans. Because there is a rare case. Thank you very
much.
Yeah, there is a case of
rare case.
Yeah, rare case of somebody actually being even more venerable than I am. But yeah, I don't like Veselin being beaten up.
No.
It's not enjoyable for me to watch, but I do very much like the spirit.
If he's going to go down, he's going to go down swinging.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the pawn will be on g5 in about 2 moves anyway, despite it backfiring in the previous game. He's not going to.
How about 1 move?
Yeah, amazing. Because I think you're supposed to play d6 first, but this is also playable because if d4, we will play d6 here. It's not a huge deal.
Wow.
So yeah, Veselin just very much sticking to his guns here.
I still I remember it so vividly. It was the Berlin candidates where Levon Aronian was on the white side of a game with Vladimir Kramnik, where Vladimir played this early flank attack and won a fabulous game, absolutely fabulous.
But I will say, importantly, when Vladimir did it, we all kind of understood the reasoning behind it because the king was already on g1, and there was a pawn on h3, so there was a hook to play against. Whereas this particular line, Black is doing this against, there's nobody home. Yeah, you're doing it against thin air, which is what is so striking about it. And d4 actually played by Alireza. E takes d4 supposedly is playable on my screen, but I find it kind of hard to believe.
Are they following the exact move order as the last game between Levon and Veselin?
No, it was a4.
It was a4.
The pawn stayed on c2. Levon went knight c3, knight e2. So it's actually quite a bit different, despite being a very similar in spirit. And I think he did play e takes d4.
He did.
It's on the board.
Because now after e5, you kind of have to play knight h7. If
d5, e5, d5?
d5 it doesn't like, because, now you actually, you go to your normal...
Why did I put my pawn on g5?
This is a kind of a normal Italian, but you played h6 on g5 for no particular reason, so... No, I think the main line actually is knight h7, c takes d4, bishop g7, and then we want to castle and play d6 and play like this. And it's not even that horrible, supposedly, but I'm a bit surprised by this, because you can actually play d6 here, wait for a move, because white is not going to play h4.
No.
Nobody's stopping you from playing g5 next move, so why not give yourself slightly more flexibility? But yeah, Veselin is going for this. I'm curious about this.
Takes on d4.
Yeah.
White has so many options here. You can play e5, you can castle, you can take on d4.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, I was going through the collection of Alexander Alekhine's best games, And there was a moment where white played the move queen b3 and a queen's gambit declined, attacking a pawn on b7. And Alekhine played rook on a8 to a7, defending the pawn. And I just laughed for like 3 days. I was a teenager. My mom was wondering what was wrong with me. Instead of playing the move d4, if you don't mind, for just a second, Peter, queen b3, rook h7. Does that...
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there is a more normal move available. But
right.
h7 is not even horrible.
I mean,
because often we're not castling kingside anyway. We don't really care.
G5, might as well.
And knight a5 is on tap too.
e5 played, and now an important turning point, because d5 is not unplayable, but
knight h7 is what you
if you want to be really quirky, and I think if you play h6, g5 so early, you're kind of in a mood for quirks.
Right.
Yeah, I think knight h7 is the way to go. There's also a kind of a very striking idea of g4, ef, and then d5. But that doesn't seem to work out.
What?
Unsurprisingly, I don't think, like, there's only so many rules of chess you can break in the first 7 moves without
with
punishment.
the black pieces especially.
Yeah,
exactly. With the black pieces especially.
Can we check real quick
Please.
with the Prague? Just this position is...
David versus Prague.
Yeah, his theory alone.
I used to play this as black. e5? Nobody played e5 against me.
I'm
Knight
wondering
g4?
if it's white who?
e5 is by far the main theoretical
Now
move.
has it become nobody played it.
But knight g4 I think is quite rare. If you look at the percentages, d5 728 games, knight g4 92 games. Not an unknown move, but compared to the absolutely massive amount of theory after d5, a kind of a rare move.
Okay.
And not the one the engine agrees with, at least initially, but Prague is doing this, he's on 26 minutes currently. So he clearly has some idea. The engine says ed6. I suspect it might be bishop g7, because queen takes g6, knight b5.
And bishop f4 is coming.
Starts looking very, very iffy.
Oh, you have
Bishop
e5.
f4, e5, bishop g3, and these types of positions, they could go really, really badly for black. Although currently the engine says bishop f8. But considering the fact that Prague, he began by winning the first 2, and he's been on a bit of a losing streak since he lost 3 of the next 5 games.
Yeah.
He clearly wants to have a fighting chance here. And briefly about the theory of this line, you are kind of supposed to do this and then bishop d7. And black is, I think, universally accepted not to be much worse in these types of positions. But it's difficult to find winning chances. White is extremely solid, has a bishop pair. I mean, just common sense, white will be a touch better. So if you choose knight g4, you're trying to go for something risky which might offer you a winning chance. And in that spirit, if this is the best line, which appears to be the case, you are not going to be very happy about the option of queen a3, queen a4.
No. I suspect that it's a pawn sacrifice coming up after it takes on d6, like very early.
Maybe bishop
g7. Yeah.
But then you can throw in h3, and I don't know. I'm not buying it necessarily. Knight f6, I really am not buying it because, like, well, where's my compensation? Castles comes next month. We're not really even ahead in development all that much.
No.
The engine prefers knight g5 somewhat, but in this position as well, like we go bishop b3.
Gambits is black, Nazi.
Yeah, I'm very curious, but at least he succeeded, as far as I can tell, because no reply has come yet. He succeeded in surprising his opponent, which is useful, as we've seen many a time already in this tournament. And if white doesn't know exactly how to react, at least you will be up on the clock. But objectively, this doesn't look stellar.
Let's check in with Fedoseev against Levon. Important match.
VL Levon. There we go. Okay, now we're back into some
Catalan.
kind of
I mean, Vladimir, I think, got 2 or 3 points with Catalan in this event.
Absolutely, yeah. And I remember Grandmaster Lev Albert, he was making this Catalan pawn sacrifice. Somehow, how did it go? I think it was, you do take on c4.
Yeah, bishop g5 is rarer than bishop g2, though.
Rook c1. I'm trying to remember how Lev played it. And he he got a lot of points in the Catalan as well. How does this gambit go after?
I think you're supposed to play bishop g2,
Bishop
G2, and then you are sort of
c4.
expected to take on c4. Yeah,
right.
It's by far the main move, because if you allow white to finish development, you will get unpleasant Maurice type positions. So bishop g2, bishop g2 here, queen c4, I guess we castle.
Right.
Knight c6, knight b3.
Yes,
there used to be a lot of
Brown.
theory here, and
Yeah.
the queen is misplaced, and white gets a lot of development out of chasing it around.
Yeah.
It's not an easy position to play with black, but instead Vladimir chose a rare move here, bishop g5. Once again, machine says you can take if you want, but Levon for now says no. White continues not defending the pawn. Kind of an interesting dance going on.
And finally he took it.
Finally he took on c3, he took on c4, and white castled, and black played d5, which is a move that the engine is not in love with. And the engine also, I think, is not really, like if you want to take on c4, you probably should have done it earlier. And here it says the way to go is, for now, actually ignore it. Play d6 and not spend a tempo on queen takes e4. And in this position, after bishop f6, gf,
Queen
e4 looks interesting, but even stronger are moves like rook e1 or rook b1 for now. But of course, our plan will be very much connected with the idea of breaking up the center by playing e2, e4. And these are, despite black seemingly having a reasonably safe extra pawn, these are very dangerous positions for black. Levon is also, clearly he chose to go for something which is risky,
Very
but
provocative,
which
yeah.
might, if Vladimir misplays his initiative here, might provide him with a winning chance later down the road.
Thank you, Peter. Interesting Catalan pawn sacrifice. Nazi.
Let's check in with MVL against Aravindh.
All right, another. Yes,
Lopez?
this is Rui Lopez, and maybe Aravindh was inspired by what Alireza did just in the previous
game,
round.
right? Yeah.
Knight to d7. Okay, no
Knight B8.
Breyer variation with knight b8. Knight to d7. What is this called?
It's not really called anything, and
It's the unknown attack.
well, this is the h3 d3 anti-martial, and if we talk about this line, there is a very clear split right at this moment. So this was a kind of a classical Rui Lopez, where black plays b5, bishop b3, threatens white with the marshal. White says no. h3, bishop b7, d3, and now you have a kind of
d5 anyway.
Yeah, very, very clear split between two approaches to these types of positions. You can play d5, which is a pawn sacrifice. e d5, knight takes d5. White can take immediately. White can play something like a4, to which black will still pretend that the pawn is not hanging and play something like queen d7 or knight d4, really asking white to take on e5. Or you can play d6 and play these types of slow maneuvering types of positions. a3, and now black has a lot of options. Knight d7 is not something I'm particularly familiar with. People used to play knight a5 here quite a lot. Knight b8, knight d7 is a sensible plan. Knight d7, oh, sorry, not a3, a4 was played in the game.
Right.
Knight d7 is, I mean, the idea is very simple. If you play c3, knight c5, bishop c2, I think it has been pretty clearly established that black can and maybe should go for this
light square bishop.
with the intention of just playing king h8 and then playing a5 next move. And yes, you have weakened your queen side somewhat, but you are going to get some very significant counterplay in the king side and in the center with your unopposed bishop on b7, and you are trying to open up a diagonal for it as quickly as possible. Which is why MVL says no, thank you. Goes bishop b3. Black played king h8. Once again, kind of telegraphing the idea of playing a5, but.
Right.
I don't think you have time.
Guess
I'm
what?
not sure I like what he's doing. To be honest.
Did it. He did it.
F5's on the board, right?
He's played a5 anyway.
No, he's played knight
a2,
knight a5 included. Sorry.
Yeah.
Knight a5 first, bishop a2, and then f5.
Oh, the engine really hates it.
The engine really hates it for a number of reasons. The best move currently on my screen is bishop e6, fe4, d4, and then we just put the knight on d5. Looks a very strange piece.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not.
It's
the
very
first
difficult
move
to challenge. Yeah, it's
to come to mind.
Yeah, but seems to be very, very unpleasant.
Why are we putting the bishop?
No, but kind of a sadder situation for black is that even if, let's say, you do this, which appears to be sort of exactly what you're angling for. A tactical shot here, knight g5, using all these threats to more or less force you to take twice, then I take on e4.
Now this is much more sensible.
c7 is
sensitive.
Very vulnerable, yeah.
Yes.
Queen f5?
Queen f5, yeah, queen f5 looks a lot more natural than queen d8, but you are still kind of in trouble after rook e2.
How do you cover c7?
Yeah, rook c8 now is physically kind of the only way to cover it, and I can still take it, apparently. And the position starts crumbling. It's like +2 suddenly.
How are you getting
This is not obvious, and I don't think MVL knows, because this is so rare. I think knight d7, king h8, and then not protecting the pawn on b5 is not on anybody's radar. So it's not like MVL will blitz any of this out. But it's findable. And like the first 3 lines here are more than a pawn up for white in terms of evaluations. Even something really simple like takes, and bishop d5, the engine really hates for black.
As well?
Yeah.
Wow.
This is connected with the idea of before queen a1, which you need to see, but it's findable. I think it's findable. And yeah, I think this is a bit of a, too much of a bluff.
Right.
But, well, he's already had one workout perfectly in the previous round. Maybe he'll...
Well, I don't think he's really bluffing in this one, because he has spent more time than MVL.
And I will say that it's a very striking decision, the knight a5, f5, but he was already in some trouble. So maybe from a practical viewpoint, it's not bad, because at least it changes the course of the game very, very drastically. Yeah. Like, the engine says play knight a5 and b4, but then after knight d5, you're just worse for not very much, frankly. You're just...
So, you know, when your tournament's going well, you have this confidence that you can play anything and make it work.
And somehow it
will work
works.
itself out.
It does work. F7, F5 on the board. We'll keep an eye on that one. I wanted to go to the game of Vladimir and Levon very quickly to see, and he went for the most direct. He played e4, did Vladimir, and he recaptured on e4. Knight d7, rook e1, queen c5.
This is
they're blitzing these moves out in some fashion.
Considering how unforced any of this is, they're playing very, very quickly.
Right.
And I want to say this now looks a lot more like a Vienna than it does like a Catalan, right?
Right.
There's a lot of Vienna positions which are exactly like this, with black a pawn up, but white having this very stable compensation for the rest of the game. But if you've ever looked at the Vienna for any length of time, you realize just how resilient they are. You're not, you're never just crashing through if black defends properly.
Right.
I still, like instinctively, I want to pick white, but it's not easy.
Yeah. I had a whole world championship match, Jan Timman on the black side against Anatoly Karpov in 1993, and was looking at Viennas, and they're not a lot of fun. It's like you're a pawn up, but it's like you're suffering a lot of positions.
And talking of bluffs which may or may not pay off, Prague has not really gotten punished, at least not in the way we were kind of describing.
This was the knight g4 game.
Yeah, e6, queen d6 did come on the board, but knight b5 was
not
played
knight b5.
Here. Yeah, he played h3, and after h3, knight g5 position instantly becomes quite playable for black. Takes. Bishop e2, bishop g7, bishop f4, and now we can play queen c5. And this is just a very healthy Sicilian now for black. So yeah, continuing on the same theme, you can do very, very risky things if you can be reasonably confident your opponent doesn't know, because it's difficult to work things out in a rapid game, and people tend to go for safer options.
I don't mind the move queen c5 at all, Peter, but queen d4 looked like even more direct.
That as well.
Bishop f5 is coming for black.
Yeah, just a very healthy position.
Yeah.
Just a very healthy position for
But
black.
knight b5 was
seemed
really...
like a very natural thing to do, because there's...
Especially with the king.
I guess maybe he couldn't quite work out what happens here, and he decided not to bother. Because the best two moves in this position are, apparently the strongest move in the position is bishop c4, which is something nobody plays.
Bishop c4.
And the second best is h3.
No.
So we are just allowing knight c2, knight a1, and we're also just completely ignoring knight c7, knight a8 for now. So maybe this was the bluff.
That's why.
Maybe this was the bluff.
C4. Yeah.
No one's going to play those two moves.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
this might have been the bluff.
Yeah, I think this probably was the bluff. Yeah.
And we do have, as you prescribed, queen c5, castles.
And black castles and black is just completely fine.
Absolutely.
Maybe even slightly prefer black, frankly.
Yeah, this is why people play the dragon variation, is they get a safe king and open bishop.
Yeah. Should we check one game we haven't looked
Please.
at yet? It's Duda against Deac.
And I wanted to say that this game is actually these two players in the middle of the field. Duda is actually at a minus score. Deac is 7.
Yeah, he's at 50%.
At the only player, 50%. And they both want to position themselves well to go into
funny,
the blitz.
if you start from the very beginning,
Okay.
after on move 4, it has a question mark. C4, if you wait a little bit, it got a question mark, which...
C4 got a question mark?
Yes. I can't explain that.
I guess...
Transposing into a Sicilian?
Yeah, this is just some kind of a very slow Paulsen with colors reversed, and...
The engine does not love that.
Wow.
No.
I would have assumed that white is very, very happy being a, quote, tempo up, even though maybe I prefer my pawn on b4 than on b3.
Yeah.
But okay.
I was at some point forced, pretty much by life events, to look at these types of positions.
Life events.
Yeah. No, I agreed to do a course on the Grunfeld, and then it turned out that my contract, which as being a normal chess player I never read.
Right. Obliged you to do something else.
Ended up meaning that basically the only first move I was not obliged contractually to cover was e2, e4, this being a Grunfeld course.
Right.
But everything else was included, including the move b2, b3. So I had a look at these types of positions in particular because, you know, through the efforts of Adiban in particular, who recorded a very fashionable course on this from the white side, a lot of people began playing this.
Right.
And it's not unplayable, but black should actually kind of go ambitious. And my recommendation involves playing, I think, bishop e6, f6, queen d7, and castling long, and just playing this as an English attack with colors reversed, despite being a pawn down. Tempo down, sorry, yeah. And I think the reason c4 here got a question mark is that you can actually play a kind of a better version of a Sicilian. You can play knight f3, and if they play d6, I will play c4, and d5 is no longer available. And if they play e5, e4, we can just go back and then just start challenging the center. And I'm not sure what the knight is doing on e7. It should be on f6. I think in most cases it should be on f6. But yeah, they transpose back to kind of normal 1b3 territory. And after a3, there are so many healthy things you can do. And what Deac is doing, we spoke about the fact that g3 for white against the Sicilian and g6 for black against the reverse Sicilian is a very fashionable place to place your queen on. And yeah, just a good safe position for black, and a kind of an important choice here. You still should castle queenside. You shouldn't be bailing. You should still be playing ambitiously.
Even though white can go b4, b5?
You kind of ignore it, yeah. You play king b8 and you ignore it, yeah.
Come and get me.
Yeah.
Come and get me. Thank you, Peter, for that. I'm going to go to Alireza versus Veselin Topalov, because that, excuse me, has been a crazy opening, to say the least. H6 and g5 voluntarily played in this, well,
we have to
two knights
thank
defense.
Topalov for, in every round, giving us fireworks.
Exactly. Bishop b5, knight e4, castles. Not going for the standard knight takes d4.
I think once again, Alireza is very interested in giving Veselin as wide a choice as possible because he wants him to think. And d3 was maybe a little bit too much.
d3. Okay, I'm assuming there has to be a very good reason why I'm not taking the pawn. What is the very good reason why I'm not taking the pawn?
It's playable. I mean, what just goes knight takes c3 and says there's plenty of positional compensation.
I don't doubt that for a moment. I'm just wondering who's bishop a3.
It introduces additional problems in the position.
Thank you. I didn't see bishop a3.
Neither have I at first.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
The way of the things I see on my screen, the way I like for black to play this position would be bishop g4, just making sure white recaptures with the pawn and not the knight. Right. And then we are really trying to castle as quickly as possible.
Right.
Knight c3 castles. And this,
by the way, not so bad.
Yeah, and this is like a kind of a normal Italian. Also, once again, we for some reason played h6, g5, and the bishop is on g7 and not on e7. Or often it would be on b6 in this type of structures.
Yes.
But this is quite sharp. We are kind of ready to play f7, f6 next move. maybe knight c3 is not the strongest. Maybe white should actually go in with something like bishop takes, queen c2, using the fact that queen takes c6 is a very strong idea. But there is c5 here, and even castles is not that unreasonable, trying to meet queen takes c6 with some counterplay, maybe with f6 and c5 and something like that. After d3, I think the biggest problem is maybe this move knight d4. Bishop g7, we take on c6, you take, we take. We play queen takes d3, and then we start kicking the knight away with f3, and later, I guess, f4.
A little surprising, Peter, we did see after d3, queen takes d3.
And knight c5.
Knight c5 has already been played.
Okay.
And we've caught up with the players.
I'm guessing queen c2 is the most natural square.
Not e2? Oh, there's
I
bishop g4.
don't want to allow this spin. I want to have the option of playing knight d4 if I ever need it.
Okay, queen c2, let's have a look. And bishop g7.
Bishop g7, I guess. But yeah, this is like a really, really bad open Spanish now, right?
Well, I haven't played a6 and b5, which
I feel like e6 is coming.
But I played h6 and g5.
Exactly, like you've inverted your open
queen
Spanish.
Side weakness into a king side weakness.
Yeah, I think maybe bishop g7 is not the best. Maybe you have to play bishop d7 or something, because bishop g7, bishop b3, like knight d6, your pieces are just not where they should be. And if you go knight g7, you're not going to enjoy e6, queen g6 check, probably.
No.
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 No, this looks like... honestly, I did not mind Veselin's treatment of the opening against Levon until he didn't take gf3 en passant. I thought he was doing quite well.
Indeed.
But this looks like
and maybe
this
even
is,
knight h7 earlier. Bishop g7.
Bishop g7 played.
Queen c2, bishop g7 on the board.
Yeah, expecting bishop b3 is not the only good move. Knight g4 immediately is also quite strong.
So they've only played 11 moves, but both of the players are under 15 minutes.
Which means they've used half their time for these dozen moves.
First couple moves.
Yeah.
And very interesting and somewhat unusual for me developments in Levon's game. So let's briefly show the viewers that. We left it here, and Vladimir, instead of trying to prevent black from finishing development and playing against the king side, he went rook b1. This is still fine, but after castles...
Castles?
Yeah, I think... And this is what the engine tries to do here, pretty much every single position. It wants to get the queen over to h5. So even on the previous move, it was quite strongly advocating for the move knight b3, giving black a choice of either playing queen g5, queen g7. You can still do it here, but then we place the king on a very strong square on d6 and kind of ask black to name the next 3 moves they will make, which is maybe not that clear, actually. Or you can play queen c7 and allow white to get the queen over to where it kind of belongs. And once it's here, you never feel entirely comfortable playing these types of positions, because if you allow white to somehow include one more piece in the attack, it might be quite deadly.
Yeah.
And instead, Vladimir just said, okay, I'm a pawn down, now I'm not. But this makes black's life a lot simpler, because a lot of pieces are now threatening to come off the board. If you take on c8, I will, of course, include rook takes b1, and then I will recapture on c8. And yes, the structure is somewhat compromised, but I can always maybe swing the knight over to g6. And we've traded so many pieces that...
And meanwhile, c3 is actually...
Yeah. He went knight b3, and now queen c7. And, well, it's... In a way, it gives black a much easier option to sort of equalize, because... The bishop on c8, which was in pretty much every single position we were discussing previous to this, the worst piece black has, now has a square, a life of its own, because you can play bishop b7 instantly. So,
by the way, we saw a trade on b7.
Bishop g2, bishop b7, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and and now black, I think, is just quite healthy,
right?
Because we just lack the pieces to support. I mean, you can swing the queen over to h4, but it's not going to do very much on its own. So yeah, Levon I think is just fine now.
Queen g4 check. I wouldn't be surprised by queen h4, king g7.
Some sort of repetition.
Yeah, exactly. Coming up very, very fast.
We should go back to MVL's game against Aravindh.
Right. This was
When
the f5 game.
White had a significant advantage.
And we were looking at bishop No, it was bishop e6 that we were looking at.
Yeah, but it's unnatural to play bishop
Yeah,
e6.
Exactly.
I think what MVL is doing is what you play with your hand, so to speak. Yeah, just occupy the light squares and be quite happy
positionally, it looks
very unpleasant
very,
for
very
black.
attractive to put our knights on these beautiful squares.
What does black even do? Ideally, I trade as many pieces as I can, but how?
I guess I'm starting with knight to b6.
But this looks.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm walking.
You're also inviting
into,
some before shenanigans.
Correct.
Ooh.
I'm walking into.
Maybe even knight e7 and before. I don't know. All of it looks. Knight e7. Maybe you include bishop takes e4 though.
I can understand why you were attracted to this, Peter. This looks excellent. No, it really does.
Knight b7, which is depressing.
That looks very, very depressing. Maybe it's time to just come back. Knight to c6.
Can I take on e7 and then put one of the pieces on g5?
Yeah, bishop g5, knight f6, and I don't know, looks very, very iffy.
I want to play f4, but it's probably early.
Yeah, we're kind of surviving for now.
I'm holding on. But the one thing I might add, though, is I do have a tricky. Like if you do go for these f4 stuff, be a little bit careful that I don't
have a counterplay all of a sudden.
Yes, precisely. But I do feel that MVL has played it very, very nice, and he's enjoying the position.
Time advantage as well. Extra 10 minutes. He has 18 minutes MVL.
Yeah.
Aravindh down to 8 minutes.
Yeah, my favorite living conditioning. I mean, having a positional advantage, a clock advantage, and I'm about to win a pawn.
That's the dream, right?
That's it. That's all we lived for. Knight e4, knight d5, looking very, very good. And for Aravindh, that's, you know, sometimes you risk. Today he's playing some risky openings, risky lines. He won against Duda, but this position.
He's in trouble now, but
right.
Nothing is over yet.
Let me just ask one other, not something that I want to do, mind you. Bishop takes.
First line, but it's so sad.
Right.
It is what the engine suggests you should
no
do.
Kidding.
Bishop e6
again? Bishop e6 now, yeah. Bishop a2 is also strong, but bishop e6 will be my first choice, yeah.
Okay.
Unless d5 somehow works.
This was my question. Do I?
Can I take on c5 or?
d4. I guess we've taken away the e6 square from ourselves, which is maybe why bishop a2.
Okay. By the way,
he's
move I never even considered.
He's gone b4.
b4.
Yeah,
okay,
he's gone
we
b4,
know.
creating a threat of b3, but it can be very confidently met by c2, c3 here. And yeah, c3 is knight takes c7 is also strong, but after c3 it just looks grim.
That's a very nice inclusion for white, by the way. C3, not only does it take the sting out of b3, kind of introduces
Queen a4 ideas.
Brutal.
I think we should go to Alireza's game because that game is heating up as the center has completely opened up now. The
Veselin, Veselin is putting his knight on e6.
Yeah, heating up is maybe not the way to describe it. Yeah, this is just a disaster.
This has not gone well.
This is just a disaster. After c4, which wasn't the strongest move, he actually, had he just castled as a reaction to c3, c4, he would have had a position which you could argue maybe was the best he's had in a while.
We can change the board on the screen, please. We're watching Alireza's game against Veselin. But before we do that, let's check in with Maurice.
Thanks, Nazi. Well, we know that we like to see things that look a little bit unusual and also show the strength of these amazing top players. And I just saw a sequence that I thought, wow, that is fascinating. I don't know that I would have thought of that at all. Take a look at this game with Gavrilescu and Praggnanandhaa. And in this position, Black could have played it very safely and played a move like Queen d4, as Yasser mentioned. Instead, he decided to keep the action in the game, the tension in the position. We know Pragg has been going all out, sometimes to his detriment. in this tournament so far. So he didn't want to play it safe, even with the black pieces. And he played queen c5, keeping the piece on the board. And after castles, his opponent, instead of just developing his rook ad1 makes sense, played bishop to e3 and attacked the queen. Now, here, with the queen under attack, queen b4 looks like one of those modest moves, like, yeah, we could maybe look to trade off queens. Instead, the very consequential and somewhat dramatic decision to play the move bishop to d4. Now, I know a lot of people who fianchetto their bishops are in love with this piece. I remember famously Gufeld used to say that that's the heart and soul of his position. He can't part with that because he loved it so much in the King's Indian. And I know without any question that Peter Svidler is one of those guys who would love that in a Grunfeld as well. So bishop d4 offering to trade off your dark squared bishop is quite a consequential decision. The trade did occur, but now something else is going on in the position that you may not have spotted after knight takes, is with the bishop under attack, instead of just calmly developing your bishop, the move rook to d8 was played, and suddenly white's queen is the one that is in a bit of danger. Bishop d4 followed by the knight take, sealed off the queen, and now rook to d8 looking to play the move bishop to d7, challenging a queen that seemed like it was just chilling. And all of a sudden, it's become a factor in the position and really needs to be dealt with because a3 is its main safe square, and c2, it needs to be defended. Queen c4 will not be playable after bishop d7 because c2 is hanging. So suddenly, his opponent had to start dealing with this threat. So he played knight to e4, queen c7, and now rook to d1. But it is black's pieces who are starting to really dance. Bishop f5 here is quite good, and black is far more active than he would have been. Just an incredible idea to give up your dark square protector in order to get this kind of space. Just shows how good these players are.
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, that bishop d4 and giving up I fall in love with the bishop on g7. I think you have as well. It's not the first thing that comes into your mind. But the game between Alireza
returning
and,
to this for a second,
please,
I just wanted to
Peter.
show, I think I know why he hadn't castled here. If you castle, you need to not only find, but also correctly evaluate this idea. If black doesn't have knight d4 here, it's a version of what we got in the game, which is maybe even worse than what we got in the game. But after knight d4, I would argue that maybe black is actually close to saving the game, in particular if you spot this idea of throwing in g5, g4, because you would dearly love to return to the central square on d4 with this knight. And now let's say knight takes c7, and both g takes f3, and even a very simple rook b8, rook takes c2 and gf. Yes, you're worse. Let's say it's very important, of course, to preserve the pawn on e5 so that the bishop on g7 is locked in. So rook e1, f takes g2, maybe f4, maybe rook c3 for some reason. I don't know why rook c3 is so important. But I would argue that these types of positions with a bishop pair, yes, we're going to be a pawn down.
But the knight on c7
you definitely have decent hopes of saving the game. And instead, Veselin played d takes c4, rook d1, bishop d7, knight c3. He castled, Alireza took, and played knight e4.
No me gusta.
I mean, sigh.
Right, yeah.
Sigh is what I want to say about this. It's just unbelievably sad.
Yeah,
g4, and now bishop takes h6 wins on the spot. But even if you don't, it's a very beautiful move, by the way.
I take on f3?
Which is good, bishop g7, knight f6.
Yeah.
Knight f6.
You can pretend you have a counterattack, but actually with knight f6 coming in every single position, I can just win all the material I want. And after queen g4, knight g3, there's no mate. There's no mate. We rook up once again. We have more rooks.
We have more rooks.
As is the custom in this tournament, we have more rooks. But even if you just play knight d4, rook d4.
Now, bishop takes h6. That is such a... for Alireza, he
I think it's
enjoys
been played,
those sacrifices.
I think it's been played. And regrettably, we're seeing... I really fear for...
Veselin.
No, for... Fedoseev, right?
Because of the last round game, Veselin.
Because we are, I think, pretty certainly going to see Veselin lose the first two yet again.
Right. By the way, Veselin shaking his head, he completely blundered bishop h6. And
no, but this wasn't really going anywhere good anyway. G4 just kind of hastens your demise here, but it doesn't really change the evaluation of the position all that much.
Yeah.
It was a disaster already.
Right. No, bishop, I mean, when you have knight coming to f6 and there's a pin on the d file, I mean, Veselin's looking at this thing and he's saying, you know, I'm going to be victimized in some tactical puzzle book. You know, the children of tomorrow are all going to know how to beat me.
2 games in a row where he went g5 and did not go well.
It did not go well, but in this one you can sort of blame the opening, whereas against Levon, I think he misplayed a kind of an early middle game position. But yeah, this particular one is not a good advertisement for the variation.
You have Aravindh and MVL. What's going on in that game, Peter?
Well,
actually, we have a result. Fedoseev.
Yeah, they found a repetition somewhere.
They did.
Out of the blue. They found not the one we expected. They found a different repetition.
It was the rook was somehow.
Yeah, it's a draw.
Somehow the rook on Black's rook. The players were going back.
This game ended so fast. Vladimir even has time, should he want to go and prepare double hard for that decisive game against Veselin.
Coming up.
Like, somebody should at least tell him.
They warn him, you know.
In how much danger he is there, because, you know, he could be excused in thinking he's playing against somebody who is on 2 out of 8.
Right.
But those two are in exactly this spot.
The last
so,
round
yeah,
of the 8.
You watch out. Yeah.
Aravindh's in big time trouble as well. It's 2.5 minutes against 16.
But it's also a nice position still for MVL. Yes, good, light square
equal
control.
material, but that's about the only good thing you can say about the black position. You're not down anything just yet, but White is about to launch a very serious potential attack on the king side, and you're also kind of busted positionally. It's just not enjoyable.
Don't see any moves for Black.
Well, you can play d6, d5 apparently.
Just give up the pawn?
Yeah, just give it up. But even if I don't take it, even if let's say I switch to the idea of just delivering a straight up mate on the king side.
But knight c5 looks so good.
Knight c5 is also completely fine, because d5, d4 is never going to work. You can try something like takes and queen a5, but then after knight b3, it turns out that if you take on c3, you instantly just completely lose to rook c1, rook takes c6, and your position collapses. So. And none of this is surprising, it just looks bad. It's not as if these are like very sharp tactical lines, and only because they exist, Black is in trouble. Black is just...
No.
I think we should watch the finish of Alireza's game, but Maurice has some updates for us.
Well, we saw those massive statistical numbers that said that it's all about Alireza, numbers that just seem absurd. And in fact, with his chasers having the scores they have, it didn't seem to make any sense at all. I mean, Fedoseev was actually tied for first with him, that their number should be so low. But this round is kind of playing out in Alireza's favor. We can bet that it's a better than 80% chance he's going to beat Topalov. And here you see Topalov, just a disastrous situation on the board, hoping against hope to survive this position. In fact, he has just simply resigned. So now Alireza has jumped into clear first. By the way, he himself had said after day one that he was playing so badly. I'd like to play this badly to be leading the field with only 1 round to go in the rapid for the day. But importantly, his pursuers have now, it seems to be, fallen back. Fedoseev drew against Aronian, and of course, he's still only 1 point behind. So let's not put too big a point on that one. But it is Aravindh who is in deep trouble against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Aravindh was also tied for first going into this round. If you look at this position, it's bad, and it's really bad. He had to give up this bishop, and after knight to b6, the bishop said, nah, you're never getting this guy back. Queen g4, the domination on the light squares is just absurd. A bishop to e6, and then bc3, and now d5, trying to get some kind of control over the light squares. That's probably not going to matter for very long. Black is not only in deep trouble trying to face off against these very aggressive white pieces, but look at the clock times. It's the inverse. Remember, against Duda, he took the lead on the clock with a bit of a bluff. If he bluffed this one, well, it's not working out in his favor because he's down to 124 against 1431, counting down, and with the worst position. He is, let's not say Captain Obvious, in deep trouble right now. And who's sitting pretty? Alireza Firouzja with that 80% going to win this tournament number? Well, maybe statistics don't lie after all. Guys?
Surprise, surprise.
And speaking of people in desperate straits on the clock, we have a reoccurrence of what we were watching for the first 2 days. Bogdan-Daniel has a very decent position against Duda and 43 seconds.
43 seconds?
I think, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So maybe we can briefly drop in by that game where I was advocating for castling queenside. He didn't. He castled kingside. Still completely fine. You can still actually play for some g7, g5 ideas, or f5, f4 is a very typical Sicilian way to play this. But 11 minutes against 34, 33, 32.
It was very funny, Peter. I wanted to say in this position, I would borrow a page from the book of Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer in these positions would put his rook on, as black, put his rook on g8, and then play for g4 so that he could
Which is
fight.
why you should play f5. And he hasn't, and now Duda will play
Isn't
g4.
that the famous idea in hedgehog system?
Yes, exactly. And what Peter was about to say, you don't want to see white playing g4, which secures the e4 square. So that was why he absolutely thought that black was going to play the move f5. Now after g4, Duda with...
Which is quite nice for white.
Yes.
And also 10 minutes ahead on the clock.
That's...
And not just any 10 minutes, it's 10 against none.
Right.
In the minutes column.
That's the huge factor. But we've seen Deac do this
time and time
every
again,
game.
yeah.
Exactly.
And I also like how he just gets up and walks around while he has no time on the clock.
Right, after each move, right? G2, G4 on the board.
There it is, yeah.
And you say he has 30 seconds?
13 now.
13, oh,
Going
pardon
down
me.
to 10.
Yeah, let's just watch this.
13.
Bishop d5.
Bishop d5. So, and, kind of intimating that after knight e4?
Maybe he wants to play f5. Yeah, knight e4 is very, very natural, even though maybe some moves were slightly more flexible. But yeah, it's just a pleasant position for white.
Knight e4, very quickly, by the way, I noticed queen g6.
Well, he doesn't have any time.
No.
It's not like he can play slowly anymore.
No, exactly.
The time for playing slowly has passed.
Rook
By
g3.
the way, Aravindh is also down on the clock. He has less than 50 seconds now.
For Aravindh.
And now, I don't think it will become relevant, but just to speak about strategic ideas in this position, black probably should readdress the queen side, maybe b5 with the idea of rook a8 and a5 is the one to create maybe the one source of counterplay that black has, because the white attack on the king side is not going to be fast, but unless you do something on the queen side, you really have no play anywhere.
Yeah, you're not doing anything anywhere. Yeah.
I think we should jump to Arvind's game.
All right,
It's
I'll
so
do that.
important for the standings, as it looks like he's in deep, deep trouble. Position looks kind of hopeless, and his time management also not great.
Interesting that MVL did not go for the knight takes c5
He's going for
variation.
the checkmate.
Knight
Yeah,
g5.
he's going for knight g5, and now rook b1, I guess. He's reaching for the rook. And that was why the engine wasn't including b takes c3, b takes c3, because it gives white an additional file to include one final piece that wasn't really doing that much on e1 in the game. And now black is just so tied up.
Ugh.
I don't know what the direct threat is, but you can maybe even start on h4, h5, h6. You're so dominant.
Yes.
You can maybe start getting it over to h6.
And it's strange because at first glance, black's position looks beautiful. Look at the pawns in the center.
Yeah, but they're all weak.
Targets.
They're all targets.
They're all targets.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
It's just, what's the move? I don't see anything that moves. And you're
Without
on 10
blundering
seconds.
something, yeah.
And you're on 10 seconds.
I'm just a little afraid that these pawns will become targets, and
Has 8 seconds.
I'm so anxious to make
He needs to make a move, 4 seconds.
a move for
Yeah,
my...
I was expecting c4 just to do something. But
Well,
now I
need-
guess
I need an anchor square for a knight.
d takes c4, knight takes c4, rook b7, and then rook takes g7 is probably some sort of mate.
Oh,
to be honest.
that's mean.
Yeah, I think
Because
that's
I was dreaming of getting my knight secured, but you were about to checkmate me.
Rook b7, knight d6, rook g7, I think, is actually working. And
It
then
has
bishop
to be.
Yeah, and then bishop b7 check, bishop f6 check, and queen g8 mate, right?
Oh, beautiful. You're not taking
You
the
got
rook.
it.
No.
No, that would be a bit too much.
Oh, the wrong move order. I'm sorry. This move order is what you had for me.
And queen g8.
Yes.
I'm sure many other things also win, but
that's
getting the rook to b7 appears to just be ending the game on the spot. You just need to check that you're not blundering some kind of queen a1, rook f2, but that's never fast enough.
Yeah. I remember Bent Larson telling me the story. He was playing against Jan Smekel, a grandmaster from the Czech Republic, and something like 12 seconds to like 14 minutes for Bent. And Bent used all of his time, and the moment they made move 40, Jan Smekel rushed to the bathroom.
You see d4. Okay, so Aravindh realized knight takes c4 is completely unplayable, so he goes for d4. But now
takes d4 on the board. Yeah. So now I'm a pawn up as well.
No, you're also a pawn up, and you can play rook
got
b5,
rook b5.
You can play queen e4, you can play all kinds of things.
Rook b5 looks the most tempting.
Anything wrong with taking on d4?
Maybe just knight takes
Just
d4.
don't want to centralize any of the black pieces.
Like,
I'm pretty sure it's completely
probably
winning as well.
I want to play, maybe I don't have bishop e7.
Rook e8 still is not.
Queen
e4. A good centralizing move.
Everything is collapsing
15 seconds for Aravindh.
Nah,
it's
not going to happen for him here.
Potential bishop f5s. Knight d8.
Knight d8. But now we can even take and go rook b5, I guess. Or frankly, anything. But yeah, that's, I think, that probably is the cleanest, right? Take, rook b5, rook takes e5. And once again, maybe switch over to giving mate on the other side of the board if we want.
Oops. Takes.
Queen a1 check.
Queen a1 check. King h2.
Go d3 or hope for something, but
I have bishop g4 in the end. If I want to be a boring person, I can just win all the pawns in the world.
Biel has taken on d8.
Yeah, I'm just going to get back to our current position. Apologies. Knight to d8, bishop d8, rook d8. And again, MBL's got all the time in the world.
He wants to go c takes d4 for now, yeah. Rook d4, queen f5 is kind of sad, so I guess you take with the pawn.
No,
and now rook b5, yeah. So
go
kind
into
of
h5.
Yeah, getting to h5 without having to stop
the
on
clutter.
Yeah. Without having to stop on e5 along the way.
Yeah.
Queen a1, d3 still probably the only chance to somewhat confuse matters, but it's not going to be very confusing for MVL.
Queen a1,
King
d3.
h2, d3.
And now I can take a piece, or I can get lured to the h5 square.
4 seconds.
Queen a7.
Queen a7, sorry.
Queen a7, I guess we go rook h5, h6, queen e5, king h7. Reminds me of that game between Prag and Jan in the candidates.
Can I be boring? Queen h.
Just queen g6.
G6, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, that's very efficient.
Yeah.
Very, very efficient. You don't need to be fancy here at all.
I think those puzzle rush tactics from chess.com.
The black knight needs to be on f6.
Right.
Yeah. And elsewhere, Prag is now suddenly much better against Gavrilescu.
By the way, we do have, it's a funny swing. Rook on b1 to h5.
Yeah.
In 2 moves.
Funny or deadly?
h6,
Deadly.
Queen e5 here. MVL decides to go queen e5. I guess he found something here. I didn't.
Bishop check.
Bishop f5, g6, and what's the tactic?
King g8, and I guess now we go queen e6, queen g6, and
queen e6,
kind of resigns.
Queen f7, bishop h7.
Yeah.
That's pretty. That's
a very
pretty
nice
one.
spot there, yeah, queen e6.
Okay, trying to deflect the, no, you've got to protect your queen, but I've got your queen. Okay, so sorry, I'm just refreshing my screen. Queen e6.
Does king h8 get mated? Yes.
Yeah, king h8 is an easy one.
Queen
Rook
h6.
h6.
Or, yeah.
Gh6, queen h6, and bishop e6 check. Oops.
Yeah.
There's also queen g5.
Yeah, and there we have it.
Wow.
Great win for MVL.
Very impressive.
And I think we're probably switching to the Prag game because Prag found a very beautiful shot there.
Actually, before we do that, let's check in with Maurice.
Actually, that's exactly what I was inspecting. And I got to tell you, that game with Prag has just left me quite impressed. And there are things that you like to learn even when
you think grandmasters, we don't learn anything. You know it all. No, we don't. We really don't. We learn all the time. And I wanted to just point out again this idea when he earlier traded his dark square bishop. And you might say, well, that's exposing your king. I mean, whose king is going to be safer after this move? You might tell your student you're giving up your dark square bishop and your king is going to have some trouble while the white king is perfectly safe. Well, take a look at how, we saw the few moves. It turned out that there is a problem when your queen is offside, and this white queen was really bothering white so much after bishop f5, knight back, and now the move bishop to e6, stopping the queen from being able to go to c4, trading itself off or suggesting a trade. And so now knight b5, let's trade off some pieces so my queen can get back in the game. No, it's all about your queen staying stuck on that side. And if you want to trade, then we'll bring the rook up into the game. Well, maybe that may have been a possibility. Instead, he said, no, I really insist. Please trade off so my queen can be out of this box. And out of nowhere, an explosion on the other side. The move knight to f3 check. What a fantastic shot. By the way, again, accentuating the fact that that queen is on the wrong side of the board. If you take the knight, suddenly bishop takes h3, and there are monster threats. First of all, queen g5 would be a problem. You're going to get mated. If you try to bring your queen over now, well, then simply bishop takes on f1, and if you take, then Kerr splat, another bit of tactics on the other side. I mean, there's ingenious tactical ideas based on this move, knight to f3 check. And again, white's piece is stuck on one half, particularly the queen on a4. Kasparov used to talk about splitting the board in half. And if you split it in half, you see that the majority of pieces are on one side for white and just simply cannot shift sides versus the king that's supposed to have been safe. And so he did play king h1, trying to survive here. And now the move queen to e5, insisting on the capture. And after it takes, bishop takes h3. And now knight to d4. He didn't want to save his rook because, again, when the cat's away, the queen being the cat on a4, the mice will play, except there's a big old tiger that's actually sitting on the h5 square. Absolutely amazing stuff. He did play knight to d4. Accelerating his demise, queen h5, queen b5. Could we trade now, please? No can do. Rook to d5. And that a devastating discovery coming. I am so impressed by how Pragg just simply mangled his opponent, and all based on a consistent theme of keeping the queen on a4 out of the game and causing his opponent such consternation that he ended up making this big mistake, c3, and suddenly it was the white king that got eviscerated. Guys, I don't know about you, but this was absolutely one of the more impressive games of this tournament.
Beautiful tactical sequence there with knight f3 check. And Peter, jump right in. I know the players in the time trouble.
This is the final game of the round.
Yeah.
And Deac has been playing pretty much on increment for the past, I don't know, maybe 10 moves. Okay. And this was a moment where I think, just for a brief moment, Duda got, I don't know if overconfident.
Carried away.
Yeah, but I think his position is so good, his advantage on the clock so huge, that maybe he took the pedal, the foot off the pedal a little bit, because if you include the move d4, d5 here, which I expected him to blitz out, the point being if you take, very simply, I can take on d6, and then the pin will cost you a piece on g6. And what it also does is, if it drives the knight back, now the center is completely locked in. I can play bishop d3, king g8. And the fastest way to win, and just to illustrate just how dominant white is to go g5, f5, knight f6, check, just give this piece up, play knight g5. And despite most of our attacking pieces being on our side of the board, black having a full extra piece and a move, this is +5. This is just collapse. Nothing can be defended at all.
Oh, dear.
Instead, he began with bishop d3, and the difference is, after king g8 now, d5 no longer wins. It's better for white, but this is no longer as winning as it was on the previous move, where it was just dropping a piece. So he played g5, and this is suddenly not at all clear, because if you take on f5, I play e5, e4.
I'm sure he intended
and I am no longer really getting mated, and I have all of these, this full full queen full of pieces, you know.
Yeah.
Kind of locked out of the game a little bit. And
wow. Okay, so this, we're seeing a big turnaround
Well, Duda's still
pressing.
Still winning, but not as clearly as he could have.
He took on e5, took on f5, bishop, he took on g6. I'm catching
bishop
up
e6
with
was a
you.
mistake, though. Black could have played better than bishop e6.
What
And now Duda is back to being in control.
Yeah, because Deac has absolutely no time.
What was the move instead of bishop
Queen d6 first, intending, I guess, maybe to throw in knight c7, or just generally improving our position so far. The point is, yes, we are pawn up, but we do have those rooks which aren't really doing very much. Whereas after bishop e6, we can go back to giving mate on the king side, which is what we were wanting to do.
So he sacrificed in exchange, but he's got queen h7.
Yeah, queen e6. And now, importantly, the only move that gives white anything is queen h5.
Queen h5.
Yeah, queen h7, king f7. Black is very much back in the game.
Wow.
But after queen h5, the king cannot
With the
run.
threat of
Yeah,
g6.
and there it is. Yeah, there it is.
The huge threat of g6.
Rook f5, the only real way of dealing with it. But then you can play the immediate e4. You can even throw in bishop c2. Sorry, bishop b2 c1 to stop rook f4 from
C1.
happening.
Wow. I mean, what?
Yeah. I think he's going to play queen f5. And
He
after
did
queen
play
f5,
queen f5.
now e4 just wins. Yeah. You needed to play rook f5 instead to have e4, rook f4, and then g6, rook g4 check.
So the whole point here is that in the moment white plays g6, it's a checkmating net. You don't want to allow the trade of queens, so we want to play the move e4.
Yeah, only thing that wins, but it does win on the spot pretty much,
Yeah.
because you can no longer stop g6 from happening.
Queen takes, g6, and that's mate.
Seems increasingly likely that this will be a 4-result round. We haven't seen that in a while.
Question, if queen f4, g6, can I go queen h6?
Queen
g4?
Queen g4, queen f4, how do I... There has to be some way to... I guess just...
e4's on the board.
Yeah, you always do that.
Well,
e4, queen f4... g6 is not the strongest.
He's played queen f4 by the way.
Yeah, but now pretty much any kind of a slow move wins. The strongest move in the position for some reason is king g2. I have no idea why. Maybe it wants to play rook h4.
I was considering bishop c3 to play bishop d2 and then g6.
g6 queen h6 actually is throwing away much of the advantage. It's just a mistake. It's not even the best move. It's a straight up mistake.
It's so frustrating for Duda because like, where is the mate?
Right, and I mean, you want to play g6 with absolute determination and force, but queen h6.
He's down to 50 seconds.
Who's down to 50?
Duda has 50, Deac has 20.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
it still could go wrong for white.
Yeah, this is not as clear as I thought it was, because the winning idea is actually king g2, rook h4.
He's found it.
Yeah. So you want to play rook h4, but you don't want to blunder your piece. Queen takes f3. So you start with king g2 to
rook
drive
e6,
the queen.
And now, with some regret, you will have to win a completely winning endgame after rook h4.
Okay, so we're switching to an endgame.
Because
I
we're
think.
going to see queen takes f3 after rook h4. Well, wait a minute. Yes, of course.
Oh, he played queen h7.
Oh yeah, you can start with this, and then there's no endgame because the queen has no squares.
Queen's trapped.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nasty.
So you don't even have to.
And now we really fully understand why king g2 was such a strong move, defending the knight, and the queen has no moves.
Yeah,
I think that's a handshake.
Handshake.
That settles
a
it.
beautiful finish by Duda.
And 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5, and Duda and Deac switch places. Deac was on 50% and Duda was on -1, so now Duda goes into the top half of the leaderboard.
Right.
Sort of, on 50%.
Okay. My guy. I mean,
He's coming back.
Wow.
I think the correct phrasing is my boy.
My boy. My boy.
As Anastasiya.
Anastasiya.
Explained to us yesterday so vividly.
Very nice. Very decisive round, 4 out of 5.
Yeah, finally they're back to, I mean, they're always fighting very hard and giving us amazing games, but a lot of games always fizzle out in a draw, and this round, not anymore.
No fizzling, no.
For I want to say for a rapid game, the game that Prague won, it did have a lot of content. I mean, the bishop d4, the offside queen, the whole knight f3, and the way he played queen e5 and queen h5 and bishop h3.
Yeah,
devastating.
It did betray a certain naivete from Gavrilescu
David,
there.
yeah.
Because, he was kind of not really paying attention to what black was attempting to do, and c3 was slightly unaware. But you still need to exploit it, and the setup which led to knight of 3 landing on the board, I thought was very, very interesting, and Maurice talked about it at length and very in great detail, and I thought the explanation was very well done.
Yeah.
Now, Alireza had a very smooth win.
He did, and he's looking very, very good as one game of rapid remains before they play in the Blitz. And let's take a look at the standings as Aravindh just stumbled, as did Vladimir.
We have a sole leader, Alireza Firouzja, with 11 points.
I think Alireza should have 2 points for his round 8 result, as he won against Topalov.
No. He had 9 coming in.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that they gave him 1 point instead of 2. Yeah. And then Levon,
Fedoseev's in clear second, and then sharing third. Now Levon caught up with Aravindh.
That's right.
Right?
Then, yes.
Yeah.
And Prague, yes. And Prague,
Duda, and MVL are at 50%.
Yeah.
And now we get stumped once again.
Oh no.
Let's see.
What's
the question?
The quiz for the commentators.
In the 3 Poland Rapid and Blitz events, which of the following results is the most common in the Blitz portion?
Well,
I am very confidently taking black.
Because why would you ask? We would say white.
It would be too easy
9 out of 10.
Well, we'll find out after the break.
Yes, and what will the viewers enjoy during the break?
As we go to break, Anastasiya catches up with the players to ask which of their peers they love to watch the most. So let's take a look.
If you could follow the games of only one active chess player till the end of the year, who would you pick and why?
Generally, if we're talking active player, you want to follow the best player, and that's Magnus Carlsen. But for the rest of the year, I don't know how active. I really want to follow maybe some of the young players. One obvious choice, of course, is Gukesh, the world champion.
Wow, that's a very different question. I actually like this question. I probably would like to see how Aravindh plays the next part of the year. So he had a really good start of the year, and also coming from the previous year, and now he's a top player for sure. He's climbing up the rankings. So I would like to see how his style develops, and how he can get up there in the top 5, maybe even going to candidates and trying to get the World Championship.
No, obvious. No, I don't think I would say Magnus, because he plays so much, it's impossible to follow. It means you have to follow him 24 hours a day. Well, for example, I like Pragg, but because since he beat me, I became his fan. So probably I would follow him.
Yeah, probably Magnus, because he's the best, and actually he can play very good chess, I mean, quality-wise. So yeah, probably him.
Probably Carlsen, because of his great level of chess.
I will take my sister, because I have to know how's her mood right now before I talk to her to follow her results. I think that I will take my sister. No, I think it's just because my sister. Yeah, I want to know what's happening in her tournaments, and just because for my curiosity, I can choose another player, but I think it's hard for me for not following my sister's game.
When it comes to learning, I think I would like to follow probably Fabi, because he always comes up with ideas, new ideas and new openings. But if it comes to entertainment, I would pick probably Richie Boy, because he's always very entertaining.
Yeah, I think most of us would say Magnus, but other than Magnus, I like to see Rapid games. He's creative and he comes up with like weird ideas, and like he has played like many funny stuffs like b3, like a3, h6. So Rappert is someone I look forward to.
I don't know, maybe Maxime, because I like his chess.
Myself, I simply love how I'm playing chess. So for today, yeah, it's like that, yeah. And the reason I like how I'm developing as a player systematically through the last years, and I started to get more enjoyment of the process, and yeah, I'm enjoying my process, and I hope I will enjoy chess as well, like competitive chess, yeah.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and we were promoting that. And so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame, check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last day of Rapid. There's only one round left.
Yeah, but I'm interested in getting the quiz right.
Let's see the answer to our question.
I'm going with black wins,
I think
only
we're all going with B.
because it's such a setup kind of a question, Peter. I mean,
Let's go.
We're all going with B.
Yes, we're all right.
By a tiny-ish margin, but
Only 5 game difference, wow.
That's very unusual, of course.
So that's
usually white is the
268.
But it's just great to see
268 games.
more decisive games than draws. I'm just happy to see that.
There you go. Well, it's going to be blitz. But first of all, tell us about the standings after 8 very exciting rounds of Rapid.
Right, Alireza has become the sole leader of the event with 11 points. Vladimir Fedoseev only a point behind, and then there's 2 players sharing third. That's Levon and Aravindh.
What were you saying about damnable statistics? They're
looking better and better. Yeah,
Bogdan-Daniel
remains undefeated.
We have 1 game remaining, the 9th game. Tell us about the pairings for it.
It's going to be a very important match between Aravindh and Alireza.
Yeah, that's huge on board too.
So we have Pragg against Duda, then Topalov against Fedoseev, Deac against MVL, and Levon playing Gavrilescu.
Quickly, statistics, Veselin versus Fedoseev.
Well, I mean, the sample size is not huge, but going on current trends, Fedoseev is in grave danger.
He should be
absolutely grave danger, even though it doesn't seem like that from the cross stable.
Well, this is the end of our Rapid
Yes.
coverage, and tomorrow we'll be moving on to Blitz.
And it will have 9 games tomorrow.
9 games tomorrow, 18 total. It's going to be double round robin with time control of 5+2, and we're going back to regular scoring system. No more 2 points for a win.
Exactly. The traditional 1 point and half a point for a draw. As has been the case at a lot of our GCT events where we have the Rapid and Blitz, the player who goes out of the Rapid, who leads after the Rapid, oftentimes wins. Right now, that means that this game between
Aravindh and Alireza is massively
huge.
important.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Somebody's got to stop Alireza.
And Fedoseev's game as well, because again, if he's only trailing by 1 point behind, then there's absolutely no guarantee that Rapid winner is going to win the Blitz.
Exactly. Again, for ourselves, Aravindh is a bit of an unknown. How good is he in Blitz? We know he's a top player in the world, and he certainly performed. Justified his wild card
absolutely.
invitation.
And the temptation just to assume that anybody young is good at Blitz is very strong, and it generally holds true.
Because there's a reason for it. They are.
Never a big mistake.
No, exactly.
To see a new Indian kid on the block and think, yeah, that guy's going to crush.
Exactly.
But we'll see tomorrow and the day after.
Yeah. There we see this young man, his first GCT appearance, and he is a wild card. If he keeps up the form that he's had last year, this year.
He had an amazing year last year.
He's going to be a tour participant in the future.
He's world rank number 11 right now.
Exactly. And we're going to toss it to Warsaw and Maurice.
Well, thanks, Yaz. You know, that stat you put up earlier was quite counterintuitive for all of us, of course. We would have guessed that white wins most of the time. And Blitz showing that black wins more often here in the 3 events that took place in Poland, in Blitz anyway, was definitely a fascinating stat. So I decided to check, well, how much has white won in the Rapid, or at least what's the balance in the Rapid so far? And man, I can tell you, white has been just crushing black in this tournament. From my count anyway, I might be a little bit off, but I think I counted up correctly. It seems as though white has 16 wins to only black 6. That's a big discrepancy, definitely showing that the white pieces are the one you want to have in this tournament. And with 1 round left, all the players with white have got to be rubbing their hands together thinking, all right, I've got to score now. These are a big, healthy 2 points to get. Also, by the way, we're starting to see the tour participants rise. Remember how poorly Maxime started this tournament, half a point out of 3 games. But now suddenly he has surged into the middle of the pack. Aronian is also up there as well. And 3 of the wild cards all the way down at the bottom, as you see that the tour participants know you need tour points. They're playing to get to Sao Paulo. Yes, it's only the first tournament of the year, but you want to get most points as possible. You don't need those wild cards stealing your points because they can't use them. They're gone after this. And so those juicy Grand Chess Tour points that are up for grabs, these players want to get as much of them as possible. Particularly since one, Magnus Carlsen is going to show up in Zagreb, and you know he's going to take a chunk of points with him that you can't get back. So these games are extremely important. These positions are extremely important for the players playing here. We'll see if the tour participants can keep kicking the wild cards and keeping them down so that they can get those valuable points on their road to Sao Paulo. Guys?
Absolutely. And you were saying it too at the top of the show there, Maurice, was that in the Polish event from 2024, you had the Wei Yi, Magnus.
Yeah, wildcards tend to do really well in Poland and take all the points.
It was like
that stat was obviously helped by the wildcards being Magnus and Duda and Wei Yi. Not to disparage the selection of wildcards we have here, they're doing very well and they're very strong. But Magnus as a wildcard increases wildcards' chances in the tournament by quite
margin.
A bit.
Yeah, exactly. 2 players in particular, Firouzja and Vladimir, undefeated, and that's been the secret of their success. They're scoring every round. maybe even not scoring a win every round, but they're scoring every round.
Not,
they're being
not
very
losing,
consistent.
yeah, not losing is obviously very, very important. Alireza had a bit of a shaky day. One could have lost at least 2 of the first 3 games, but now, yeah, today it looks like he's purring on all cylinders. And
well, the game he just won against Topalov was a very
Veselin did not play that game
Agreed,
well, but
agreed.
you still have to make the good moves to punish it, and he played a very, very nice game there.
Exactly.
Alireza. And for Aravindh, what's very impressive is actually he is very close to the leaders, having lost 2 games, which means that he is consistently putting up wins on the board. And just a very exciting new talent on the chess scene. I have a feeling we'll be watching him for quite a while.
Yes, absolutely.
This coming match between Aravindh and Alireza, Aravindh's coming off from a painful loss against MVL. Alireza's coming all rested after
a beautiful win.
Quick win. But Aravindh is with white, so he will still press.
Aravindh, in his first 2 games today, really risks the piece sacrifice, and then the game he played against MVL, he sort of was with black. I think he was bluffing a little bit there.
In aggressive mode.
Our GCT tour, we're very delighted to tell you about the upcoming events.
Right, we have right after this there will be a classic event in Bucharest, Romania. After that, a bit of a break, and in July we go to Zagreb, Croatia for Rapid and Blitz.
And just to interrupt you, I think that's the one we were just mentioning,
Where
that Magnus will show up. Please continue.
After that, the tour's coming back to St. Louis. We'll have Rapid and Blitz and Sinkfield Cup in August. And then GCT finals at the end of September in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
And let's just make sure that people understand that in Bucharest and in St. Louis, 9 out of the 10 competitors will all be tour competitors. There'll only be one wild card for those events. The tour participants have to play in both of the classics, and then they choose 2 of the 3 Rapid and Blitz. And the Sao Paulo finals is very, very nice. The top 4 contenders who finish the tour with the most points, they'll go to Sao Paulo, and there'll be a very nice.
There used to be
a match.
That used to be
the finals before.
Yes, that was the Londons, London knockouts. Those were great to follow. I like the finals. I like the finals deciding the tour.
I think it's a very nice reintroduction of that format. I think sometimes it's somewhat dissatisfying to watch the conclusion to the Sinkfield Cup when the tour has already decided, and you're only really kind of, at least part of the equation has been solved, and there's still 4 rounds of a very, very strong tournament to go, but part of the intrigue has been kind of dimmed by the fact that somebody is running away with it. And just the introduction of knockouts, I think, is something that the fans very much enjoy, and I count myself, if knockouts have one fan, that fan is me, so to speak. Ignore this. So yeah, I'm very happy this is back, and the move from London to South America. I think we all love London, but it's very nice to see new geographic locations being promoted on the tour, and chess coming to Brazil, I think, is great. I think Brazil is a fantastic country to showcase the tour in.
Absolutely. And for those of you who don't know, here in St. Louis, we are actually hosting a classical, just down the street, in fact, from the St. Louis Chess Club. And we have 2 Grandmaster round robins, I want to say.
Spring
and one,
classics,
Carissa Yip, our U.S. Women's Champion, she's chasing her Grandmaster title. She needs her first norm.
First norm, yes. And she's doing quite well. She's gained a lot of rating. I think there's 2 or 3 rounds left. If she finishes well, this will be her first norm.
Yes, and she's she needs a win and a draw in her last 2 games to get that first Grandmaster norm. But as we know, we have a thanks to Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, $100,000 incentive to get your Grandmaster title.
That's
are
why
you incented, by the way? Just a little bit.
I believe Firouzja has moved to St. Louis to pursue chess full-time and achieve the Grandmaster title as
She's
soon
taking
as possible.
a sabbatical from Stanford to
I was about to say, she was in a very good school.
Yeah, Stanford. She's taking a sabbatical to pursue that Grandmaster title as we see the players getting ready for the final round.
Leonard Otis taking the pictures.
Yes.
One of the best chess photographers out there.
I do visit his website because he has thousands upon thousands of photos that he's taken over the years.
I feel like he's betraying himself a little bit.
Without the colors. He's,
Yeah,
he's missing the colors. Where's the...
What's with the normal hair color?
Yeah, no. I mean, the rainbow.
Yeah, that is not on Leonard.
No, that's not our Leonard.
Yeah. He has to solve this problem by Bucharest.
Yeah. I didn't get a real chance to see how Duda won. We saw the final, how he won the game against Deac, but it looked like he took over the game. Rook G1, G4, Rook G3, then he did all the Bobby Fischer stuff and built up on the king side.
And Deac by that point had like 20 seconds, so he just shuffled for 6 moves while White were doing
Just
all
build,
the improvements. And that generally does not go well for you.
Yeah.
Because there is an attack coming, and when it does come, it comes really, really quickly.
Michael Schuba described that as one player doing and the other player watching. I was watching what he was doing.
Yeah, that was very much what was going on for a period there.
Yes.
It's understandable when you leave yourself so little time in a very complicated position with 30 pieces on the board. There was one pawn traded by that point, and there's so much going on.
Levon, he's doing okay.
He's still +1 now.
He's in position. He's in position. He's going to need a real surge in the blitz.
Yeah, and White against Gavrilescu is a game he is very interested in, because that's for blitz. That's 2 points at stake, right? If he wins here, that's a very, very important boost prior to the blitz beginning.
He could be jumping on a trampoline, but it's all about the game between Aravindh and Alireza, as Alireza has been playing after the first day his brand of chess. I think he's going to be satisfied with what has happened in day 2 and perhaps day 3. This is going to be a huge game. Aravindh with a victory could go into...
that would shake up the standings completely.
Absolutely, and we're off. E4, E5. Will Aravindh play the same piece sacrifice against...
Alireza needs to play the Berlin, and Alireza has been doing other things here, right? He played the Breyer against MVL, so we're not going to see the exact same thing.
Did MVL ever get anything in that Breyer, by the way?
No, he was worse, right? He was.
Well, he was, but I mean, from the opening before...
A bit, but never more than 0 plus 0.20 there, 0 maybe 25 at some point on my screen.
It was H4, it was H3,
H4 was a bit
MVL.
mysterious to me. I wasn't quite sure what was it.
Okay, we're expecting the standard Rui Lopez practice. Were you mentioning, Peter, that D2, D3?
Castles played?
Castles, of course, is the most
D2, D3 was played on move 3 by Veselin Topalov. He's back to the Jabava stuff in his game against
He did get a good position, though, out of the opening.
Yes.
Yeah, after Bishop E2.
No rook E1, by the way. Aravindh played D3, B5, Bishop B3.
Arguably, maybe even the main line of the Spanish these days, because people really don't like to allow anything remotely connected with the Marshall these days from the white
first
side.
game today, Alireza didn't play D6, right? He castled and went Bishop B7.
No, I think he did play D6 and Knight B8.
No, but that was rook E1. That was a
rook E1. Yeah.
All this openings
against
are
MVL.
so similar, and just tiny little differences.
No, the worst one is the Joko piano.
I know.
my brain becomes mush after
last year we had that issue.
It was.
And Alireza going for Breyer adjacent lines even here in the D3, A3 Spanish with Knight B8. Knight B8 exists in pretty much every single position these days. The temptation to reply to it with A3, A4 is quite strong, but I guess Black quite happily goes B4, Knight D5, takes, plays C6, and says this is nothing much.
Right, exactly. The
C6,
knight on C6.
I want to drop back to some square, maybe A2. I'm still
no.
curious why this isn't even a little bit better for White. I would feel that maybe I have a little bit of something.
But now we understand why the knight on C6 has disappeared. Because we can play C6, we can drive the bishop back, and then, like you said, maybe I've got a little something after, for example, Bishop E6.
Bishop b6, I wouldn't even play it here. I feel like this particular version is not that attractive for black. Takes d4 exists. Like white gets more than white normally gets in this structure.
Oops.
I would play, I don't know. Knight b8 is a kind of a rare move. Of course it exists, and there's quite a number of games. There's 80 games starting from knight b8. But if you go back a move, if you go back to knight c3, there's almost 1,500 games.
Right.
And the main moves have all like multiple hundreds of examples, whereas knight b8 is one of the somewhat rare normal options in this position. And a4 has actually been chosen by Aravindh, a4, b4. I am assuming we're playing 95, 92 c5 here. It doesn't really look like the way to go. I think 95 has to be chosen. I'm assuming black takes goes c5. And yeah, the engine says black is completely fine. It's not immediately obvious to me. I'm always very drawn to these types of positions with white because I feel like I can maybe play d4 kind of early, d4, bishop b3, maybe follow it up by c2, c3. But the black position is very solid. I think what black has going for them here is just a very solid position with very easy development. You place the queen on c7. Maybe you want to play knight c6. And
it feels like a fill.
Maybe you actually want to play c5, c4 and try to seal off that bishop on a2.
It feels like a Philidor.
Yeah, but it's probably a very healthy Philidor from
right.
Because you got rid of one of the knights, which means that you have more breathing space. Your knights aren't really taking squares away from each other. And yeah, just as a Spanish player, I feel like e4, d4 against e5, d6. My initial reaction always is I must be at least a touch better.
Right.
But maybe I'm not. Maybe it's just completely
Peter,
fine.
can you please pull up Prague's game against Duda? They have, I think that's the first London we've had in this event. But it's very strange London with
knight f3.
e3, b6. b6 is a very provocative option here by Jan-Krzysztof, specifically because of knight c3. And Duda is doing all of this basically a tempo. But the engine hates it. The engine says knight takes d4, you're really in trouble because if you play a6, you're one move away from being completely fine, but you're actually an exchange down is what you are.
Bishop b8.
No.
And I mean, you have some quote-unquote positional compensation here.
Nobody believes you.
But you are a full exchange down.
I have one rook more.
So yeah, I don't know if this is some kind of a misclick, weird live misclick, or what happened, because knight takes d4 is a big advantage, but even this, the engine says, knight b5, knight d5, queen takes d4, knight c6, queen a4. It also dislikes this quite a bit. You would like to take on f4, but then you really have no solution to knight c7 check.
My goodness.
So you end up having to play something like a6.
But I have check.
Yeah, and then you play this position, which also...
Nobody wants to play this position.
Why would you do this to yourself? So knight b5, knight d5 on the board in the meantime. And now you have to play queen takes d4, but also you will play queen takes d4, because what else do you play? Yeah, this is a bit of a kind of a strange opening disaster, because you know, gone are the days when London was so rare that people didn't have a repertoire against it. Everybody has a repertoire against the London, even I do now. And I tried for years and years not to have one. I worked very, very hard and not developing anything against the London, but I was forced to.
You know, I do play a lot of variants, and in these variants plays like Crazy House.
I was looking at that. I was looking at that, but I don't think it works.
I mean, it's pretty silly of me to think of this, but
it's very funny looking, yes.
Right. So if you go back, let's just say for argument's sake,
wow,
I won a pawn. I won a pawn on d5.
I'm very curious about this. Only I actually remember. Yeah.
Oh no, I get trapped.
This is the problem. Yeah.
Oh, that's actually funny
King
too.
E7. King E7, you're better.
Yes.
Because this works, and if it goes forward,
Bishop c4.
We can go in.
King d5 castle.
Yeah, King d5 castles. Now King c5 is kind of made, so you have to do this. And now we just go in. We can throw in Bishop c4. This is very enjoyable.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Queen takes e7 kind of wins on the spot, which is very regrettable.
Very regrettable.
Yeah.
Okay, now we return to our normal telecast. We are looking at queen takes d4, knight c6, queen a4, and we consider Prague's position significantly.
He has a different option. The reason he hasn't played it yet is he can go bishop d6.
Bishop to d6.
Yeah,
okay.
Black kind of has to play a6.
Okay.
And now you can maybe try bishop takes f8, king takes f8, and now a choice of e4 is playable. At some point the engine was suggesting knight d6, d takes e3, bishop c4, but it has now fallen out of love with this idea, says it's not really very sound. Queen takes d4 is just much stronger than any of this.
Of course.
So it kind of has to be chosen.
Absolutely. I want to turn our attention to the game of Aravindh and Alireza. Just to catch up, we did see the whole sequence.
No, he played knight e2, which I think this is now just very healthy for Black.
Right.
Because I will play knight c6, bishop e6 as quickly as possible, and with this structure,
solid.
It is just very, very healthy. I think practice shows that.
Even these pawn sacrifice ideas with knight a5 and b3.
And I think an important moment here, because I really don't think Black needs to worry about bishop takes f6, but I would play knight e8, I think. Or knight d7, I think knight e8 probably, unless bishop d5 is troublesome.
Knight
because I think I want to trade that bishop on g5 for a bishop, not for a knight.
So
something like this, yeah.
Okay.
Something like this.
The bishop g5 on the board.
Yeah.
And would you consider bishop e6, Peter?
Yes.
Yes. That came quickly. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the default solution in these types of positions.
Exactly.
But then after bishop takes f6, bishop takes e6, you get a position which I think is difficult for Black to play for a win because of how solid it is for White.
Right.
White, of course, would prefer to have this knight on e3, not g3. But even with a knight on...
We should check in with Topalov. Oh, actually, Maurice has some updates for us.
Not quite an update. I'm actually befuddled by this game so much. The one with Duda playing this opening so badly. You talk about the lack of preparation against the London, but also just the reaction when you enter a position that you don't feel so comfortable all of a sudden, or you maybe your wires are crossed. I'd love your take on it, guys. This move after knight to c3. I mean, look at Duda's face right now. I mean, is he looking, trying to look calm? Is he thinking, oh boy, let me just pretend, or what the heck am I going to do about queen takes d4? Let me act as though I'm setting a trap against my opponent because I prepared this line. It's very hard. Chess players try to hide their emotions. And here, Duda it looks like he's trying to look like Mr. Cool. I got this all under control. While at the same time, we all know that this is terrible. And of course, Prague himself had to confirm before finally capturing on d4. I think this is bad. It looks pretty bad. You know what? It is bad. And he played queen takes d4 there. Now, the thing is, c takes d4 in this position was absolutely unnecessary. I'm not saying that he had much better choices, but he could have stopped the knight b5 move with a6. He could have also played bishop to b7, and after this played knight to a6. This position ain't great, but guess what? The number one engine move is the move knight to d2. That's not that easy to find, as a matter of fact, although he is headed to c4 and to the d6 square. So you could have at least pressed pause for a second and said, I think I did something wrong. Let me fix it. Instead, he just went straight ahead, trying to maybe bluff, as happened to him against the compatriot of Praggnanandhaa, Aravindh, and he just played a quick c takes d4, only to see knight b5 land on the board. Knight takes d4 is apparently even stronger, and now suddenly he's playing quick moves, and there it is. Knight to c6, and again, you've got to wonder, did he prepare this in some fantasy land, and he's just trying to play cat and mouse, or did he just screw up? It's incredible, such a strong player, move 5 already, to be in a loss position after 5 moves. You can never imagine a 27, 30, 40, 50 player being lost after 5 moves. I'm leaving it to someone or a couple of players who've been that high to explain that to me.
Lost is strong?
Yeah.
Is it strong? Or
I
is
think
it correct?
Lost is overstating the case a tiny bit. But yeah, I mean, before Maurice stepped in with his impassioned speech, I was giving the same speech here. I have no idea what's going on.
Right.
It feels like maybe he just kind of, he has some kind of a setup with b6 in mind, and it works against some borders and doesn't work against others. And he kind of mixed up which one this is.
Right.
Because I do not believe you actually do this to yourself on purpose.
No, this is just very
Maybe
unpleasant.
if you analyze this position for a bit longer, it stops being plus 1.5 and drops down to plus 0.80, but you're still not doing this to yourself on purpose.
No.
And, okay, whoa. Okay, so he's going to get bailed out a little bit here. Because Pragg played knight d6 check, and now after bishop takes d6, queen takes g7, he will give bishop b4 check, c3, and this is actually not that bad. Rook f8, and this is, knight takes b4 apparently is a mistake. It's much stronger. No, it's not. Yeah. You go for this and you sort of survive. So continuing our story of people, well, I'm not going to call this a semi-bluff. I'm pretty sure this is some kind of a misclick, or kind of a brain misclick. Yeah.
Right.
I do not think he was planning to bluff Pragg into not finding queen a4. I really do think he misplayed something and just missed the move orders. But yeah, this is an improvement. You're still worse after queen c3, queen e7, and I don't know, a3, 95, queen d2, but it's a playable position. Yes, you will never castle anywhere, probably, but okay. Life goes on, I suppose.
I was drawn to the game of Bogdan and MVL. I was charmed as a teen. The players have reached this position, and I saw this trap, and I just thought, oh, this is just so good, I have to share it. Bishop f4 attacking the rook, but the rook went to b8 with purpose. The purpose was to take the pawn on b2. MVL quickly captured on d1, and the question for the audience is, why didn't he take on b2? Rook takes b2. And when I saw this tactic for the first time as a teenager, I just giggled and laughed. Queen takes d8, king takes d8.
Oh.
and this is a legal move.
Yeah, exactly.
You get the castle.
More than the tactical puzzle, it's a question on whether you know the rules of chess.
Exactly.
Because it might seem like this should not be a legal move, but it very much is.
And you pick up a whole rook, and that ends the game. In the game, MVL was familiar with that trap, and the players went on, I think.
But this is massively unpleasant for black.
Is it?
This really has been, I think this is just not very nice at all.
Yeah, these split pawns.
And also this knight on f6 against the f3, e4 windbreaker.
What does white king do?
Usually it stays in the center.
Stays in the center,
If I can play rook c1,
I guess he wants bishop d4, we will throw in b3 and then...
And our next...
Bishop b3.
I guess they develop the white squared bishop and then go king e2.
Yeah. Or bishop e3 and king f2. Yeah.
Might be bishop c7 might be an issue too.
Pawn's hanging.
The whole
You're always
idea.
watching all the hanging.
Yeah, like which one can I grab? Also, I'm not sure I need b3.
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe bishop c7 is just. I missed it completely. You're right.
Yeah. That.
Although I do have rook b7, rook 6, king d7, so maybe it doesn't. Rook c4. Maybe it does work.
Exactly. Can we just have a quick look?
Rook b7 only move. Rook takes c6, king d7, rook c4.
And that's a tempo.
Yeah. You can take on b2, but you're going to be much worse there.
I don't like to play that ending. No.
No.
Should we check in
please.
with Fedoseev? He's in clear
Yes, and this was the one we've been warning Vladimir about. Be careful. So again, Veselin is not. When I see the move bishop e2, it's not old man's chess. It's what Veselin is saying is I'm not up to date with the latest and greatest in opening theory. I don't want to be victimized.
The reverse Philidor, yeah.
Yeah, by an.
And stop right there after knight c4.
Yes.
Interesting option just to take on c4 and play f5, which was quite strong according to my screen. Because white actually, the inclusion of a4, a5 on the queen side means that white can never really play b4. And if white can never play b4, the square on c5 is available for the black pieces. And also I quite simply want to play maybe at some point bishop c5, e4, knight d5 and start rolling in the center. This was very attractive. It's
sense.
What Vladimir ended up doing is not bad at all. He's still doing very, very well. But it was a concrete option that definitely deserved consideration.
Exactly. The current position, Peter, Veselin is ready to go d4, d5.
And doesn't it look like black has space advantage already?
Yeah, but d4, d5.
It's temporary.
I mean...
it's quite concrete, yeah.
It is. I don't think you want to play f4 immediately.
Maybe you do, but it's a very committal decision now.
You think he does want...
Well... I don't know about myself, but I have the
engine,
the overseeing eye. Yeah,
right. Cheater.
It goes f4, knight c4, bishop d5. But yeah, this is very, very unclear to me why this is so great. I guess if we were to try to explain it in human terms, we are. Remember that famous Lasker-Capablanca game from St. Petersburg from 1914, right?
Yes.
Where Lasker played a5 and completely sealed off the bishop on c8.
Yeah.
We're basically saying, yes, it looks a bit ugly. Yes, it gives up the e4 square for the white knights, and white actually should do something like this in response. But white has this piece which really will take a long, long time to bring back into the game.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just start using the fact that, once again, this is unavailable. Playing d4 is not that easy. And by extension, bishop on c1, and by extension, the rook on a1 as well, because the bishop on c1 is so poorly placed, are completely out of the game. So we can maybe go for some sort of semi-all-in.
G5.
Yeah. Queen e8, queen g6, rook f7, rook af8.
Okay.
The center is a bit more fluid than you would normally be comfortable with.
Right.
But you do have that really, really stupid piece on c1. But it's not an easy decision, and he hasn't done it. He's played queen e8, and now d4.
d4?
Yeah. After e4, you don't even need to play d5, apparently. You play knight e1. And now the threat of d5 is so strong that
it's forcing a response.
Yeah, it's telling me now that white is just much better.
What about f4 instead of e4? If we still try that?
Well, now I have knight c4.
Or
even bishop c4 is available.
Wow.
And this suddenly is just comfortable for white, because you will not be able to play e4. You can play queen h5, but I will throw in rook e1 as well. This is just good for white.
Yeah, no, this I like.
Yeah, queen e8, I liked the idea of bishop c4 and f5, and I didn't like that Vladimir didn't do it, but queen e8 really is the first properly unfortunate decision, yeah. Because f4 was playable, and also if you wanted to meet d4 somehow, bishop d6 was a better option to be able to, after d4, e4, knight e1, to be able to play knight e7. It's important to have this square, because it sidesteps the fork, and also importantly, your pawn on f5 is not hanging now anymore, which it will be in the game. If you, once again, if you go back to the game and you assume this happens and black plays, what was I playing? There are no good squares for this knight. You play knight d8,
then the pawn goes.
You've lost the f5 pawn.
Right.
Which you wouldn't have done had you played bishop d6, which is why bishop d6 was so crucial.
Mm-hmm.
So black had two decent choices here, and Vladimir went for a third one, which is really not as good. And d4, yeah, Veselin was never going to miss
this opportunity.
That opportunity, because his entire previous play is kind of predicated on having
and
this.
And the Veselin's like, this is the third game of the day.
Exactly. And Topalov's chances to shine in the third game of the day. Over to you, Maurice.
Actually, that joke has made it all the way here to Warsaw. Everybody said, Fedoseev, you better watch out, because Topalov is playing the round-robin gambit. You lose your first two games to get strength for that last game and then blow your opponent off the board in brilliant style. He himself, no doubt, is thinking the same way. Well, okay, you can beat me once, maybe beat me twice, but beating me 3 times in a row is a different thing. Now, the problem for Fedoseev, after that day one, remember he said to me famous words, don't play stupid chess. He had already won 2 games out of 3, and since then he has not won a single game. He's taken that advice about not playing stupid chess maybe a little bit too much to heart. Maybe that's causing him to not take too many chances, drawing his next 5 games and not absolutely putting a headlock on the tournament, playing maybe a little too safe, and only to find himself in the last round against a tail ender who is highly motivated to keep playing wild chess in every single game. Now suddenly, instead of playing with that idea you mentioned, Peter, of taking on c4, he has played with this queen e8 move only to see this move, d4, land on the board. Okay, it's not the sort of move that just completely crushes him and blows him away, but it is not a position he must be too thrilled to be applying, particularly if bishop c4 lands on the board. So here you see the two players. Topalov, can he once again upset one of the so-called favorites in the competition? He did get up from the board for a couple of minutes after Fedoseev had moved and lost a little bit of time on the clock. That's not a very good sign for him, but we'll see. There's still a long way to play in this game. And by the way, you see the scores there. Just how different the fortunes of these two players are. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I've got the game between Aravindh and Alireza up on my board now. I'm a pawn grubber, so I look at the position and I say, I want to play knight takes e4, but I want to have my rook on b4. Rook to b4, Peter? Am I missing something? What am I missing?
No, I can play queen a7.
Queen a7. Sorry, I wasn't looking in that direction.
Yeah, the point being, if you take on a4, I can take e takes d5. Now, knight takes d5 allows me to take with the rook and then to take on e7, so I have to recapture it this way. And now, I thought rook fe1 was strong, but rook fe1 actually does nothing at all because of rook f7, but white can play rook b1, which might be a difficult move to find, but the idea of landing it on b7 is actually very strong. And black is fine, but black is definitely not better, despite currently having an extra pawn.
The extra pawn is...
The king is not very safe, and these are all kind of weaknesses.
It's a strange position.
It is.
I'm still scratching my head on. Could I see that last position once again after rook to b1? So I even have rook to g4, I have h6, I have...
Yeah, no, you're fine. Rook g4 is one of the better moves in the position. h4 is playable, knight f5 is playable. You kind of have to go here, and then the rook has to go on h5. But I mean, it's obvious white is not worse. But but yeah, you are absolutely not going to lose this with black.
Right.
It's just that, like, your initial foray into this conversation was, I'm a pawn grab, I want to be a pawn.
I want to be a pawn up.
You will be, but it's still not really playing for a win.
Okay.
And because rook b4 is not really playing for a win, maybe you just want to prefer to play something quiet like queen d7 and keep rook b4 in your back pocket for the next move.
Stopping queen a7.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing. You're chasing the queen out of the center. And
Where does the knight go after e5?
Doesn't go anywhere for now.
Oh, he goes to g4.
And then maybe goes to g4.
Yeah, I was about to say, you need to create a square, right?
Yeah. h6 is also fine. That is not to say that rook b4 is a bad move. It's one of the top moves in the position, but it doesn't really generate any kind of winning chances anyway.
Okay, well, thank you for that. That was a little bit...
Bishop c4 played by Veselin, by the way, in the meantime.
I think one game we haven't looked at yet is Levon's. Let's check quickly.
Absolutely. Levon versus David. Again, Levon coming into this, the last round of the day. He stands in pretty decent shape as he's getting ready for the blitz.
Right now.
Absolutely. And no, he's not a pawn up because there's a missing h2 pawn.
Yes.
Okay.
There were actually quite a lot of interesting little spots in that game. So this is it began its life as a kind of a mix of semi-Slav, a kind of a Chebanenko semi-Slav. White played b3, bishop b4, bishop d2, knight b7. The idea of luring the bishop to d2 so that it doesn't get to b2 so quickly, and then returning to d6 later. Levon has a lot of history in these lines. He did some good things. I think there was a fantastic game he won against Magnus in one of the Norway chess tournaments where he played a3, bishop takes a3, rook takes a3, queen a3 for positional compensation for this exchange, and in a similar shape position, but he didn't play rook c1 there. But after h6, I'm not in love with this move knight e2. I think maybe it relinquishes some of the advantage, but Levon knows best. Like, I'm not going to argue with his expertise. I just don't think this is so great, but the mistake came later. You can play queen c2 here, you can play bishop b4, you can play bishop c3 and be immediately maybe equal, but he chose c takes d5, which after queen takes d5 actually gives an advantage to black, because suddenly rook d8 is coming in, and also you do have to watch out for immediate bishop takes h2 followed by queen h5 and knight g4.
Checkmate.
For instance, bishop c3, which may have been even intended, I don't know what Levon wanted, but it does allow this.
Watch out. Checkmate.
And you're not really getting mated for a very specific reason that you have bishop h7 check and queen d6.
Wow.
But you are down a pawn now.
Yeah, right.
And maybe because of that, Levon went knight d4. And here I think Gavrilescu sold his position a little bit short, because you can just play rook d8. Now c6, c5 is a much stronger threat. And also, as is often the case in these types of positions, the plan you really want to show, and let me just make some kind of a move. Yeah, the idea, I mean, here c5 just wins, but a move like this, with the intention of following it up with queen d6, often gets shocking. Very annoying for white.
Right.
I'm not saying rook d8 is winning, but it would be quite an awkward position to face. Instead, he played c5, Levon played bishop c4, bishop h2, takes, king g1, c takes d4, and Levon played e takes d4, bishop g4 maybe was slightly stronger than bishop e6. Black is still completely comfortable, but I think maybe Gavrilescu is trying to equalize a position in which he was slightly better.
Right.
He's not having the greatest of tournaments, and he's playing against somebody who is generally a very dangerous player with the white pieces. It's an understandable impulse, and sometimes it's very difficult to just assess correctly how well you're doing, because you come to the board thinking my first task is to equalize.
Right.
And you maybe miss a moment where you've already equalized.
Yeah, you would zoom right past equality.
And now I think the position, like, if you are to prefer somebody, you're still probably going to pick black here.
Right.
Because bc4, queen takes d4 exists, and rook c4, queen d5 is also just optically.
Nice.
You always pick black in this position.
Exactly, light square.
But maybe he could have had more, is my point.
But this whole exercise with bishop takes h2, very nice. Are we jumping to Warsaw? I wasn't sure. We're going back and forth.
No, I think we should check with Topalov, though. I think he is doing really well.
He did play bishop c4. That was a move that Peter mentioned here. d3, d4. And the whole threat, the huge threat for white, d4, d5 winning a piece. And after f4, we didn't have to immediately move our knight, but we do have this move, bishop c4.
Very nice move.
And then
suddenly
Vladimir continued. I think he's slightly shaken by the fact that the game is not really developing the way he expected. Knight b4 in particular, this sequence of e takes d4 and knight b4 is not great. Because of how strong queen e4 is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and after queen f7, although maybe it's, in practical terms, maybe it's not that bad, because I thought there was something immediately straightforward here for white, where in fact the best two moves are bishop d2 and queen e2, neither of which are striking me as obvious or easy to find or easy to assess.
Well, c4 isn't really hanging, right?
Yeah,
because of e7.
You can actually play bishop takes f4, introducing a third piece to be unpraised, but
the knight's also hanging on d7.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So you could take the knight, but after queen takes c4, you were about to tell me
queen e7,
the knight,
queen d7, yeah.
The knight is hanging on d7.
Yeah, the only way to respond to bishop takes f4, which isn't bad, is rook a8, but it is also the most natural response. And then pieces do start to hang, and it becomes a bit awkward for what. I mean, it's still fine, but it supposedly is less of an advantage for white than the moves bishop d2 and queen e2. Knight e5, I guess we go queen f4, takes, knight takes d7.
I've munched the pawn, but you've got good minor
Maybe rook
pieces.
d8, knight c2 wins it back, though?
The knight on b4 is fantastic.
Yeah.
Knight b4.
Kind of shockingly complicated position for a position in which seemingly not very much is going on just yet.
Exactly. So bishop d2.
In the current position. It very much likes bishop d2, because I think the point from the white side is that we are still incredibly interested in getting rid of this stupid piece.
Exactly.
It is still very restricted. We are snapping on b4, if we're allowed to take on b4, and then put a knight on e5,
right,
when there's no blockading
square.
The knight supporting the blockading square on d5. We're doing that very, very quickly.
But knight can just move now, right? To not allow the knight c6?
Knight c6?
Knight c6? You're
knight c6, rook a1, the problem is you constantly want to play knight f6, but it constantly costs you a full pawn. And without knight c6, knight f6, you don't really have comfortable development. The engine tries to shoo some of these pieces away, but it still remains kind of
Awkwardly
pessimistic. Yeah,
placed pieces.
because
Yeah.
we do have decent coverage of the e-file. Eventually, one of the knights will go to e5. It's just not very pleasant. But finding bishop d2, just realizing you
Not
don't
to
have
take
to
the
do
pawn.
anything.
We do have a move. Veselin took on f4.
Yeah.
It's
And-
hard not to, though. I mean, when you notice that the knight's not hanging because the bishop's hanging, and you go,
It's a good move.
oh, wait a minute, wait a minute.
It's a good move.
My bishop on c1 wants life.
I'm expecting rook a8 to come, and then the best two moves here are specifically rook dc1 for some reason, or b2, b3, neither of which are that obvious, using the fact that queen f4, queen e6 allows us to win the piece back on
Something
d7.
to be said for b2, b3. I like that.
Yeah,
Just
I like
supporting
b3.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, you keep everything tucked in, nicely protected. Check. Give me
Not
the
everything,
knight.
but at least the knight's protected.
Right. Okay, so...
So there's no any kind of discovery move with the bishop that's unpleasant for white?
Exactly. Something like bishop to
Think you can-
d6. I can even...
Cover it with something on e5. Right?
Exactly. Just move to e5.
Yeah, that looks really nice.
Okay. By the way, knight g5 suddenly starts to come to mind as a potential threat for white. And
Well, there's
Veselin is-
f2 that you have to watch out for.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
If the prophecy actually comes to pass, it's going to be...
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing I've
Yeah.
ever seen in chess.
Quite-
Lose
quite-
2 games in a row, win your third.
Quite
Losing-
hilarious for everybody apart from Vladimir. Yeah?
Exactly. But who was mentioning that he's drawn 5 in a row after starting so
Maurice
very well?
said that about Fedoseev.
Yeah, that's something. He became very cautious.
Becalmed, yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit becalmed.
Yeah,
He
but
had
also
good chances in the first round today.
remind me again who he played. Oh, okay. I'll look
I don't
my.
remember, but he had chances.
Prague. He was black against Prague.
Yeah, it was the rook against the bishop and the knight.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely had a
that
shot
ending.
in that game. Yeah.
All right,
Should
let's
we check with Alireza, see if
let's
there's
do
any
it.
changes?
So Alireza up against.
His last move, knight h5.
And by the way, rook b4, he couldn't resist it either.
Yeah, queen a7 wasn't played. Queen e5 was chosen instead. Queen d7.
Gift me the pawn on e6.
Seven.
Queen d7.
e5, e5, knight h5. I wonder why not knight. Like knight f5 does look a lot more natural.
Salient.
Maybe rook e4.
Knight e7 though.
Queen e7.
Yeah, it's probably
I
fine,
think-
but I think you take that as well. Well, rook takes a4 played, and the engine
Hates it
says not good. I wonder why.
It's a mistake. Let's see. Wow, if Alireza goes down in this round, that'll be...
Well, I still
big
don't see
shock.
why it's a mistake. That's my problem. You can take everything and take on d5, and I'm thinking
Rook
that's a
takes
draw.
d5 immediately is quite annoying for black.
Queen takes d5, queen
Knight
e7.
Knight
Knight
takes
f6.
f6 check. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, that's pretty. That's very easy to miss. Rook takes d5, knight takes d5, queen g7. That'll hurt your feelings. And if you take with the queen, likewise,
F6.
you're going to
Costs
have
you
your
a queen,
feelings
yeah.
hurt. That's a check, and you lose your queen. So after
So you have
rook
to play
takes-
queen e8, and then we go, well, in any order, we take on f6 twice, force you to take with the g-pawn.
Is queen e8 the only move?
Queen c6 is also playable, but he will play queen e8 anyway next move, so
So
yeah,
queen
kind
e8?
of is. Take on f6 with any light piece. I guess bishop maybe is a bit cleaner.
Bishop.
And then knight. You have to take with the pawn, regrettably.
Oh, that's terrible.
And then we go like queen g3 check or something. And
Well, we're just playing a very, very unpleasant major piece ending with an exposed king and...
It's very dangerous for black.
yeah, I'm pretty sure the engine
definitely.
holds this, but we are not engines. And
No.
in human terms, this is massively unpleasant.
Now,
Excuse
will
me. but
Arvind
yes.
spot rook takes d5? Clearly, Alireza didn't see it, otherwise he would not allow
Yeah,
it.
he would never
No.
have allowed it. Yeah.
No. But it's very unusual that the x-ray of the queen, your knight isn't usually on h5 when there's a knight on f6 because knight takes h5 is always on tap But rook takes d5, a big moment for Aravindh. And
we should
we've
stay
got
here
the camera.
to see if...
Yeah, let's wait until the move is made.
We've got our spy cam. We can see the players.
You can see Alireza's face. He's kind of covering up his face. I think he spotted rook d5 and he's pretending to...
Yeah, Aravindh once again is playing a lot slower than his opponent. He's down to 6.5, but 6.5 is still quite a lot.
Big moment. Rook takes d5, and Alireza could quickly find himself in a very unpleasant position.
In the meantime, Veselin did play the line we were kind of discussing and semi-expecting him to play, knight c5, and the endgame we had on the board is on the board.
Okay.
And I checked briefly, the engine does say this is throwing much of it away. It's not zeros, but it's close to zeros.
Exactly. A very unusual tactic with
besides rook d5, what could he be calculating here?
Rook e1?
Yeah.
Rook e1 looks good.
Rook e1 and rook c1 are also...
he takes it.
Rook takes d5. And
Alireza's
no reaction from Alireza.
Well, he knew.
But he knew.
He knew.
He's just sitting there cursing himself, like, why did I play rook a4? I didn't need to play rook a4. Now he's going to have to really bear down and try to save this position. It's not going to be easy. You mentioned that there was queen c6.
But after rook c1, you still play queen e8, so it's not really an improvement.
Rook c1?
Rook c1?
Yeah, we can continue doing this.
Can't I?
There are no back rank issues. a1 is covered.
Can I play rook c4?
Yeah, rook c1's not that easy to make.
Rook c4, what am I missing?
Takes queen e6 check. King h8, queen takes e7.
Uh-oh, I don't like queen e6 check.
What if I cover rook f7?
Rook d8 check
rook d8 check
is coming.
Well, I can... No,
and when you push the king away from
now
the
rook is
protection,
hanging, and importantly, we cover the c1 square.
Rook e8?
Queen takes g7 is good.
Yeah.
Queen takes g7.
It's pretty good.
It's the dry humor. I mean, you got to. It's pretty good. You're right. Queen takes g7.
But
Very
this
good.
all needs to be calculated, and Aravindh's down to 5 minutes.
And Alireza, since day one in his game against Vladimir, yes, he hasn't been in trouble.
Well, he has, but not like this.
Not like this. This is just unpleasant. And again, this is really a very, very unusual tactic. You don't see the knight on h5, this tension, because you can always take. So normally speaking, you always have this as a resource. And yes, bishop takes f6. We could trade queens and maybe not be so bad, but after knight f6, we just resign.
Yeah, unusual pattern, but... So after queen e8, it's very unpleasant, right? With the open king.
Yes, that was just this idea that we're going to have to play g takes f6 to keep our queen protected, and then we're just going to play a position where it's 3 versus 3, but look at how...
Honestly, I feel like maybe we play queen g6 instead of king h8.
Okay.
Queen b3.
Okay.
And we just play queen f7. And we say we are very happy to give up a6 to get one pair of rooks off.
But rook d1, it's double.
Rook d1, maybe rook g4, yeah, get it over to g7.
This looks very scary, though.
Don't play
k5. No argument.
Terrifying.
Yeah. No, the only thing I wanted to point out is I am paying that pawn to get,
you're giving away
any
the
pair
pawn.
of pieces of the board.
Yeah, just to get a safer king. Yeah.
I am so happy to give it up if I can get anything off the board at all.
And why would these 2 points be so critical, Nazi?
Because Alireza is in first place with 11 points, but Aravindh is in third, just 2 points behind him. If he wins, he catches up with Alireza.
Absolutely.
And as does Fedoseev, probably, because it feels like he should now not lose that game against Topalov, and they will all be on 11 points.
Let's take a look at the game of Veselin and Vladimir, because when we have left it, we saw the move bishop f4, rook e8, and immediately knight e5. I think b2, b3 would have given more chances.
More chances, yes.
For Topalov than what he currently has. Let's catch up with the players. Rook C1.
Yeah.
And
it's still very concrete, though. The only way to play here, it's a very logical move. I think it's a move you will make. But apart from Rook E2, nothing much really works.
So you play Rook E2.
You play Rook E2, White plays B3.
Yep.
And you can even start immediate counterplay on the king side now with like G5 and trying to play against the pawn on F2 because it's a very strong Rook on E2. It could also go to B2 if chased. This doesn't even look, honestly, like black is worse. It looks like black is completely fine.
Exactly. Looks like Vladimir is going to do very well. I'm going to toss it to you, Maurice in Warsaw.
Well, I'm super excited by this game that Aravindh is playing. And it took a position where, of course, Alireza looked completely fine, and he had that feeling like he was completely fine, and then suddenly lost his sense of danger in the position and allowed this massive tactical shot, Rook takes D5, to land on the board. And it's a kind of move that, from your psychological perspective, not seeing it is absolutely humiliating. You just don't see a shot come at you. Now, that doesn't mean that people always see great tactical moves, but Alireza is one of those players who's supremely tactical, and to see a move like this land on the board can be so unnerving that you have to settle yourself. It's not just, ooh, I'm just going to play my next move. It's, whoa, first of all, what did I just miss? A bomb goes off in your position that you should have seen, and then suddenly you have to make sure that everything is okay after that. He hasn't moved as yet. It's as though a punch to the face that knocks you to the floor, and you got to shake the cobwebs out. And so here, his Rook takes A4, bad move, thanks to this Rook takes D5. And one of the main problems in this position to note is whenever you're in a major piece ending, the biggest thing, queen and two rooks against with each other, that kind of ending, the most important factor by far is the security of the king, because that king can be tortured forever. You wanted to give up the A6 pawn, Peter, but backing off and not chasing the pawn at all to move like queen to C3, saying, you better go cover yourself, and I'm going to figure out a way to maybe penetrate along the 8th, penetrate along the 7th. You'll be playing protection shield for the next 50 moves as your pieces, maybe your rook tries to hover, as you mentioned, your queen shows up over there. White will one day play the move G3, and you'll never move any of your pawns. Black will just sit there and try, as a boxer, to just hold the position and say, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. A6 pawn if you like. Don't figure out how to reorganize the torture, but it is torture to have this position. And Alireza definitely needing to try to figure out what to do. Rook takes D5 on the board, and he finally did play this move. Or sorry, yeah, it looks like he has played into this line. And no, I'm actually in the wrong variation here. Rook takes D5, queen to E8. Do I have the position correct on the board? Because it looks like I don't have the move just yet. I'm seeing variation here, but I'm not seeing movement by Alireza. If you could zoom in for me, please, director, so I can see, because my board is forcing it forward. Nevertheless, this is a big moment. Oh, exactly. He still has not moved. Exactly. He still has not moved. Remember, he had about 12 minutes on the clock. That's how much of a haymaker this move is, shaking up the entire tournament in one go, potentially. Rook takes D5. We got to keep our eye on it. We featured this young man at the beginning of the broadcast, and he is showing just why he jumped about 80 rating points in the last several months to now be one of the top 12 players on the planet. If he's making moves like this, his future is quite bright indeed.
Thank you, Maurice. That's not an understatement at all. Rook takes D5, real haymaker, and 12 minutes for Alireza when that move was played. He's used half his time.
Yeah, even more than that. He is below Arvind's time now.
Wow, wow. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Prague and Duda for a moment. That was the London gone wrong. And
it could have gone wrong, but it didn't really go.
Yeah, terrible. Knight d6 helped Duda, bailed him out a bit. After queen takes g7, bishop b4 check, bishop takes, queen f6 was what Duda played. They got into an ending where this very dominant bishop on d6 is the salient
both bishops are very good for white.
feature. Yes, h4, rook h3, and the players, I didn't know.
I did like the king d1.
Yeah, I did. That was cute. That was cute. I just like white's two bishops, but how good?
King d1 was cute, but not the best. Straightforward play such as knight c4 was stronger. And Duda, I think, is fine now. It's about equal after bishop e2, knight d4. You do have the bishop h5 check option, but it's sufficiently blocked.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, but Alireza just made a blunder.
And this supposedly loses to something. Let's try to figure out to what.
Alireza used half his time on his clock to make a huge mistake. Queen takes e7.
We didn't consider this move.
Why? Well, queen takes e7.
Knight takes h5.
Knight takes h5, because of course I had this all nice and ready for you. Knight takes h5. But there's a back rank problem, isn't there, Peter? Rook to d8?
Rook d8, queen f5 is still okay. And the only move that wins is a move which I think we are all very conditioned not to make in this position, which is the move f2, f3. Everything else is good for white, but black continues defending. f3, position collapses.
So why f3 but not h3?
Exactly, I don't know. h3, because we need to take away the e4 square. It's actually very understandable. h3, queen e4, it holds.
Not
easy
h3,
to
queen
spot.
e4, thanks to the rook on, okay, makes sense. And after f3...
So we play f3, and then the threat is rook fd1, rook d8.
So we have to go queen b... Oh, we can't go queen b4.
Queen b4, unfortunately, loses to the skewer, yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Bishop e7, and there goes one of your rooks.
So if queen c4?
So queen
c4, rook fd1.
We can't go immediately rook d8 for some reason?
Queen f7 maybe survives for now. And also rook fd1, we can just continue increasing our threats, because black really has no counterplay whatsoever. You would like to play rook a1, but it loses to queen e6 check. So.
Yeah. The rook on a4 is misplaced. The knight on h5 is misplaced.
Queen e6, rook d8 is a threat too.
Queen e6, rook d8.
No, not really. Queen covers.
But simply rook d8.
Yeah.
Rook
Actually,
d8
it is. Can we find a way to show this?
Okay.
No, a6, play
A5
a5 here, yeah. Queen e6.
Oh, the other rook.
Rook d8. We will ignore the existence of queen c5 check. Queen takes e6.
Of course. Give me
rook f8. Queen g8. You survived? Not really.
Oh my goodness. Double. You don't oftentimes get a chance to double against the queen on g8. That's
not very often.
That's pretty.
If this gets found, if all of this gets found, Aravindh is just straight up winning. But f3, I think, is you can get there by realizing h3 comes close but allows queen e4. But still, you're so conditioned not to open up diagonals from which you can be checked.
Exactly. That's a that's a hard move to get. We're hardwired, as you say, not to play the move f3. But sometimes, you know, necessity, the mother
Chess is a very concrete game,
yeah.
And you can get there just by process of elimination and calculation, but...
Aravindh down to 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. Let me refresh again. Those of you joining us late, Alireza has been in cruise control. He's in first place, and he's playing against a player who's in third place, but with a victory, Aravindh will tie for first, depending upon how Vladimir plays.
Alireza needs to survive this game to remain in the lead.
G5.
The thing is,
well, it looks so forced.
h5's hanging, right? So you don't want to trade everything on f6.
No. So
but he's
queen
definitely
takes
calculating
e7.
queen e7, knight h5.
Now again, you can't take with because bishop f6 and I'm threatening mate. And as we figure this out, we're going to toss it to Maurice and get some help. Maurice.
Oh, I'm not figuring anything out. I'm just completely losing it over here as I look at this position and the moment. It's a moment for this young man to grab with this move. Queen takes on e7, and we should have the camera on the board. his time is ticking down. He knows there's something, and he probably has looked at F3. He's looking at everything. He's blown 4 minutes almost on the clock. This could be the tournament. Okay, maybe overstating it, but imagine finding this sequence and the wind to his sails. If he could knock off Alireza, the leader, in the last round of the Rapids, it's just an extraordinary moment for him. And look how nervous he is. And he spent all this time. This is a disaster, and he has instead played a completely different move here in playing bishop takes on F6, and you could just feel it in the position that he was going to not find the sequence. That move F3, as you mentioned, Peter, was so counterintuitive not to play that he just couldn't find it. And now we have a completely different game. Yes, white is still better, but a knockout punch was definitely missed.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, that bishop, that F3, we're told not to do these things, Peter. We're not to open up our king. Now, we talked about this specific structure in this position. Alireza, with his queen on G4, got an improved version.
Maybe it's a slightly improved version.
But it's still a bad position.
Yeah, it doesn't really change the underlying nature of what's going on. You play something like queen D6.
Right.
You include that move, or queen E7. You include that move Maurice was mentioning. You play G2, G3 just to secure the back rank, secure the open G file. And then you start introducing threats to the position. It's still not going to be fun. Alireza has 4 minutes against half a minute, though, which improves his defensive chances.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he still is never playing this for a win. Even against somebody on 10 seconds, I think you pretty much never win this position, ever, with Black famous last words. Yeah, but I feel kind of confident saying it's extremely difficult to imagine white losing this.
Exactly.
Should we stay here or check with Topalov and Fedoseev?
Let's just check.
They're both down to their 2 minutes, their last 2 minutes.
Oh, my goodness. And has Veselin managed to maintain his extra pawn?
Extra pawn, yes.
For now, but he is not better.
Well, we do have, wait a minute.
Blacksmiths are quite active.
Maybe
I do see knight F6 check and
knights
knight
are so
takes
tricky,
G4.
especially in time trouble.
Ooh, knight F6 check, and be careful. I might even be able to play rook takes D6 and rook C7 check on a good day. Uh-oh, rook F2.
Okay, that's a big mistake. And now after rook G4, rook G6, rook G4, he should have included bishop takes C5 first, because then he would have had king F8. I think it was important to run towards the center.
Because now his king will be cut off the H file. Yeah. So king H7, rook takes G4, and you've always got to be mindful of rook to C3 to H3, checkmate. You wanted your king on F8.
Topalov's doing it again.
Oh my God!
And after king H7,
it's black magic.
They both missed knight F6 check, which was winning on the spot.
Knight F6 check?
Weirdly, yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's checkmate or win the exchange.
Rook G4 is still a big... No, actually now after knight D5, black is back to being completely fine-ish.
No.
I mean, not
because there's no rook C3.
Yeah, we stop rook C3. We are introducing the idea of knight E3.
Remarkable.
Yeah. Veselin has a perpetual on H4, G4.
Yeah, so knight to D5.
Yeah.
So
instead of rook takes G4, knight F6 was
just immediate.
Pretty much winning on the spot.
Yeah, it looks immediate. Now, it's crazy that, I think I just saw a head shake by Veselin as he realizes, wait a minute, didn't I have... Because now, in this position as white, you start to think to yourself, I want to avoid knight E3, so let me put my rook on G6. So wait a minute, I could have played knight F6 check on my last turn. King...
He's gone rook E1.
Okay, that stops.
Knight E3.
Knight E3.
Yeah.
Can black go knight F4? No, I still walk into checkmate with knight F6.
Rook F5 and rook F4 are the best two options. You can also sort of secure a king a little bit by playing knight F6 and getting one pair of knights off the board. But
commentators' golden rule: show every checkmate that you can.
Deal with the knight, yes.
Yes, that would be...
Rook F4, yeah, that definitely is a very solid choice, because if we can trade off the rook on G4, much of the danger in our position immediately disappears.
So, for example, rook F4, rook E... No, rook E4?
It's harder to checkmate with just one rook. So as soon as one gets traded...
It's through that?
And then bishop E5 is always an option as well.
So if I take on f4, take on f4.
You can play rook e4 here.
And how
Giving
does
me
it go?
the g2 pawn?
Well, wait a minute. Your knight.
No, I'm not touching that.
Okay.
Let's go back to Firouzja because Aravind's down to its last 30 seconds.
No, really? Oh boy. Okay.
Well, Alireza doesn't have that much time either. It's just 1 minute and 20 seconds.
This is it. Queen d6. I like that move. So, as Maurice was saying about the king position, whenever your opponent's king is more vulnerable than yours, then in principle you don't want to trade queens. So any queen trade would have been welcome by Alireza, then he
Well, I
would
think
make a
he's
draw.
preparing maybe some offers of queen trade.
Oh yes.
White has this first rank problem, so should we include h3 somewhere? He played rook d1.
to d1. Okay, that's excessively cautious. So this is our game of the day here, as our tournament leader Alireza. He finds himself in a very, very bad position, but it's the clock.
Seems to be getting away with it,
seconds. Oh, Aravindh there. And quickly, Alireza knows that his chances of saving the game has everything to do with the clock, so he's keeping the pressure on his opponent.
Are we pushing the a-pawn here? Are we introducing the threat of playing for a win? Probably not.
Careful, because rook d7.
Yeah, allowing rook d7 is not good, yeah.
That does have consequence.
A bit of an update. Deac and MVL have drawn their game.
A draw, okay. Queen b7. Again, I am not trading queens under any circumstance.
No.
Queen to b3.
Oh, now Alireza is looking at rook g8, rook g4 options?
I'm playing g3, I think, in almost every case. I thought the move rook d1 was a little bit too passive.
Too passive, right?
Yeah. I mean...
9 seconds. 7.
g3. 9 seconds. Now I'm pushing the a-pawn. a5, a4, just why not?
Is Alireza... I actually think he might start to play for a win.
Well,
of course, objectively it's equal, but 10 seconds on the clock.
As Peter said, never say never.
Yeah.
I mean,
this in a way reminds me of his game against Prague. It was queen and rook endgame as well.
Yes. So queen a3, we're expecting a4, and again,
a4 rook d6 though.
a4 rook d6. Excuse me.
Might cost you material.
There is a pawn hanging.
He's going for rook a4.
Queen doesn't have that many good squares. D3.
Queen b2, I guess.
You can go back to b3 as well. 5 seconds needs to make a decision. Queen b2.
Queen b2.
Rook b4, queen a3, rook a4 is not unreasonable. On 5 seconds, honestly, I would not blame the young man.
Alireza wants to repeat. Just because of the clock.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, that would be very ambitious. I would be playing rook b4 and playing...
But there's queen a2, f7.
Ambitious.
Yeah, so he is centralizing everything.
Oh wow, Topalov's winning again. I can see it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, on my screen.
Action everywhere, but no time, no time.
Oh, he just played it with 2 seconds.
So he has 12 seconds on his clock. And now the players are definite. And
oh, we switched to Veselin's game.
Oh, we're back.
I think it was the camera just.
Yeah, well, the cameraman, he's so excited. Okay, queen.
Queen b7.
Okay, this move I'm very enthusiastic about. I'm seeing rook to d7.
Yeah, I guess we have to play a4 just to make sure it's on a protected square, because if you play rook e7 now, you drop it to queen a8 check, right?
To what?
Yes.
Queen a8 check.
So rook e7, queen a8 check, and I'll take
pawn
a
drops.
Yeah, which is why he finally put it on a square where it's protected.
With the idea that rook to d7.
Now we play rook
he
e7.
will play rook to e7.
Queen a7, just stopping the pawn moves. It's like a waiting move.
Yeah, probably can't do anything better myself than play rook e7.
They might repeat now, maybe.
He's played rook
No, he's going to
e7.
play king g7 if a check comes.
No one's trying to even set up the repetition.
We're dying for a repetition. King to g7. Okay,
I am revising my 0% estimate slightly
Yes.
upwards here.
Yeah.
The king might find a solid. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Queen c6 now? Or can I don't know, there's too many options.
I like queen c6. I like queen d7 too. Just protecting the pawn on a4.
He played queen e5. What's on rook a4?
He's going to trade
I think
queens
I
then
think
play
he's
rook
actually
e1.
giving up on the winning attempts. Yeah.
Yeah, he's trading. Oh, now he's showing. He just forgot the pawn was hanging because now
I mean,
he's
he'll
gonna
make
say,
a comfortable draw, but he wanted to play for a win.
I think he wanted to play for a win
Yeah.
as well.
He wanted to play this for a win.
And now he's upset
he's
with
visibly
himself.
upset.
Right? Yeah. Because it looked there too like Aravindh was ready to make a repetition, and
Well,
there we go.
We can
And
call this pretty much a draw. Should we
Yes.
switch to Topalov's game?
Just a second. Let me just
mean,
make sure the clock times before.
Now Aravindh will play this for a while, though.
Yes,
It's
that
not
is
going to be a
true.
handshake here anytime soon.
No, it's
He has an
no.
extra pawn.
And why not to play
Yeah.
for another 30 moves?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Where would you like me to go?
Topalov.
Topalov.
He was. I don't know if he's still winning.
Much better. Winning maybe is a bit strong. You can actually not win these types of endgames. It's
Two knights.
very easy to imagine.
Both players.
Because now rook h6, and there's some counterplay still left. If that rook gets reactivated somehow, the pawn on b3 is quite vulnerable. White is a healthy pawn up at the moment, though.
Okay, so rook h6.
You have to play
He's
rook
reaching
h6.
for his rook, but okay.
Yeah. You can play g5. A kind of a gambling move here would be g5, but I'm expecting either king g3 or king g2. Yeah.
King g3 on the board.
10 seconds for
Bishop
Fedoseev.
b7, because Vladimir is very worried about allowing g5, understandably so.
But now there's knight f3. Playing for g5, I mean.
Yeah, it's a nice backward move.
King g3 was a
15 seconds for white.
King g3 was not.
King g2 was much stronger, yeah.
Knight to c5. Okay, Veselin saying, give me your pawn on b7. Give me your pawn.
Yeah.
How much time does...
b5, I think,
They
is the way
both
to
have
go here. Trying to get rid of
very
as
little
many
time.
pawns as possible. Maybe create a weakness
5
on
seconds
a4.
for Fedoseev.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. 5 seconds. Rook f4? No.
No, rook e3 and then rook f3, though.
Yeah, I wanted to go rook to f7 check. But rook to e3.
Panicking a lot
F3.
more than I expected. And now b6, and now we can play knight e4, I suppose, and put it on a very nice
By the way, very healthy extra pawn now.
Yeah, we're back to winning territory now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone very wrong for Vladimir. Rook e6.
Yeah, but we can push. We can play g5. I guess c5 might feel like it's worrying, but I guess even king g4, king f5 is incredibly strong.
We're not going to switch, but Duda is actually losing against Prague.
Wow. g5. By the way, king g4.
King g4, king f5
king
is
f5.
coming in, yeah.
That looks great for Veselin.
It's a very clear path for the king. And where does the rook go?
It doesn't go anywhere.
Backwards.
Well, you have to.
Everything's going
move
backwards.
The bishop first.
Yeah. And now we can even pick up the
Hold
pawn
on,
c6
c6
as
is
well,
hanging. Yeah, king f5, c6 is hanging. Knight f6
Knight
check.
f6 check is maybe the easiest. If you play rook e8 here, knight
Absolutely.
f6 check will crash. No, it's just
winning.
You can't defeat the prophecy.
It's just very unlucky for Fedoseev to play Topalov in the last round.
And he said, "Look, I'm a pawn grabber. I'll take."
He's shaking. I think he's shaking his head because he's also realizing just how silly all of this is. Like,
right?
Why can I only play one game per day?
Right, just the last round of the day, and I would be very happy. That's simple.
Yeah, I would have actually not taken on the d8. That bishop was horrible. I wouldn't have traded it, maybe, but it shouldn't really matter.
He wants to simplify just in
knight
case.
f6 or king e5. Or
Knight f6 looks very good.
Knight f6, knight e7.
King e6.
King e6, I guess king
King
e4,
e4.
so that knight c6 doesn't generate any forks. This is a bit messy, actually. This is messier than he needed to.
I agree. Don't play rook g3 because there might be
Knight f5. Yeah. Not winning this game is back on the menu, actually.
Suddenly, it's not as simple.
How? King e5 now? No.
Knight g6 check.
Knight g6
or
check.
king b4.
We're still winning though. King e6, king e7. We're still winning, but yeah, it could have been a lot cleaner, I think.
But he's gained a lot of time now. Topalov has more than a minute on the clock.
So. And he's threatening rook g. He's still coordinating. He's got d6, rook g3 checks.
I think he has it under control. Yeah.
Knight g6.
I think he has it under control.
Knight f4. Can we play king e7?
I think that's the intention, certainly.
And then you can't sacrifice on d5, that's lost. Black's king is too far away.
Rook takes f4, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, king e7.
Played confidently.
I don't know about confident, but
Rook
here
A,
comes
just d6.
Here comes the pawn. Here comes the passer. d6.
Probably a check.
King e6 and then king f7 maybe. I suspect even rook takes f4 wins, but you never really take that risk. There's really no reason to.
I suspect you're right, by the way.
He's considering it, but king e5.
Or back, actually. King e5, king e4. Nothing wrong with just putting it on e4 and then playing
d7.
You can
go king d5 now as well and head to the other side.
By the way, rook f5 check, also on white's agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just everything's bad. Everything's bad suddenly.
So check now, probably?
Yes.
On f5?
Yeah.
And then do we push d7?
No real reason not to.
Well, king d5 is a blunder.
Yeah, king d5 is
king d5 is a way to be very, very unhappy.
Yeah. Deeply.
d7, knight f8, and then
rook d5 then.
Rook d5 and
actually, you don't have to rush it either.
Yeah.
Okay, on the
rook
board.
to d5.
Just rook d5 for now. King g7.
King f5.
King f5.
Oh, king f5, rook f8.
Yeah.
Veselin is
He's being very
showing,
cautious.
yes, he's showing tremendous patience.
Well, I like his knight now going to either e5 or e3 f5. Those are both
king
good
f7,
options.
knight e5, knight takes e5. You.
Oh yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's probably still very winning. Yeah, and Vladimir also is not eager to trade knights. King f5 now. On
knight e5, knight c6 is coming.
Knight f5, king f6.
I was thinking king f5 actually.
Yeah, I like king f5 better. I wanted to keep the king caged.
Levon has drawn his game against Deac.
Yeah, and Prague is completely and utterly winning. Prague is finishing the day on a high.
He's pulling Topalov.
Yeah.
Hang on a second, king e6.
Wait a minute. What is king e6 suddenly? I can't believe it. Did we jinx this?
It's even unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. Rook b5? No, Veselin absolutely shaking his hand as he can't believe he's just blundered his winning position away.
There aren't even any ideas left.
No.
Rook b5 is the only thing I see. Knight takes d7 wins the pawn. So you've got to win the pawn on b6.
And you can't preserve any kind of a pin because after knight takes d7, checks are threatened from everywhere. And if you put the king on d4, knight takes e5, and knight c6 actually wins the piece.
Yeah.
That's maybe a way to lose.
Exactly. Poor Veselin. That just shows the rust there.
I mean, Fedoseev's also just putting up very good resistance.
Through the magic of television, we can he should not have played the move d7. d7 was just knight c4.
And he's hesitating.
And he's hesitating too. He knows something's wrong. But knights to c4 hits the pawn on b6. If you go king e6, then I go rook e5 check, and he's winning very comfortably. But not anymore. By the way, Duda loses to Prague. That was a very, very big game to finish the rapid. Rook takes b6, but king c7? Wait, yes, king c7. Rook a8.
Yeah, it's very ugly, but kind of efficient, yeah.
Right.
Is it though? Hang on a second, is it?
Wait, king c7?
I think maybe you can still lose this. Maybe
Really?
like
king c7. Well,
I want
I'm
to play
going
king
take.
d5, king c5, rook b6, king b5.
So rook a8, you want to play king b5?
King d5.
Yeah.
Rook a7, king c... Ah, you have rook a6 and then you will be kicking it up. Hang on. Ah, he played king c6.
Which is even
Clever.
better. He wants to play rook b8.
Yeah, rook a5, rook b8 wins the pawn back. That's quite clever. And now you can even go rook d3.
Yes. That is the simplest. Don't passively play your rook to a8, but rook to d3. So whenever you play rook a5, I have rook takes b3. That should be an easy draw.
I think even this is holding.
Yeah. He found a setup which holds and he's not going to deviate from it. He's just waiting for white to take on a5 and to play the rook to the b file.
Rook takes a5. This game had a lot of drama, a lot of ups and downs in this one.
I'm just still in a bit of a shock.
Totally.
Yeah, Veselin will be, And that is the way he makes his first draw in the tournament.
Right, this is the first
Not
draw.
winning a +5 position.
Wow.
Yeah, he's very unhappy.
Yeah, rook d3 now.
And
Yeah,
I
okay,
agree
they're
to
not
draw.
allowed to do that, but I'm sure the organizers will not mind.
Yeah, they will just allow them to have. We have one game. We're going to go to Alireza's game.
It's actually an interesting endgame. So it's 2 against 1, but they're on different files.
Yeah, but I think this one is more straightforward than when it is G and F against H, right?
Yeah.
G and H against F should be quite straightforward.
So what are the ideas for white to improve?
Yeah.
Here, I think, honestly, not a lot.
Well, I mean, the one idea we can all appreciate is rook to the 6 and g5, right? That's like,
But
what
as-
else can we do?
As soon as you move the rook, I start giving you checks.
Exactly.
We see rook e7.
Rook
Yeah, but then
e7.
I check you
and
from
rook
the
a4,
side or
yeah.
from behind?
From the side, I think.
You can cover with the rook though, right?
Yeah, but
King
you just
f4.
played rook e7.
Yeah, you just
You
drop
were trying
back.
to do something, and now you're not.
Yeah, I think rook check and rook h.
But then can I do h5, king f5? Oh, you still give me side checks. Yeah.
But I think the side check, where do we go right now?
King f4? I want to cover it with rook e4 on the next check.
Of course.
But I just drop back to a1.
Yeah, or rook a5, maybe to.
Do that.
Okay. So the other way of defending? Check.
Probably more than one way.
Yeah, king f3, I guess, yeah. Rook f1, king g2. But then with the king on g2, we're not really threatening h5 anymore, I don't think. So.
Are we
So if you go
threatening
back to
h5 in this exact position? So if I
Not
go
really.
rook h1?
Not really, yeah.
No.
It's
I
not a
don't
threat,
think
but
so.
it does change up the defense for black. Because I'll play h5.
Give opportunity.
Yeah.
By the way, the players are playing on increment. What?
15 seconds for Alireza and 40 for Aravindh.
Because Arvind has been way behind on the clock for quite some time.
Alireza is not
Bang.
happy.
Played the move. Just
Four.
few
Okay,
seconds.
a5 maybe. Maybe he didn't want to allow this h5, but it doesn't change things up that well. Does it?
I don't think it does.
Yeah, rook a7. I guess we go in anyway. We go
Yeah,
h5.
you have
and-
to try.
yeah.
h5 check.
There's really nothing else in the
Mhm.
position. Eventually, you will have to do it.
King g7.
Definitely
King
not
f6.
King
h6.
f7 played, yeah. Or that, yeah. That's actually a very stable setup. Now we go rook b4, rook b5, and we try to play king f5. But even if we achieve all that, we have no threats.
If we go rook b4, rook b5, king f5.
Rook just stays on the 7th rank. Ready to check you as
Yeah,
soon as you move the
I
rook.
think you have to allow a lot more than that for you to be in any trouble yet. I think you can continue passing for quite some time here.
So with the king and rook on the 5th rank, I will push h6 and
Yeah, maybe at that point you are advised to play king g7, maybe. Because allowing h6 feels...
because
Actually,
yeah, you don't
even
want,
after that, I don't know what the threat is, to be honest.
well, I just want to give you
Rook
h1 and
b7.
take the f pawn, but it's still gonna
Yeah,
be
the
a draw.
g-pawn is the drawingest of all the pawns. So.
Most draw.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to refresh the board and get to the current position. Is this our last game, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
If this is a draw, we go from a...
And for first place. This is the fight for first.
Yeah.
Aravindh with a win could tie for first with Vladimir and
Alireza just played a move with 3 seconds on the clock.
3.
Yeah, and this is where he has to decide whether he's afraid of h6 or not.
Exactly.
I mean, king d7 does have a downside. You allow king e6.
Yeah, like rook d5, king e6. Maybe not the immediate king e6, but rook d5 followed by king e6, and then we have the interpositions and the threat of rook d7.
Just to show how I can potentially lose this.
That is
very
quite
quick
cute,
loss.
Yeah.
Why do I see the losses so fast? I mean, wait a minute.
Cute.
Yeah, that's not good.
Rook d5.
Rook d5 played. I think we've sort of established that you can actually allow h6. You can play king f7, h6, rook a7. I don't think there's anything there.
And again, time.
3 seconds.
But also
time. Whoa!
Oh, he flagged.
He flagged.
That's unreal. He flagged in a
Wow.
And Aravindh joins Alireza in the lead.
Exactly.
And
Vladimir's. So our rapid ends in a dramatic fashion. Wow. Through the magic of television, let's take a look at the flag.
4, 3, 2.
King f7, rook e7, rook f7.
And then he changed his mind. If he had not changed his mind, he would have been okay.
I don't think I've ever seen Alireza flag.
No.
At least when he's lost, maybe, but not when it's a draw position. Yeah.
And he went for your rook e7, h6, king h6. When I suspect rook e7, h6, king f7 is still a draw.
Yes.
I think he saw h6 and panicked.
Right.
But he is not lost yet. He could have
Wow.
even left it on e7. Yeah.
Well, the rapid chess ends in incredible fashion. 3-way tie for first. And this game in particular, boy, there was some ups and downs in this final
Absolutely. I mean, Aravindh was never in trouble, but there were some swings.
Fedoseev saving that game and Alireza losing this one.
Exactly, at the very end. At the very end. And we saw Topalov also when he was playing the move d7, hesitating because something told him, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to be doing that.
No.
And he felt it right away and he didn't listen to his instinct. And boy, suddenly 3-way tie for first place.
Yeah, instead of Alireza kind of coasting on a 2-point cushion, now he is tied with 2 very, very dangerous players who are going to look into the future with a lot more hope.
But as we know from the statistics, Alireza is the strongest player in Blitz in this event.
Right.
In the world, he's number 2, only behind Magnus Carlsen. So he will start taking revenge tomorrow.
Exactly.
But yeah, this is the first game he lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also.
Yes.
So we now only have one undefeated
Vladimir
player.
went undefeated. For those of you who are joining us late, very dramatic finish here at the very end. King f6 by Vladimir, and it's very clear, hindsight sitting in the studio, we can play the move knight c4, and we can look at this position and say, look, this pawn on b6, I mean, it's just such a easy winning position. We're going to put our king and our rook on h7. I'm assuming knight d7, right? And we're going to just get everything perfectly. But no, that didn't happen. d7, suddenly, after d7,
King e6, and yeah, it's just a draw.
King e6, and it was just a draw. Let's pause and toss it to Warsaw as Maurice with a guest.
Thank you so much, Yasser. We are with Praggnanandhaa after what we might call a roller coaster of a tournament so far. It was up, then it was down, and then it was back up again. You won the first 2 games. The second one was sort of fortunate against your countrymen. And then 3 losses out of 5. Now you righted the ship with those 2 wins. How are you feeling as we're watching you? We're a little bit nauseous watching it as well. What is your impression of your tournament?
Yeah, I think you summed it up well. Last 2 wins are definitely a good way to finish the rapid portion. I'm still Yeah, still in contention totally. It's just I think 1 point, 1 point behind the leaders. So yeah, I think today's wins were very crucial, and I mean I'm still disappointed with the way I'm playing, but at least I'm still up there.
You know, at some point it looked as though you just didn't want to draw. Like there are times when you could have just repeated, no problem, and make it easy, equality. And your attitude so far seems to be one of a fighter. We're fighting to the bitter end no matter what, and it didn't work out for you in a couple of the games.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this was the most annoying part that yeah, against Alireza I should just repeat it, especially when we are playing with 10 seconds and rook d4 isn't the move you should play. Even if you have time, it just felt so wrong. But I thought I'm not risking anything because I always have this perpetual. But I just forgot he can go king h2 and avoid the perpetual. And against Veselin, yeah, I think I lost sense of danger there with the way it looked like it was a very innocent position. But then suddenly I just like in like 3 moves I suddenly lost. So I should have been a bit more careful there. But yeah, and saying that, I mean, this game, I think at some point he had a reputation which I didn't go for, and I won. So I think it all equals at some point.
Yeah, again, for us, it's the journey. Right? We'd rather win the last couple than lose the last couple, no matter what our score is. So what's your feeling going into the blitz portion of this event?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, much more exciting now because I'm still there. So yeah, I'll try to give my best in the blitz position. But I mean, I could have scored more, but okay, it is what it is. Yeah.
One last comment. Your countryman here for the first time. Speak to us about this young man. Well, he's a bit older than you, but still, he's a talent you have known about, no doubt, for years, Aravindh. He seems mild-mannered, but he carries a big punch.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with the way he's playing. I've known him for like last 11 years or something. We both are working with Ramesh sir, so we work with each other quite a lot, and yeah, we know each other very well. And when I was like at the stage before I was like becoming an IM or GM, he was someone I really look up to. I still look up to him because the way he calculates is something that way he finds things is something that inspires me a lot. Like whenever we work together, so. Yeah, I'm not surprised that he's doing very well.
Well, you're doing very well now as well. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, good luck. Pragg, it's nice when you have a peer that you're close to, and you work together, and you kind of feed off of one another.
Absolutely, yeah. And I saw some
inspired.
of it up close, and
yeah,
they do have a very nice relationship, and they.
Does that go for the others as well? The Arjuns, the Gukeshes, do they all work together?
Not in all directions, as far as I can tell from the outside, but right. I don't have any particular hard info on this.
Okay, standings, Nasi.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look.
After that dramatic last round.
Wow.
A three-way tie again. It's Alireza, Aravindh, and Vladimir with 11 points.
Pragg comes up and joins Levon in clear fourth. Sharing fourth and fifth.
Yeah. And I think Maxime's at 50% now. Yeah.
Yeah. Jan, Duda, he's not in. The audience wants to see more action.
The rapid portion did not go as well as he hoped for.
Absolutely.
But he'll try his best in blitz.
Absolutely, and. I tell you, it was black magic. How Veselin didn't win that game, that's going to hurt.
That's going to hurt, and it spoils such a perfect storyline for us.
Right.
How could he do it to us? Yeah.
Crazy.
His own important point aside, how could he do it to us is the question that is on everybody's mind.
And we'll jump to Maurice with another guest. Maurice, over to you.
Well, here's the man who spoiled that perfect storyline for Veselin Topalov and not allowing him to win the last round. Vladimir, when you were here earlier with me, you said, don't play stupid chess. And you ended up drawing 6 games in a row after that. Were you a little bit worried going into this last round, knowing that Veselin seemed to have been following this pattern of lose-lose-win, lose-lose-win in the last couple of days?
Yeah, it's been kind of annoying fact that he won all his last games, and during the game I acknowledged that he kind of believed in that it's his game, that yeah, it's round 3 of the day, so he had this kind of believing. And against old lions, it's always tough when they are playing somewhat of their best shape. Yeah, that's what happened in this game. He completely outplayed me, and I escaped only by miracle, and I believe I would not be able to repeat it once again in my life. Yeah.
Indeed, he did have a crushing blow at some point. Played rook takes g4. He said he played could have played knight f6 check against you in this one position. All right, so you managed to survive. You must feel like the wind is at your back now. Get this out of the way. How do you feel about the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, today I felt good about my quality of play, and I've been optimistic against Praggnanandhaa when we had this exchange in endgame, like he had 2 pieces against my rook and pawn, and I believed my position is practically much better, and I can try, but eventually he found some king f3 resources, king f3, king f4, king push towards my king side pawns, and then I realized, okay, I was too optimistic and decided to call it a day quite fast. And against Levon, I also been optimistic for some moments, but yeah, I believe it was quite uneventful draws, and I had like 5 in a row uneventful draws and 1 extremely eventful. Let's call it like this.
You, I believe, are the only person in the entire tournament who hasn't lost a game so far. Of course, this one by the skin of your teeth. And we know you're a fantastic rapid player, the reigning European rapid champion. You've had fantastic rapid results in the past. How's your blitz game?
Yeah, for this tournament, I actually played on the practical games with 5+2 format. I didn't play any 25+10, so I hope my practice will work, but you never know. Blitz is pretty much about hitting the momentum and how it goes from the beginning. So yeah, I really hope I will be able to play fast enough for 5+2 after those 25+10. Worse to know, such switchings are not easy, and sometimes even best players of the world are really struggle to switch from rapid to blitz. And it happened for me in the past as well. For example, on some rapid and blitz world championships, after successful rapid portion or not like decent rapid portion, still I struggled in the beginning of the tournament and struggled to play fast enough in blitz. So yeah, we will see how it will work for me tomorrow. So hopefully better than usual.
All right. Well, we wish you the best of luck in whatever 9 lives you have. It looks like one of them is gone. Let's hope that you have some more left in the tank.
Yeah, it's especially good wish for blitz, because in blitz you need to be like the guy who is surviving in any kind of trouble. Yeah, so it's a good wish. Thank you, Maurice, and everybody. Yeah, and hopefully we will see each other once more. Yeah.
I would certainly enjoy it. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yes, thank you.
Nice.
Indeed, good luck. Vladimir, the only undefeated player, and well, he was close.
Very much rising in the ranks of enjoyable interviews.
Yes.
I'm really liking these talks with Maurice, because he's kind of quiet, but he he speaks his mind, and he's a very interesting guy.
Absolutely. I think he's right, though, that it's very tough. You're playing these rapid games, and rapid also is it's a tough time control to really master, because you're not playing blitz, but you are playing blitz at the end, because you end up only playing on
And in
your
particular,
increment.
switching from 25 plus 10, which is a somewhat of an unusual time control these days. Outside of the Grand Chess Tour, there are not very many tournaments that use it.
Right.
So you kind of go into this groove of playing somewhat slower than you're used to even for rapid,
Right.
and then you have to speed up for the blitz portion. But there it is.
And here it is, our blitz, 5 plus 2, Nessa.
Yeah, 5 plus 2, and they're going to play 18 games total over the 2 days, so 9 rounds tomorrow coming up.
Well, 9 points up for grabs in both days. That means our tournament standings can swing heavily. 3 players tied for first as we begin blitz tomorrow.
And I think what Fedoseev was trying to say about the blitz was that in blitz, maybe it's better to be lucky than good.
It's always good to be lucky.
Yeah.
And we'll throw it to Maurice in Warsaw.
Thanks, Yasser. Well, the question, better to be lucky than good? Well, I'm sure they'd rather be good than lucky, but you'll take it. Aravindh, this game was absolutely insane. It looked like a quiet affair. It looked like maybe he was okay. And suddenly you found the move, rook takes d5. What was happening to your heart rate when you saw this move was possible? It looked like you checked it several times. You probably saw it immediately.
No, not really, actually. I was mostly looking at rook e1 and the captures on f6. But when I spot like rook on d5, I'm winning. That was my first reaction.
Let's take a look at it on the board. In this position here, you played rook takes d5, and you said it took you a little while before you actually found the move.
Because like I was considering d4 for him, like instead of rook on a4. So that like I don't have this tactic, right? So, but yeah, after rook on d5, still it's not easy. Like I think he played the best practical try, queen g4. I think here I should have been like precise with. I was checking queen e7, knight h5. Some f3 and...
You saw f3?
Yeah, I saw f3 and h3 both, but I thought h3 is more f3 is more precise because it also prevents queen e4. Yeah, so f3, queen c8, and I could not evaluate this.
Ah, so you got this far. It looks like just putting your rooks together.
Yeah, here I thought queen e8 and black should be fine. What is engine suggesting?
Queen d7, just move the queen away.
I did not evaluate this properly.
Ah, yeah, we were saying it's a surprising move, this move, f3, but you did look at it. You just didn't go, you went further, but you didn't think it was correct.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so then you eventually cook and cook and cook. You steal this pawn on a4, but it's clearly a draw. What were you thinking? It's against such a player, it must be a draw.
I mean, like, I wasn't thinking anything like during the game. I just wanted to like keep on playing till the end, hoping that he would make some mistakes. Also, like I slowly progressed with making on f4, h5, and even got king f5. But still, it's a draw. Yeah? Like I mean, objectively it's a draw, but practically it's difficult for him. He just had to wait, which is difficult for humans to do that. Yeah.
We have the moment, actually. You clearly haven't seen it, but let's take a look as we have it on replay. The moment when his clock ticks down from 4 seconds, we see it here, this great position, and he doesn't move and he hesitates, and then all of a sudden, he just doesn't make the move. What were you aware of how precarious his clock was right at that moment?
Because like when he came to e7 square, like I thought I'm winning because I saw this h6 is winning, king h6, king f7, and I have mate on h5. So yeah, I think he had to make like rook a7 again back and press the clock. So I was hoping that he would lose on time, and yeah, it happened actually.
All right, incredible. You saw this tactic. Yasser had pointed this tactic out, as a matter of fact. All right, well, you're tied for first. It's your first Grand Chess Tour event. You must have dreamt of being a part of this event for some time, and now you're here. How does it feel?
Yeah, my dream is to like play with the best players in the world, and yeah, and I'm here, and I'm just enjoying each and every moment. Yeah, I just love these, like love playing with these guys. Yeah.
Incredible. Well, we are loving watching you play as well. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Aravindh Chithambaram showing why he is now one of the top dozen players on the planet. He is now in a tie for first. Guys?
And on cloud nine, clearly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maurice.
Congrats.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow. But okay, well, close the show for us, Peter.
Well, we
what
couldn't ask for a better lead into the Blitz, right?
Right.
Very, very tightly packed
group.
Yeah, 3 people tied for first.
Right.
2 people only 1 point behind, and
Levon's a great Blitz player too.
Yeah, the group of people to watch tomorrow and day after tomorrow chase the final prize is just. This is gorgeous. This is exactly what you would want.
By the way, I mean, even Maxime, we know MVL is a great Blitz player. 2 points out of the lead with 18 points. He's a factor. And of course, we'll be playing 9 points up for grabs.
So we dropped down to playing for 1 point.
Yes.
But yeah, I think out of those top 6 in the standing, they all have a chance to win.
Absolutely. if MVL catches a bit of a streak early,
yes,
he is going to be very, very threatening.
And we'll go to Warsaw for final thoughts from Anastasiya and Maurice.
Well, I can tell you folks here in Poland, this last round was absolutely dramatic. I mean, Fedoseev surviving that position, completely outrageous. And then this win. Man, when Alireza's flag fell, I was apparently so loud, and you know I'm kind of loud in general, but I was apparently so loud that they heard me as far down as the playing hall. And it's not close. That was such a dramatic, absolutely dramatic finish with the time running out and first place on the line. And I got to say, what a great young man this Aravindh is. He is so modest, so humble, and so happy you can see Anastasiya to be here.
He enjoys it, yes. It feels like he really enjoys playing against all these top guys. And, you know, I was at the playing hall when Alireza lost on time. I didn't hear you, Maurice, but actually I was so shocked to see Alireza losing on time. You know, he's one of the fastest chess players in the world that probably I just couldn't hear anything at this time. So a very exciting round today. It's nice that we started this day talking about Aravindh, and at the end he showed such an interesting performance. And you know, I was thinking about it that now we don't have anyone who is like leading after the rapid portion of this tournament. Tomorrow we are going to have Blitz, and previously in the previous tournaments normally we had a leader. Right now we have tie for 3 places. It seems everyone is still, you know, didn't find his exact shape of somebody. I mean, of course, Fedoseev shows quite stable result, but 6 games in a row, 6 draws in a row, it's really impressive so far. I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I'm really looking forward for it. And I would like to ask actually all the chess fans to follow our social media accounts to get some insights, you know, and behind the scene videos.
Where can they go?
Grand Chess Tour, of course, Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, so you'll find everything there. We are waiting for you.
Absolutely, as exciting as this tournament has suddenly become. It was exciting before, but a 3-way tie atop the leaderboard. The storylines just amazing. And you know that 80% to Alireza, I think it has to be put down. And that 0.4% to Aravindh, we're seeing this young man say, wait a second now, watch me work.
Right.
Guys?
Indeed. Watch him work. It was quite the day at the office for both him and for Prague, Peter.
Absolutely, yeah. And I just want to repeat, I mean, what a perfect setup for the 2 days of Blitz.
Yeah.
I'm really, really looking forward to tomorrow and the day after.
Absolutely.
And I can't be heard, apparently.
But it was a brilliant speech, I'll say. Thank you. Wonderful to call the action with you both. And I hope you enjoyed our rapid coverage. Join us tomorrow for the Blitz. And good night from St. Louis.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.